Dreamscape presents Number Neighbors by Emma Hart, narrated by Avery Reed and Will Watt. Chapter 1. Hannah. I don't even like cats. If someone had told me that at the age of 25, I'd be a financially stable homeowner with an 8-week-old stray kitten living in a shoebox under my stairs, I would have only believed the part about the kitten. Probably. I mean, I wasn't particularly a cat person. You know the type. The ones who get one cat, then end up with 10 in the next 6 months and lie on the sofa every night in a giant puddle of meowy floof. No, I wasn't one of those people. I also wasn't entirely 100% financially stable, but I could pay my mortgage and eat relatively well. By relatively well, I mean I didn't eat takeout every single night. Just sometimes. Okay, 4 times a week, but I totally ordered salads too. A noisy meow that sounded more like a demand than anything came from the general vicinity of my feet. Glancing down, I saw a tiny black ball of fluff, one that stood out starkly against my white kitchen floor tiles. 2 blue eyes looked up at me, and another large meow was accompanied by the most pathetic showing of tiny fangs I'd ever seen in my life. "Are you hungry?" I asked, somewhat stupidly, honestly. This kitten was almost always hungry. Another meow. "Fine, okay, hang on." I reached into the cupboard and pulled out a small pouch of kitten food. More meowing accompanied as I put half of it into a stainless steel bowl and clipped the pouch up to keep the rest of it fresh. "I'm not going to put this down if you're going to keep yelling at me, Lucifer." Yes, I called the kitten Lucifer. No, that wasn't its name. I had no idea what to call it. I wasn't even sure I wanted it. And no matter what Emmy and Grandma Jen said, it wasn't mine just because I'd fed it. I didn't even know what gender the darn thing was. Boy? Girl? Heck, it could be a llama for all I knew. Obviously, that was biologically impossible, but you understand where I'm coming from. "I don't know why you've called that thing Lucifer." Emmy joined me in the kitchen and put down her empty glass. "I think it's sweet." "You would. You aren't the one being meowed at 10 times a day for food." "I'm not so sure you're supposed to feed kittens 10 times a day. That's kids." Fran joined us, putting down her own empty wine glass. I peered over my shoulder at her. "You feed Maya 10 times a day? Have you ever lived with a 4-year-old? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are just the main meals. There are also approximately 50 requests for snacks, and that's between breakfast and lunch." Emmy snorted. "We thought you got lost on the way to get wine." I did. I got derailed by Lucifer. I crossed the kitchen and put the bowl on top of some newspaper. Lucifer darted across the kitchen and bumped between my ankles on the way to the food. "You're welcome," I said dryly before turning around and heading toward the fridge. Emmy had beaten me to it. She refilled all 3 glasses, draining the bottle, and winked at me. I took the glass with pursed lips, but I was fighting a smile. Only just. I was still trying to cope with what these assholes had made me do earlier. Sending a dirty text to my number neighbor wasn't exactly in my plan for a Friday night. Or any night, to be perfectly honest. Yet they'd made me do it. They'd even done it themselves, despite being engaged and in a relationship, respectively. Which meant I so had blackmail material. I never said I was a good friend or cousin, okay? Grandma Jen would be proud of me for that little thought train. It was the kind of crap she would pull. Maybe if I told her this, she'd let up on trying to set me up with random guys. Food for thought. "Okay," Fran said, looking at her phone. "My number neighbor's favorite position is sleeping because he's 82. His wife wants to know if there's an easy way to do it lying down." I choked back a laugh. "There are, but it depends on how wide she can open her legs." "I'm not sure that's a conversation I should continue." Emmy shrugged. "I vote continue." Fine, but you're the ones buying the bleach for our ears when this goes too far. She tapped out the response on her phone and put it down. Now check yours. Emmy grabbed her phone first. Okay, mine laughed and said cowgirl so he doesn't have to do any work, but he's deleting it so his girlfriend doesn't see it. She paused. Why am I having this conversation with a random stranger, yet I don't know my own boyfriends? Because then you give up the advantage, Fran replied. Hannah, did yours reply? Shrugging, I reached for my phone from my table. I took a drink and nodded when I saw the new message icon. I continued sipping as I unlocked my phone and opened the message, then spat my wine everywhere. Fran and Emmy both did a double take, staring at me for a moment before Emmy burst out laughing. What the hell was that for? I coughed away the bubbles that formed in my throat and glanced at the screen again. They said, interesting. I like doggy. What's yours? They shared a look before they both squealed like teenagers. This is way more exciting than our responses. Emmy almost screamed, scaring the life out of Lucifer, who'd just come trotting in after eating. It mewled and ran right back out of the living room, knocking a ball with a bell in and sending it jingling across the floor. Okay, I'm not replying to that. I sat up straight and held out the phone. This could be a 50-year-old man living in his mom's basement for all I know. It could be an underage teenager. They both paused. Clearly, I was the only one exercising a brain cell tonight. Ask, Fran said simply. Oh, yeah, because nobody is going to lie, I replied dryly. You're both ridiculous. I sent the first text. I'm not carrying on. Do it, or we will, Emmy threatened. I'll kick you, I shot back. You have the lower body strength of a newborn donkey, my cousin replied. I'm not worried about that. Just reply and ask. I don't wanna. Okay, so that was whining. Just do it, Fran said, swilling her wine around her glass. For all you know, there's a hot-as-hell guy at the end of the line, and you won't have to deal with Jen's dates anymore. I'm not going on her dates. I huffed out a breath and hit reply. Fine, I'll reply, but I'm not answering until I know I'm not halfway to seducing a randy teenager. Me. Before I answer that, I'm obligated to ask who you are. Bear in mind, I'm a divorced mother of 3. Emmy choked on her wine when I read it out loud. Divorced mother of 3? Dear God, Han. What was I going to say? That I was a married mother of 3? She has a point, Fran offered. That would be suspicious. And randomly texting a stranger to ask their favorite sex position isn't? Another good point. My phone blinked with a new message, and I read it out loud as I read it myself. Number neighbor. Interesting that you wanted my answer before you knew how old I was. Another good point, Fran repeated. This one's smart. Unlike me and my friends. I really needed new ones. Was there a store where you could trade them in like you could old video games? I'd take the money for these jerks. Me. My friends made me do it. Number neighbor. Ah, that old chestnut. Me. They really did. They're jerks. Number neighbor. So are mine. For the record, I'm a 27-year-old single male. Me. Thank God. Number neighbor. You should know I prefer animals to kids. Me. That's fine. I'm really a 25-year-old single woman with no kids. I was just saying that. Number neighbor. Interesting. So what is your favorite sex position? Me. Same as yours? Number neighbor. Even more interesting. Should I ask where you live, or should we keep the mystique? Me. Oh, we're going to continue talking? Number neighbor. We don't have to, but I presume you texted me for a reason. Me. Yes, my friends made me. I told you that. Number neighbor. Shame. It's been a while since I had a good sexting session. Me. Do you sext often? Number neighbor. If I did, I probably wouldn't be considering it with a complete stranger. That was a very excellent point. "What's he saying?" Emmy said, bouncing on the sofa. "He wants to sext." I looked up and blinked at them both. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Fran drained the rest of her wine and put her glass down. "Get on with it, woman. I have no idea who this person is." "That's the point." She leaned forward and grinned. "You don't have to worry about ever running into them at the grocery store. Unless you actively decide to meet this person, the chances of you meeting them are basically 0. "She's right," Emmy said, finishing her wine with a nod. "Have your sexting with the stranger and do yourself a favor." Do myself a favor? I stood to follow them to the front door. How would that be doing myself a favor? Emmy shrugged on her sweater. "Push the button, Hannah. Flick the bean. Tiddly your winks." "Masturbate," Fran said brightly as my cheeks burned. "If he wants to sext, at least get yourself something out of it." She pulled the door open. I am not masturbating to text messages with a stranger," I cried, following them into the front yard. Mrs. Keeley, my next-door neighbor, was in her yard watering her flowers, even though it was 10 p.m. At my words, she froze, drenching one of her beloved rose bushes, then peered at me over the rim of her glasses. "I guess it depends if you know what the stranger looks like, Hannah." Once again, my cheeks flamed. Were all the old people in this town damn horny? "Oh my God," I breathed, darting back inside. I slammed the door on everyone and leaned against it, exhaling heavily. There was no way I was going to sext with a stranger. That was ridiculous. Wasn't it? I was pretty sure that was how people got abducted. Like, they reeled you in with their sexy talk and then stalked you and stole you from a Walmart parking lot. Note to self, don't go to Walmart anymore. I walked back into the living room and frowned at Lucifer. It was curled up on the back of the sofa, half on the closed curtain, fast asleep. The kitten opened its eyes and sneezed, sending tiny beads of snot all over the back cushion. Lovely. I picked up my phone and toyed with it. I wasn't against sexting. I'm sure people really loved it. But the thing was, I'd never done it. That's right. I was 1 week away from my 26th birthday, and I'd never, ever sent a dirty text message. I wasn't even sure I knew how to. I crossed the room to Lucifer and smoothed its head, whispering a good night. Grabbing my wine glass, I shut off all the lights and shut the door, then went up to my bedroom. I gingerly perched on the edge of my bed. I could do this, right? I could sext. Like Fran said, I'd probably never see this guy again. It didn't really matter that I didn't know what he looked like. In fact, it was for the best. This way, I could imagine he was Liam Hemsworth or Nick Jonas or someone equally as panty-meltingly hot like that. All right, Nick Jonas it was. Me. I've never sexted before. His response was swift, coming seconds after I'd changed for bed. Number neighbor. Your friends left, didn't they? Me. Showed themselves out like the jerks they are. Number neighbor. Laughing emoji. We all have friends like that. Number neighbor. You've really never sexted before? Me. No. Is that unusual? Number neighbor. I don't know. I had a long-distance relationship, so it kind of became normal for that. Me. Never had one of those. I guess I had no need to. Number neighbor. All right. Well, I'll take your sexting virginity if you're willing. Me. I have nothing left to lose at this point. Well, except my sexting virginity. Number neighbor. All right, let's do this. I'll start. Let's do this indeed. Number neighbor. So your favorite sex position is doggy. Shoulders down or up? Me. This is woefully unexciting if this is sexting. Number neighbor. I'm trying to picture it in my mind so I can tell you. Me. You don't know what I look like. Number neighbor. This is the only time I can justify imagining fucking Scarlett Johansson. Work with me, stranger. Me. 'Kay, fine. You're Nick Jonas in my head anyway. Number neighbor. Right. Shoulders up or down? Me. Depends how hard you're going to pull my hair. Number neighbor. Up it is. Me. I like this. Number neighbor. What color is your hair? Me. Dark brown. Number neighbor. That works. Ready for this? Me. I don't think I have a choice. Number neighbor. Sure you do. But you should know that I'm already hard. Wow. Okay. Sexting did come with perks, even if it was a stranger. Me. This better be good. Go. Wow me. Number neighbor. I lean forward and kiss you, putting my fingers in your hair. One hand cups the back of your neck so you can't pull away, and I tease your lips with my tongue. My thighs clench together ever so slightly. Number neighbor. You squirm against me, kissing me back. As I kiss you harder, I run my hands down your body and remove your dress, leaving it to fall at your feet. You're wearing red underwear to match your lipstick, and I push you back toward the bed where you fall onto it. Okay, this wasn't so bad. A little weird I was getting turned on by a stranger, but not so bad. Number neighbor. You open your legs as I take off my clothes, so I'm in my underwear. I look down at you. I can see your pussy through the lace underwear. You're already wet, and I grip your knees to keep your legs parted. Wow. Okay. I clenched my legs together harder. Me. Carry on. Number neighbor. I lean over you and kiss you, biting your lower lip. You moan into my mouth, and I unclip your bra, freeing your full tits from it. I take your nipple in my mouth, playing with it with my tongue. Did I join in now? Was that how this worked? Fuck it. I scooted back on the bed and reached my hand up under my shirt to my breast. My nipple was hard, and gently I played with it, imagining it was his tongue. Me. I like that. Number neighbor. I know you do. Number neighbor. I kiss down your body until I reach your pussy. I slide your underwear to the side so I can fully see your wetness. My finger glides through it, slipping inside you and back out and up to your throbbing clit. It goes back down and I put 2 inside you. Lord have mercy on my heathen soul. Number neighbor. I fuck you with my fingers. My thumb is rubbing your clit as I move them inside you. You're moaning and moving your hips, fucking my hand furiously. I slide my hand down my body and between my legs. I hesitated, but only for a second. I moved my fingers beneath my comfy cotton panties and into the wetness that existed for real. My clit was aching in real life, and I softly circled it with my middle finger. Number neighbor. I stop you and replace my fingers with my mouth. My tongue finds your clit and I suck hard, pulsing the tip of my tongue against it. Heat flushed my body. Number neighbor. You come in my mouth, filling the room with your moans of pleasure. I run my tongue over your pussy, tasting you in my mouth. Me. You should fuck me now. Number neighbor. I pull away and kiss you roughly so you taste your own cum. Then I stand and flip you over, smacking your ass as you land on your front. I yank off your underwear and you climb on your knees, giving me a full view of your wet pussy. This was getting dicey. Me. I slip my hand between my legs and rub my clit while I wait for you. Number neighbor. I stroke my cock while you watch. Then I part your ass cheeks and push my cock into your pussy. I switch hands, putting my phone in my left and slipped my right hand between my legs. I was wet as hell, and my clit was begging me to touch it. So I did. I rubbed it gently, but his messages came long and fast. Number neighbor. You moan instantly. You love having me inside you. Number neighbor. I grab your hips and fuck you hard, burying my cock deep inside you. You grind against me, taking my cock like it's nothing. Number neighbor. I grab your hair and wind it around my fist, pulling your head back so your back is arched. I fuck you harder and deeper. You moan so hard you're practically screaming, but you love this. Number neighbor. Rub your clit while I fuck you. You do as you're told, sliding one hand between your legs to rub your clit. Number neighbor. I want you to come all over my cock, so you rub harder. Number neighbor. You come so fucking hard that I do too, and I hold your ass against me as I come inside you. Like a flipped switch, I come in real life. I writhe against my own hand, and it's my own empty room that's filled with a quiet moan. Mother of God. A couple of minutes later, I finally text him back. Me. Holy shit. Number neighbor. I guess you enjoyed that as much as I did. Me. I've never gotten off to a stranger before, but it worked. Number neighbor. Laughing face emoji. Number neighbor. Same time tomorrow, stranger? Me. What the hell? Sure, let's do it. Number neighbor. It's your turn tomorrow. I put the phone down and buried my face in my pillow. I guess I had some research on how to sex to do. And yes, a small part of me recognized that this was really fucking weird. Wrong, almost. No, definitely wrong. Would it be wrong to ask to see the date of birth on his driver's license before I cyber-fucked him tomorrow? No more wrong than what I just did. I rubbed my arm down my face and went to clean up in the bathroom. I changed my underwear out for clean ones and climbed into bed, then checked my phone. No text messages. I guess we really were done until tomorrow. Chapter 2. Hannah. Yeehaw, cowgirl. All I could think was, I'd tiddled my wings. I'd barely slept all night. I didn't need an intervention to know why. My brain was berating me for making the decision I had last night. It was the last time I listened to Emmy and Fran, that was for sure. Why had I done it? I mean, I really did have no idea who was on the other end. I'd be hard-pressed to think it was a teenager, mind you, with a mouth like that. Teenagers did not talk dirty like that. At least they hadn't when I was a teenager. I wasn't the kind of person who did that stuff. Now, this wasn't me being that person who said they weren't that person just to save face. I had no face to save. I just genuinely, really honestly, wasn't that kind of person. If I was, I'd have sexted by now, don't you think? Anyway, I had to think long and hard about whether or not I'd do it tonight. All I had to do was block his number and it would be over. But I didn't know if I had the balls to do that. Honestly, I clenched a little whenever I thought about it. I was out of sorts this morning, which was why I'd almost put my cereal down for Lucifer. Thankfully, I'd stopped that before Lord Sneeze-a-Lot managed to get close to my Cheerios, and order was restored shortly after. Thankfully. I drained the last of the milk from the bowl down the plug hole and put the bowl in the sink when it was all gone. After a quick rinse of my hands, I grabbed my purse and phone from the kitchen counter and headed for the door. Lucifer was sleeping on the couch, and I didn't have the time to get it off, so I left the kitten there. In all honesty, I'd spent far too long in the shower this morning blathering over what I'd done last night. I'd even argued with the shampoo bottle, mostly because I was probably going the way of Grandma Jen. Totally insane. I locked the front door behind me and ran to my car. I was this close to being late, and since it was Saturday and Emmy wanted me to keep the store open while she taught her class, I wasn't sure it would go down too well. I fumbled with my keys as I tried to get the car fob to unlock it. The metal slipped through my fingers, landing on the driveway with a clatter that seemed to echo down the street. "Oh, shit," I hissed, stepping back so I could retrieve them. "I got it." The crisp British accent made me freeze. One day I would be able to be normal around Isaac. "Here." Isaac grinned as he handed me my keys. I cleared my throat. "Thanks." "In a hurry?" He raised one dark eyebrow. "Yeah, spent too long in the shower." God damn it, Hannah, he doesn't need to know that. Work, or the art store? Art store, I replied. Are you finishing now? Nope, just leaving. He gave me another lopsided grin and ran his fingers through his dark brown hair, then rubbed his stubbled jaw thoughtfully. Hey, do you still have the kitten? Huh, he remembered. Yeah, I was gonna take it to a shelter, but I think it's kind of attached to my sofa. He chuckled. How is it? He? She? I have no idea. It's just Lucifer to me. It's fine, eating like the internet says it should. His unfairly sexy grin was still tugged to one side. Amazing. You live next to a veterinarian and you're using Dr. Google. My cheeks flushed. He touched my arm, laughing. Don't worry. If you want, I can come over when I'm off in a few days. It's probably going to need some vaccinations soon. Oh, crap. That was true. Sure, I managed to squeak out. That would be great. All right, I'll let you know. One more grin, and he headed for his car. Have a good day, Hannah. He winked. Lord have mercy on my ovaries. Between my sexy stranger and my sexy neighbor, they were gonna need some prayers. I got into my car and pulled out, following Isaac to the end of the road. He turned left while I turned right, and he honked a goodbye before disappearing. I wiped the image of him from my mind. Seriously, it was unfair that someone who looked like he'd been chiseled by an Italian sculptor also had the sexiest accent known to man. There was something so wrong about it. God knows what he was doing living in bumfuck USA. He should have been married to a European princess or someone equally as important. I took a deep breath as I approached Main Street. Emmy's car was already outside the store, and I pulled into the spot behind her. My car only just squeezed in there, thanks to the jerk behind taking up about 10 spots with what I was sure was either a limo or a Hummer. Maybe it was just an army tank. I grabbed my purse from the front seat and went inside. She was arranging the yarn into their correct spaces and pricing some others for the sale basket. I joined her, taking the pricing gun from the side table. Morning, she said brightly. How was your night? I didn't need to be smart to catch the inflection in her tone. It was fine. How was yours? Went home, had good sex. You? I pursed my lips. I had a good night's sleep. Hannah. She shoved a ball of yarn at me and glared. What happened with your new friend? I swallowed the lump in my throat. Hadn't I already been over this 1,000 times with my own brain this morning? Did I need to rehash it with her, too? Nothing happened. Look me in the eye and say that. Oh, go away. She laughed, twirling in a circle. I knew it. You're way too invested in the actions of my clitoris, I told her, pricing the label on the yarn. Yeah, I am. Do you know anything about the person? Nope. I intend it to stay that way. Stay that way. Are you going to sext again? What are you, 16? I feel like it. This is exciting, Han. Way more exciting than my life. I'll tell Mason you said that, I replied, taking another ball of yarn from her. How much for this one? $1.99, Emmy responded. But are you really doing it again? I shrugged. I'll let you know tomorrow. Is it book club? You're not changing the subject, Hannah. I think you'll find I am, I retorted smartly. Is it book club tomorrow? Emmy rolled her eyes, but she gave in. Yes, it's book club tomorrow. Are you coming? Depends. Has Grandma found me another date yet? No idea. She watched that episode of Friends where Phoebe's grandma crosses out the dead people in the yellow pages. She's been doing that for the past 3 days. Does she even know those people? No, but she has now taken to pointing at the wedding and new baby announcements and wondering out loud when it'll be me. I wrinkled my nose. Is that before or after the obituaries? Before. Apparently she needs the obituaries to cheer her up. Emmy gave me a withering look. The woman is one headbang away from being institutionalized. That was slightly dramatic. I don't really want to come, I admitted. Do I have to? You don't have to, but you should, to be a good granddaughter. I'm not going, so you can run off. I tossed the yarn I'd just priced into the basket. If you do that, I'm leaving them on their own. Emmy's face wrinkled up, but she dropped the expression and sighed. Fine. Okay. I won't run away. Good. But you're going to tell me all about your late-night escapade with your number neighbor. I sighed, heavier than she had. Fine. Number neighbor. Hey, stranger. Lucifer, to bed. I scooped up the kitten and put it in the kitchen in its bed. He meowed, then sneezed, snotting all over my wall. I quickly wiped up the mess before scratching the kitten under its ear and saying goodnight. Butterflies exploded in my stomach as I shut my bedroom door behind me. I really was starting to question my own sanity in doing this, but at this point, I had nothing to lose. I also had nothing better to do on a Saturday night. I needed to address that issue soon. Me. Hey. Number neighbor. Good day. Me. Is it normal to make small talk before you sext? Number neighbor. Do you have a filter between your brain and your fingers? Me. No, that was lost generations ago. If you think I'm bad, you should meet my grandmother. Number neighbor. Maybe just the virtual sex for tonight. I wished I was that lucky. Me. Okay. Me. Should I start? Number neighbor. If you're ready to, go ahead. Me. Okay. And nothing. God damn it. It couldn't be that hard, could it? I'd watched plenty of porn. I'd had sex. I knew how people parked the car in the garage. I could totally do this. My thumbs hovered over my phone. I could not do this. What if I watched porn? Maybe it would get my motor running a little, give me some ideas, ease me into it a little. Yeah, porn. That was what I needed. Okay, I could do this. I clicked onto my phone browser and opened a new incognito tab. I typed in the address of the only porn site I'd ever watched and scrolled the homepage. The videos played highlights if I lightly touched the thumbnails. 2 girls and a guy. Hot as hell, but one too many people for this scenario. 2 gay guys? Not really my cup of tea, and also one was the wrong gender. A black taxi video. Too public. Stepmom and stepson. A little too close to the line for this girl. Finally, on page 3 of the Hot Right Now videos, I found a hot guy and girl where she seemed to be a little in control. The highlights showed a long blowjob scene before she sat on him, and that was exactly the kind of thing I was going for with this. I watched for a few minutes, skipping the so-called story in the beginning. I had no idea why porn makers did that. Nobody watched porn for the story, Karen. Anyway, I digress. The girl slipped into the bathroom where he was taking a shower. His dick was already hard, and she watched him for a minute, playing with herself until he caught her. She went in, and the video cut to a long blowjob scene, both in the shower and on the bed, and then they fucked. I could write that out. It wasn't that hard. Number neighbor. You writing me an essay? Me. Don't be so impatient. I had to watch porn for ideas. Number neighbor. Does that mean you're wet before we've even started? Seems unfair. Me. You're welcome to give yourself an erection if you'd like. Number neighbor. You didn't answer the question. Me. Yes, I'm wet. Now shut up and let me sex the shit out of you. Number neighbor. Zipper lip emoji. Me. Thank you. All right, Hannah. You got this, girl. Let's do this. Me. You're in the shower. You're thinking about what you're going to do to me when I get home from work, but you don't realize I'm already home. Number neighbor. I like it. Thank you, Pornhub. Me. I can hear you in the shower, so I go upstairs to where you are and creep toward the bathroom door. You're naked, and your cock is hard. Your hand is wrapped around it, and you're getting yourself off while you're thinking about me. Me. I strip naked and slip my hand between my legs. I'm turned on at the thought of you getting yourself off to me. I play with my clit and cut my breast as I watch you. Number neighbor. Shit. Me. You see me and tell me to get in the shower. I do as you say, licking my wetness off my finger before joining you. Inside, I kiss you, letting you taste me on my tongue. Number neighbor. I'm so hard right now. Ooh, I'm not so bad at this. Me. I kiss down your body until I reach your cock. I wrap my fingers around the base of it and flick my tongue against the tip. You moan, reaching down, and I take your cock in my mouth and suck. Me. You wind your fingers in my hair, holding me there. I suck your cock hard, taking it deep into my mouth, almost to my throat. My fingers grip into your ass, and you drag me up, kissing me hard. Your cock presses against me as you yank me out of the shower and toward the bedroom. My clit was aching now, harder than it was while flicking through the porn. I needed both hands to type this much, so I quickly rolled over on the bed to reach my nightstand. My bullet vibrator was right there. I snatched it out of the drawer and set back up against the wall, putting it between my legs. I turn it on when I really, really had to. I still had half a porn script to write, thank you very much. Me. I push you onto the bed, and you sit on the end. I kneel in front of you and put your cock in my mouth again. You moan and grab my hair again, and you fuck my mouth. I pull back and circle the tip of your cock with my tongue. Shit, how else did you describe a blowjob? Me. I suck on the very end of your cock, pressing my tongue against the tip. It's too much for you, and you grab my upper arms, pulling me on top of you. I straddle you, putting my knees on either side of your hips, and rub my wet pussy against your hard cock. I reach down between my legs and push the little button on the end of the bullet. It buzzed to life, and after a second of adjustment, I closed my legs to hold it in place and tapped once again at the screen for what I hoped would be the grand finale. Me. I move so I can reach between us and grab your cock. I position it so it's in the right place, rubbing against my wetness, and I push down until you're fully inside me. You lie down and I rock my hips against you. You slide your hands over my body until you can grab my ass, and I ride you hard. Me. I lean forward so my hands are on either side of your head and fuck you. Then you grip me tighter and hold my hips in place. You move your hips and fuck me hard, burying your cock inside me with every thrust. I moan into your ear and into your mouth, and then I come, clenching down tightly around your cock. Fuck. I reached down and moved the bullet so the very end was on my clit, then closed my eyes for a second. Imagining the scene, I rubbed the bullet against my clit and came quickly, my legs spasming with the force of the little, but powerful, orgasm. Me. You come hard inside me, groaning my name into my mouth, biting my lip. I collapse onto you, exhausted, and you push deeper inside me as you ride out your orgasm. Was that it? Was it finished? I'd finished. Had he? Was it good for him? Was it anticlimactic? I wasn't exactly a soprano in the writing department. I could pour a mean beer and mix one hell of a margarita, but writing? Not so much. Me. I think I'm done. Should I have sent fireworks? Was that how one ended a sexting session? Should I have seen if there was an encore due? I was woefully unprepared for this. Number neighbor. You should watch porn more often. That was hot as fuck. Me. If I were a man, I'd think ScarJo sucking my dick was hot too. Me. Actually, I think so anyway. Number neighbor. LOL. An orgasm and a laugh. The best sexting for a while. Me. I will take that compliment. Number neighbor. Same time tomorrow, stranger? Me. It's your turn tomorrow. Number neighbor. Don't worry. I'll watch some porn before. Wink face. Me. Hey, it works. Number neighbor. Any excuse to watch porn works for me. Good night, stranger. Me. Good night, number neighbor. Chapter 3. Hannah. Books and bondage. Book club had to be one of the weirdest things anyone would ever come across in their lifetime. It wasn't every day you met 4 octogenarians who liked to read bondage romance novels. It was quite the treat. Unless you were the granddaughter of one of those women, then it was a little more trick and a lot less treat. "Did you have to bring the damn kitten?" Grandma asked, staring at the cat box. "It can't read or drink. It's useless." "It's been alone half the day," I replied. "Besides, it's asleep. Even if it were awake, I could guarantee it would be less trouble than the fearsome foursome." "The fearsome foursome," she mused. "We need that on t-shirts." "You need to stop ordering dust jackets from eBay," Emmy said, walking into the room and tossing a package in Grandma's direction. "You're not fooling anyone, Grandma." "This isn't dust jackets. It's my new bra." I blinked. I wasn't even going to respond to that. "You order bras from eBay?" Emmy froze. "Why?" Grandma tore into the packet. "You can buy ones with holes to free your nipples." She held up the bra she'd bought. Well, I used the word bra loosely. It was more a scrap of vaguely sculpted lace with holes where her nipples were supposed to go. No wires, no support, no nothing. "Where on earth do you think you can wear that?" I sputtered, staring at the lime green scrap of material. "Do you know your nipples play with your kneecaps?" She threw the bra at me. "Have some respect for your elders." "Why? Judging by that, you have no respect for anyone, elders or otherwise." Emmy picked the bra up with her finger and thumb. "She's right, Grandma. You can't wear that. These things are made for lingerie sites, or porn sites." I didn't think I'd ever seen anything like that on a porn site. I hoped I never would, especially not on an 80-something-year-old woman. Now, let me make this clear. I was not against anyone wearing anything that made them feel confident, beautiful, or like an absolute boss. I was merely against knowing my grandmother was wearing such a thing. It was a vision I didn't need, thank you very much. "Oh, Hannah, I have a date for you." Grandma folded her quasi-bra into a tidy little triangle and tucked it into the pocket of her cardigan. "He's 28, a lawyer, and has no friendly exes or children." "Subtle, Grandma. Real subtle," Emmy said, twirling her wineglass. I rolled my eyes. We all knew Grandma loved Mason, and especially Maya, and she was making Fran's wedding cake for the love of God. The woman was all drama. Well, 90% drama. The other 10% of her was Jack Daniels. It wasn't a questionable mix at all. "I don't need a date," I said, for what was probably the 5,000th time this month. "I'm fine." "With your cat?" Grandma asked with faux innocence. "It's not my cat. It snotted in my shoe before I came here." Grandma looked at my foot. "Why didn't you change your shoes then?" "I did." "Oh, then you need new ones because they look like they're covered in cat snot." The doorbell rang, giving me a welcome break in the conversation. At the same time, my stomach sank because it meant the others were here. Lillian, Evelyn, and Kathleen, which meant the night was just getting started. AKA, time to pray for all our souls. I did just that, shooting a quick prayer to whichever god from whichever religion may be listening right now. All 3 women came into the living room clutching books that declared they were Wuthering Heights. The dust jackets weren't fooling anyone. I knew the actual title of the book was Heather's Discovery, A Sexual Journey, a memoir about a woman exploring her sexuality in the world of BDSM. I was equal parts excited and terrified. Excited because they were branching out to nonfiction, but terrified they were getting lessons from this poor woman whose name was not actually Heather. "How do you get the dust jackets to stay on the paperbacks?" I asked, picking Evelyn's book up from the table right after she'd set it down. "And you do know that everyone knows you're all smut peddlers, don't you?" "Open the cover. Sticky tack," Lil answered, unscrewing the Jack Daniels. "And we know, but it's fun to take the books to church and wait for all the prissies to open a book discussion." Kathleen nodded sagely. "This morning, Wilhelmina Porter Scott asked us what we thought of the book, and Jen told them she was enjoying the voyeur scene." Grandma cackled. "Poor little Willie went bright red and did the cross over her shoulders. She's not even Catholic, the silly old prune." I side-eyed her. "Are you aware that you're an 80-year-old bully?" "Yes, dear, but you're confusing me with someone who gives a shit." Well, that conversation was always going to end like that. I really should have known better than to ask that. Emmy shot me a look that said she could read my mind and passed me a glass of wine. Yes, very helpful. Thank you. Lil passed the Jack Daniels around to the ladies and took her seat. "Let's discuss Heather's latest escapades. I know we only said it to wind up Willie, but I really did enjoy the voyeur scene, especially because she didn't know who she was doing it with. Blindfolded." She shuddered. I stilled. What on earth had I gotten myself into this time? "I thought that was a little strange," Evelyn ventured, taking a sip from her glass. "Imagine having sex with, well, anyone. Do you really think she enjoyed that?" "I don't think it matters," Kathleen added. "Sir was with her the entire time, and she could have safe-worded to get out." Grandma nodded. "All she had to do was say marshmallow, and she was out of there." Her safe word was marshmallow? Emmy raised her eyebrows. Who the hell is going to yell that while getting flogged? Excellent question. "She wasn't getting flogged, dear," Evelyn said. She knows what she was doing, Eve," Lil drawled. "It was hypothetical." "Oh, Lord above, these women or something else." I sat back and cradled my wine glass. I would have to break into that Jack if this carried on this way. I thought they would at least try to be restrained, but that was my mistake. I knew better than to think that. At least there was food. Emmy had been roped into preparing a charcuterie board, and luckily for my cheese-loving ass, the pensioners were far too into their discussion about Heather's latest escapades to care that I was eating all the goldfish crackers and Edam cheese. What? They went surprisingly well together. After listening to them arguing over the merits of voyeurism for a solid 5 minutes, I peered into the cat box at a sleeping but snotty Lucifer, then disappeared into the kitchen with my empty wine glass. The canary yellow clock on the wall, one of Grandma's new finds from wherever the hell she found her questionable decor. I had no idea how Emmy put up with it. Maybe she spent more time at Mason's these days. God only knew I would. I poured a small glass of wine and leaned against the counter. I didn't have long until I had to be home in time for my late-night texting date, and I also needed to make sure Lucifer ate a little something and had some water before bed. I tapped my finger against my lips. Maybe I needed to take Isaac up on his offer to take a look at the kitten. Being able to say he or she would undoubtedly be an improvement on it, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't dying or anything. I knew nothing about cats, except that they were assholes, but everyone who'd ever been on the internet knew that. Even people who didn't know what the internet was probably knew that. "My God," Emmy said, walking into the kitchen with a heavy exhale. "They get worse every week." "I'm dreading their next book pick," I admitted. They seem to be getting sexier and sexier. No kidding. I'm worried they're going to look into field trips to local sex toy stores or something. Stores? I raised my eyebrows. I'm worried they're going to hunt down sex clubs and put their study into practice. Emmy shuddered as she refilled her glass, almost spilling the last of the wine onto the countertop. Shh, Han, don't say it that loud. They might hear you and actually do it. I wrinkled my nose. The last thing I wanted to do was give those horny old ladies any ideas. Knowing them as well as I did, none of it would stay as ideas. Hannah, Grandma yelled from the living room. Your kitten is snotting all over its box. It's not my kitten, I muttered, putting down my glass. It's totally your kitten, Emmy replied with a smirk. I stuck my middle finger up at her and went back into the living room. For that, I was scooping up the kitten that was not my kitten and leaving Emmy to handle the octogenarians by herself. That teacher. I needed a vet. The problem? It was 10 o'clock at night. 24 hours after leaving the book club, I was sitting on my kitchen floor cleaning up the second load of cat vomit today. It wasn't really what I'd planned to do today. Lucifer was clearly really unwell, and a quick Google search confirmed what I'd feared. I should have taken it to the vet the moment I saw the cold coming on. Guilt tinged every part of me. The poor little thing had been unwell because I just hadn't done what I should have done. I was so mad at myself. Despite my neutral feelings toward the little black furry critter, I did love animals, and I didn't want any animal to suffer. The only option I had was to go next door and see if Isaac could help me. He'd already said all I had to do was knock on his door, and that was what I was going to have to do. I finished cleaning the mess and went to Lucifer's bed where it had procured one of my blankets for itself. I grabbed it and went to the sleeping kitten on the sofa. After wrapping it up tightly, I held it to my chest, picked up my keys, and went outside. His car was in the driveway, thank God. The last thing I needed right now was to drive to the other side of town and pay all the emergency vet charges. Namely, I couldn't. I ran across our yards, happily noting that he had lights on in his living room. No, that wasn't me being a creeper. Our houses were just laid out the same, okay? Mostly. I rapped my knuckles against his door 3 times. It took a moment, but a shadow in the window gave way to him opening the door. Hannah, what's... He paused when he saw the bundle in my arms. Is that the kitten? I nodded. It's sick. I didn't know what else to do. You did the right thing. Come in. He stepped aside for me to enter, and even through my worry about the kitten, it took everything I had not to stare too much at his gray sweatpants. Seriously, they needed to be made illegal, especially on a man as hot as he was. Bring it into the living room. What's wrong? He led me into the gray and white living room and motioned for me to take a seat on the L-shaped sofa. He took the kitten from me and set it between us. It's been snotty for a few days, but it threw up twice today. I don't think it's kept any food down. Shit, okay. He gently unbundled the blanket. Hello, he said softly when Lucifer opened its big blue eyes. Isaac picked it up and turned it around, then reached between its back legs. I raised my eyebrows. His lips curved into an amused half-smile. I'm checking for balls. Oh. Are there any balls? I asked. His smile gave way to a low chuckle. 2 balls. Congratulations, it's a boy. Yippee. Well, at least his name won't have to change now. And you can stop referring to him like he's a member of the Addams family. That too. Isaac grinned. Give me a second. I'll keep some stuff in the kitchen, then I can check him over properly. I nodded, reaching out to pet Lucifer. So, it was a boy. While I didn't care either way, it was nice to know. Because, you know, not my cat. Isaac came back in with a small black bag. He sat back down on the other side of the sofa and unzipped the bag before pulling out a few things. He used the stethoscope to check his heart, then gave Lucifer's face a once-over, checking his eyes, ears, and teeth. Then he shoved a thermometer up his ass. Well, he didn't shove it. He actually inserted it very gently, but saying it like that doesn't add any drama, does it? I did like a bit of drama. Damn it, I was turning into Grandma Jen. His temperature is fine, his heart is beating how it should be, and his teeth all look good, Isaac said after a moment. He is snotty and his eyes are a little gunky. It's probably just cat flu. You said he hasn't had any injections, didn't you? I bit my lip and nodded. It's okay. He reached over and touched my upper arm reassuringly. He's around 9 to 10 weeks, so he's only just old enough for them anyway. Even if he had had them already, he'd probably still be unwell because chances are he'd picked this up before he found you. Weirdly, that made me feel a little better. Can he have the shots now, then? He shook his head. Not while he's ill. I'd prefer him to be over the worst of it before he gets the vaccines. If you want to leave him with me tonight, I can take him in and get the medicine he needs. Is he really sick? I can check him over better at work, but the flu is probably just making him feel too unwell to digest the food. Is he drinking fine? Yeah, and he hasn't thrown that up as far as I know. There you go, then. I'll take him in and get him some decongestant and some anti-inflammatory meds. Now? I can take him tomorrow. It's fine. But if I say he's mine, you won't have to pay right now. He winked, grinned, and scratched Lucifer under the chin. You don't have to do that. You're right, I don't. But unless you have a spare $100 or so hanging around right now. I grimaced. Understood. He laughed and wrapped Lucifer in the blanket. It won't take me long. I'll give you my number so you can call in the morning, and I'll let you know how he's doing. Do you have your phone? All right, so it wasn't the way I'd ever planned on getting his number, but I'd take it. Not with me, no. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I stood when he did. He smiled and scribbled his number on the back of a Target receipt from the coffee table. It's my job. Well, thank you anyway. I returned his smile and took his number. What time should I call? Whenever. I'm at work by 8, so if I don't answer, leave a message and I'll call you back as soon as I can. Okay. I swallowed and said goodbye to Lucifer, smoothing around his ears the way the little demon liked. Isaac walked me to the door. He'll be fine. He's just going to need a few days to let the meds do their thing, and he'll be back to normal before you know it. I'll do a full check on him anyway, especially since he was a stray. I smiled with relief. Thanks. I still don't even know if I'm keeping him. Hannah, if you were going to get rid of him, you'd have done it already. Isaac grinned knowingly. I'll take care of your kitten. He's not my kitten. If you say so. His grin became a smirk. Good night, Hannah. Night, Isaac. Thank you again. Any time. I stepped out onto the path and threw my hand up in a wave, clutching his number tightly in the other hand. He returned the gesture and stepped back inside, shutting the door. I let myself into my house and locked the door behind me, then looked down at his number. It looked vaguely familiar, like I already had it saved in my phone, but I knew that was impossible. I'd never had Isaac's number, much to my disappointment. Not that I'd know what to do with it, mind you. I wasn't exactly a go-getter in the dating department. I'd probably just butt-dial him, which was exactly why saving his number was a bad idea. But I didn't have a choice. I'd just lose the receipt, and then I'd be screwed. I played with it in my hand as I went to get my phone from the kitchen. Shit, I was late for my texting date. It was past 10:30. Although, judging from the lack of unread text, I wasn't the only one who'd forgotten. Whatever. I couldn't be bothered with it tonight anyway. I was worried about my cat, who wasn't my cat. I opened the phone menu and tapped in Isaac's number. Halfway through, a little bar came up that matched the number. No. No way. There was no way. I finished tapping the number in and, yep, sure as shit, that number was a match. The receipt fluttered out of my hand onto the floor, and I gripped my phone extra tightly so I wouldn't drop that, too. Of course, I recognized that number. I'd been texting it for the past few days. My number neighbor, the guy I'd been sexting and masturbating to, was Isaac. My hot, British, next-door neighbor, Isaac, who I'd had a crush on forever, who was currently looking after my kitten, so of course he hadn't been able to text. I was sitting right in front of him. And for the last few days, I'd been getting myself off and imagining screwing Nick Jonas, when the actual guy I'd been talking to was just across a driveway. Holy mother of fucking God. Chapter 4. Hannah. Slap my ass and call me Scarlet. Me. It's Isaac. Me. My number neighbor is fucking Isaac. I put my phone down after shooting the messages off to Emmy and paced the room. I couldn't believe this was happening. I couldn't believe I'd spent the last few evenings sexting my neighbor. Oh God, he knew what my favorite sex position was. I knew what his was. How would I ever look him in the eye again? Wait, never mind looking at him. How the hell was I supposed to call him? Presumably he had my number saved, but if not, he would probably save it after I called him, and my name would appear on the text. Oh God, oh God, oh God. No, this couldn't happen. Isaac could never know about this. I would have to move, and quite frankly, I didn't have enough money to move. My phone rang, and I answered the video call from Emmy. "What do you mean he's your number neighbor?" she shrieked down the line, the phone wobbling as she walked down the hallway. How can that be possible? I don't know, but it's true. I was still pacing. I took Lucifer over because he's really sick, and Isaac gave me his number, and when I put it in my phone, the number neighbor listing showed up, and it's his number. If you don't breathe, I'm going to hang up on you. I drew in a deep breath. What the hell do I do? She shrugged and entered the bathroom. You're not going to poop, are you? She flashed me her toothbrush. You could sleep with him. I bet there are worse things you can do than sleep with a hot British animal lover. In fact, I know you've done worse. This isn't the reassurance I was hoping for, I'm not gonna lie. Why did you call me then? I didn't. You called me. She paused, then pulled the toothbrush from her mouth. Then you really shouldn't have expected any reassurance at all. Your unrealistic expectations are all on you. You're ridiculous. I'm supposed to call him tomorrow morning, but if I call, he'll save my number and realize that it's been me he's texting. So what are you going to do? She asked around her toothbrush. Hold on. I had a clear view of the ceiling, and the sound of her spitting the paste out and running the water crackled through the speaker. She really could have done this before she called. Are you done? I asked when she picked the phone back up. Defiantly, she took a mouthful of water, swilled it, and spat it out. I'm done. Remind me to make new friends. Like you have the patience for that. The phone wobbled again as she walked into her room. What are you going to do? And how do you know Lucifer is a boy? Isaac violated him and found balls. Not a good day for Lucifer, then. It really wasn't. How am I supposed to call him when it'll give it all away? Are you really going down the pretending it never happened route? Yeah? Anna, that's ridiculous. Now that you know it's him, you can't text him anymore, and you have the verbal control of a toddler trying to say fork. Emmy tilted her head to the side, eyebrows quirked. There's no way you're going to live next to that man and never let it slip that you know he wants to put Scarlett Johansson on her knees and fuck her senseless. I opened my mouth to argue, but there really was nothing I could say back. It was the damn truth. I was useless. Okay, fine. Then I don't know what to do. I can't pretend like I don't know if I give him my number. Just call him, and if he figures it out, he figures it out. That's easy for you to say. I can barely focus when he speaks to me as it is. Never mind if he were to talk about dirty things. Emmy sighed. Yeah, I kinda spaced out when Dolly got spayed last week. I barely understood a word he said, and I still sighed as we left. Mason was pissed. Mason will live. My predicament is far worse, and it's all your fault. Hey, I didn't tell you to do it every night. I didn't even think you'd do it once. And that makes it okay? Again, your unrealistic expectations of me are all on you. How does that even apply here? I think you're looking for someone to blame, even though the only person who stuck her hand in her pants and poked the bear to dirty messages with a stranger was you. My cheeks flushed. I'm done with you. Wait, Emmy laughed. Look, just go over to his place in the morning instead of calling. It's that simple, Hannah. Huh. So it was. But that doesn't change the fact that... I know, but it's late. You've had a long day. You're tired, Emmy replied. Get Lucifer back and we'll work through what to do tomorrow, okay? Okay. I blew out a long breath and nodded. Tomorrow. Her lips quirked. Don't do anything crazy like run over there right now, okay? Okay, I won't. Don't worry. I'm not sure I can ever look him in the eye again anyway. I don't think I can look him in the eye knowing he's a dirty talker, she replied. Anyway, I'm going to bed to dream of Mason with a British accent. I wrinkled my nose. Thanks. I'll just go to bed with my nightmare. Think of it like this. At least you might get laid now. With that delightful silver lining, she hung up on me. I didn't need to be a genius to say this. I was not going to get laid. There was no way in the world that Isaac was interested in me like that, and there was no guarantees he would be even after learning that we shared a sexual fantasy or two. Wait. No, he wasn't going to learn that. I wasn't going to tell him, and I was going to do everything in my power to make sure that he never, ever got my number to find out. There was something about an early morning sunrise that made me feel good. I didn't know if it was being up before the birds and being able to experience the silence that came with such a thing, or if it was simply the beauty of the ever-changing color of the sky, a bit like a kaleidoscope. Maybe it was the magic of both combined. Either way, I was awake at the ass crack of dawn, nursing a cup of coffee while I looked out of my bedroom window. The view made me love living in a small town. It was about the only thing that did, but something had to give. I raised the mug to my lips and sipped, casting my gaze over the countryside. It stretched for miles, and the sun used the greenness as its own personal canvas as it rose, painting it in hues of orange and yellow. It was beautiful. Unlike the thoughts that were running through my head, I was completely terrified for today. Between wanting to know if Lucifer was okay and trying to avoid ever opening my mouth in front of Isaac, lest I say something stupid. I finished my coffee and headed downstairs. It was approaching 7:15, and I had my plan all figured out. I was going to head over to Isaac's, very carefully control my words, then hopefully bring Lucifer home. And that would be the end of it. It was a foolproof plan. Not that anything being foolproof had ever stopped me screwing up before. However, this time I was fresh off a cup of coffee, freshly showered, and wearing my Take on the World panties, aka bright blue cotton briefs with lipstick print all over them. A girl wanted to be comfortable while she was taking on the world. It was no good if you had to stop to pull your thong out of your ass, was it? I slipped my flip-flops on and made sure to pick up my keys so I didn't lock myself out. Deep breaths followed. I was not going to mess this up. I was not going to mess this up. I was not going to mess this up. I was not going to do a damn thing because Isaac's car wasn't there. Ugh. I dropped my head back in frustration. This was supposed to be my out, and now I was even more screwed. I had to call. I literally had no choice. If I didn't, I was a bad pet owner. For the cat that wasn't my cat, but whatever. Was I shallow enough that I cared what my hot, dirty-talking neighbor thought about me? Hell yeah, I was. Anyone would be. Anyone who said otherwise was a goddamn liar. With a sigh, I turned around and let myself back into my house. I could go by the vet's and check myself, but I still had to dry my hair and get to work on time since I was opening the art store today. Eeeeee! That was the exact noise my brain made as I headed back into my room to blow-dry my hair. It was like all the air was being sucked out of my brain and funneled out through my ears or something, because the realization that I had to call Isaac, no matter what, was soul-crushing. Sure, I could go by at lunch, but that made me a horrible person. Besides, I promised I'd call, and unlike half the guys I'd ever met in my life, I kept my word. I know. I was a rare breed. Well, I kept it unless I forgot. Instead of just calling Isaac and getting it over and done with, I delayed the inevitable and picked up my hairdryer. 20 minutes later, I'd successfully tamed my apparently enviably thick hair into something that didn't look like a rat's nest. Seriously, everyone wanted thick hair until they molted enough to make their very own cousin It in the shower. Unless someone was going to send me the Gomez Adams to go with it, I was never going to like the fur ball that left my scalp every time I washed my hair. Thank God I wasn't a cat. That's all I was saying. I ran the flat iron through my hair until it no longer looked like I'd stuck my fingers through a power outlet, then used it to make loose curls that fell over my shoulders. It took me a few more minutes to do my makeup, but as soon as that was done, I stopped and stared at my phone. This was it, the moment of truth. I would have to deal with the outcome later. Swallowing hard, I picked up my phone and dialed Isaac's number. I hung up quickly before it could even ring and threw my phone on the bed. Nope, couldn't do it. Jesus, I had no choice. What was wrong with me? I retrieved it from its burrow in my unmade bed and called him again. This time it rang 3 times before the line clicked, and there was a deep "hello" rumbling in my ear. "Hi, Isaac. It's, Hannah." "Good morning," he said brightly, his accent tingling parts of me that had no business tingling this early in the morning. "How are you?" "Extremely uncomfortable." "Hi, fine, thanks." I mumbled down the line before clearing my throat. How's Lucifer?" "Much better," Isaac replied to the sound of some shuffling. "The meds are already clearing his congestion, and he's eating as I'd expect him to. We gave him a full check-over, and he's otherwise completely healthy." I relaxed, my shoulders sagging as relief swept over me. A part of the tension that had been tightening my neck loosened. "That's good to know. When can I have him back?" "I thought he's not your kitten." "He's not." I paused. "I'm just, "Yeah, I know." He chuckled. "You can come by and get him, or I can bring him back with me tonight and drop him off. Do you have a cat box?" What now?" "A cat carrier. Something to take him home in?" "Oh, no. No, I don't have one. I haven't taken him anywhere yet. I can get one, though, and—" "Don't worry about it. He's quite happy here being fussed over by the vet techs in the back. I'll bring him over tonight." I swallowed. "Sure. Okay. That would be great. When do you finish work?" 4:30. "I'll bring him by around 6. Does that work?" "No, it'll never work." "Sure," I lied. "Thanks. I appreciate it." I did not appreciate it. "It's no bother. It's not like you're out of my way." Another rumbling laugh. "My next appointment is here. I'll see you later." "Yeah, see you." My voice faded out at the same time the line did, and I turned my head to look in the mirror. How the hell was I supposed to look that man in the eye?
Chapter 5. Isaac. Oh, bollocks. I didn't have a patient. I wasn't even close to having a patient. I wasn't even supposed to bloody well be at work this early. But an emergency had brought me in, and it wasn't worth going home. Now I was glad of that. If anyone would have told me that Hannah was my number neighbour a week ago, I'd have told them to bugger off. That was the most unlikely outcome of the weird yet sexy scenario I'd found myself in for the past several evenings. Hannah. My hot, hilarious neighbour. If I'd been attracted to her before, that had increased tenfold. Of course, I'd never moved to do anything about it. It had been less than a year since I'd broken up with my ex, and I'd thrown myself into work ever since. Not to mention that nobody wanted to date and potentially dump their neighbour. You'd be fucked if you needed a cup of sugar from the girl whose heart you'd broken. Assuming I would have broken her heart. I wasn't really a heartbreaker, despite what the vet techs here would tell you. They were also all older than me, bar one tech, so I was pretty sure they were just screwing around with me. Maybe? Nobody could ever tell with these ladies. I blew out a long breath and gripped the edge of the exam table. I dropped my head down to stare at the cold blue tiles on the floor, shutting my eyes. I couldn't believe this was happening. I had no bloody idea how I'd kept my cool in that phone call. When the oh-so-familiar number flashed on the screen, I hadn't even realised why I recognised the unsaved number until I'd already answered, and it was too late. Hearing her voice. Fuck. That was all I had for it. Fuck. How was I supposed to see her later without my dick getting hard? How was I supposed to look her in the damn eye with the knowledge that she liked it on her knees with her hair being pulled? How was I supposed to resist the temptation to do exactly that? Those were three very, very good questions indeed. This was an unprecedented situation. It wasn't like I wasn't used to working under pressure. This job wasn't all puppy belly rubs and fluffy kittens. It did have a dark, stressful side, and I'd long learned to manage my stress levels and expectations. But I didn't think knowing how to keep my cool during an emergency operation on a Great Dane would help me here. If I knew Hannah was my number neighbour and sexting buddy, she knew it too. She knew she'd been texting me, and she knew that before I did. Was she losing her mind like I was? I wouldn't say I knew her particularly well, not enough to comment on her state of mind at the very least, but I hoped she was. If she wasn't, I needed to know how the hell she was doing it. I had to bring it up. How the fuck could I not? How the fuck could I look her in the eye and not tell her that I knew exactly how she wanted to be fucked? Quite easily, in theory. In actuality, it wasn't going to happen. There was no way I was going to leave Hannah's house tonight without telling her I knew that she wanted to be put on her knees and fucked within an inch of her life while her arse was gripped and her hair was pulled. That she wanted to pull a guy right out of the shower and suck his cock. I rubbed my hand down my face. I needed to get those thoughts out of my head, and fast. There was no way I'd be able to focus today if I didn't stop thinking. I shrugged off any thoughts of her and headed to the back room where all our overnight animals were just starting to wake up. I wasn't surprised at all to see Lucifer wide awake and pawing at the front of the crate, meowing his little head off. I paused at him for a moment, let him sniff my hand, then poked one of my fingers through the bars to scratch the side of his face. When he was suitably attended to, although still meowing for food, I moved along the line, giving everyone a look over. There were more cats than dogs today, and I stopped to see Luna, the silver Maine Coon who'd been spayed yesterday afternoon. She purred the moment she saw me, and a quick glance at the wound showed it was healing nicely and she could go home today. Mila, the dark-nosed ragdoll kitten in the crate next to her, was in the same situation, although she was a lot more miserable in her cone than Luna was. Blue, Mila's brother, was next to her, but not because he'd had his balls snipped. Nope. He'd eaten a piece of dry pasta that I hoped he would pass this morning so he could leave with his sister. After seeing Delilah, a terrier mix who'd gotten in a fight with a bulldog in the dog park, I checked in on Bruno, a Great Dane puppy who'd also eaten something he had no business eating. Animals. Anyone would think their owners never ever fed them, especially if they heard Lucifer's caterwauling right now. And I knew he'd been fed, because I'd done it myself the moment we got here. I shook my head and asked the tech not to feed the greedy little bugger, assuring her he'd already eaten an adequate amount of food, then walked through to reception. There I updated Joy on everything and asked her to make the necessary calls after 9 a.m. With her agreement, I returned to my exam room and stared at my phone, sitting where I'd left it on the table. If I was going to stop thinking about Hannah, I was going to need to spend every second of this shift with the animals. I pocketed my phone and went right to the back where the animals were, including a still meowing Lucifer. In you get. I put the carrier with Lucifer in on the front seat of my car and strapped it in place, then put his medicine down in the centre console. You never knew when he needed to do an emergency stop, and this little critter was a noisy little bastard as it was. I didn't need him screeching and the box going flying into my windscreen if an arsehole pulled out on me. With him secure, but still meowing, of course, I got in the driver's side and started the engine. My brain was going 1,000,000 miles an hour, whirring like mad. It was like a tornado going through my mind, obliterating all thoughts that weren't of Hannah and what the bloody hell I was going to do now. I had to tell her I knew. She had to know that I knew regardless. If she'd saved my number the way I had hers, it would come up immediately when she'd called. Fuck. If I'd known, would I have given her my number? I didn't know. This was such a fucking weird situation. One that I never imagined I'd be in, so I didn't really have an answer for it. A part of me thought I would, that no matter what, I would have eventually given my neighbour my number, even if it was for matters of neighbourly issues. That's what I was going to tell myself. I hadn't quite imagined she'd ever get it like this. I also wanted to know what the odds were that our numbers would be the same with the final digit 1 number removed. I put my life savings on it being less than 1 in a billion. Think about it. All the phone numbers in the United States and 2 neighbours having almost identical phone numbers. Oi. Ignoring Lucifer's mewling, I could swear that kitten was a Victorian schoolteacher in a previous life, I hit my indicator to show that I was turning right and made the turn before the lights changed. I drove the rest of the way back home doing the best I could to not fucking think about Hannah and what was to come. I wasn't very good at it, that was for sure. I pulled into my driveway and parked. Hannah's drive was clear, so she wasn't home yet. I was a little surprised by that, since she said she finished earlier than me, but she'd probably run to the store. Maybe to buy a cat carrier, because God only knew she was the most unprepared cat owner ever. Sorry, not a cat owner. That was what she was calling herself, at least. I'd be damned if this kitten ended up with anyone other than her. I scooped Lucifer's medicine out of the centre console, then grabbed the box with the cat in it. I carried both into the house and set the carrier down by the front door. Hopefully Hannah wouldn't be too long, because I didn't really want this little terror running all over my house. I only had a limited amount of litter and food here that I kept in the basement for emergencies, and this little guy had proven that he could eat for England. I put the medicine down on the counter and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, then leaned back against the kitchen island to drink it. I was tired, and all the muscles in my shoulders were in knots. I wanted to go to bed, but I had to get this over and done with. I also didn't want to have Lucifer trying to climb my bedroom wall again at 2:30 a.m. Thankfully, I'd already planned to redecorate before he decided to help me. I finished the water and crushed the bottle, looking up just as Hannah's car crawled past my window. Awesome. I grabbed hold of the medicine and the cat box, and after waiting a minute, headed out just as she was getting out of her car. Her long, dark hair was pulled into a ponytail on top of her head, and it swished around her face as she straightened out. "Stupid hair," she muttered, batting at her hair. She looked over the top of her car and met my eyes, freezing as she did so. Red crept up her cheeks, and she took a step back from the car. Hi. Hey, Isaac." I bit back a laugh at her awkwardness. "Hey, good day." Not bad. I have your cat." I held up the box. "And his medicine." "Oh, Sure. She locked her car and walked around it. Put it on the porch and I'll take him in. Or I can just take him in for you. No, it's fine. I can manage. Hannah, don't you think we need to talk? She cleared her throat and, with a sigh, said, Honestly, I can't think of anything I want to do less right now. My lips twitched. So you're just going to ignore all this? That's the plan. We're not ignoring it. I said I was going to ignore it. You're free to address it, but it'll be a terribly boring one-sided conversation. Bloody hell, woman, I don't remember you being this argumentative over text. Well, then you can text me instead. So you can ignore that too? Yes. She pulled 2 grocery bags out of the trunk and slammed it shut, then met my eyes with her eyebrows raised. I thought I'd made that perfectly clear already. Hannah, if you don't stop saying my name in that damn accent of yours, I'm going to come over there and beat you with my baguette. I paused, frowning slightly. How the hell else am I supposed to say your name? Not at all. You texted me first. She pursed her lips as she approached the house. I'll be back for Lucifer in a moment. You're being unreasonable. No, I'm not. Do you know what unreasonable means? Are you patronizing me? She put the bags down outside the door and turned with her hands on her hips. No, I'm just seeing how long I can keep you talking after you said you were going to ignore me. Once again, her lips pursed, and she hit me with a dark look. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she turned, gathering her bags, and stormed into her house. I picked up the cat box and followed her inside. I could wait for an invitation, but since she wasn't talking to me, I highly doubted that one would be forthcoming. Sometimes you had to take matters into your own hands. I took Lucifer inside, shutting the front door behind me. He mewled inside the carrier, but I didn't let him out because I didn't know what rules Hannah had in place. Besides, I think me being in her house would piss her off enough right now. I followed her into the kitchen where she was just turning around. She froze when she saw me, her mouth opening as if she was about to say something. She snapped it shut quickly and dropped her gaze toward the cat box. I thought I'd bring him in for you. I set the box down on the floor and put the medicine bag on the kitchen island. The anti-inflammatory is the one in the little bottle. Put 2 drops on his food once a day. The sachet is the decongestant. Use a pinch of it on his food once a day again. I recommend not to use them together in the same meal, so 1 at breakfast and 1 at lunch. It doesn't really matter which way around. She looked at the bag, then at me. Her throat bobbed when she swallowed, and she whispered, How much do I owe you? I shook my head, pushing the bag closer to her. Nothing. You're doing a good thing taking him in. I paid for it. Hannah folded her arms across her chest and looked around the room, at anywhere other than where I was standing. Or that was how it felt. You can thank me, you know, but I won't take it personally if you don't. She sighed. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. There, see? That wasn't so hard, was it? I grinned, then knelt down and opened the cat box, letting Lucifer out. It wasn't, but we're still not talking about the texts. She bent down and gave Lucifer some love before she stood back up and dove her hand into one of the grocery bags. I mean it, Isaac. I don't want to talk about it. I took a page out of her book and sighed, putting my hands in my pockets. I get that. I do. But we can't just ignore the fact that it happened. We either need to draw a line so we can move forward, whichever way that is. She put a packet of spiral pasta on the island and looked at me with one eyebrow quirked. What do you mean by that? I assumed we'd agreed to never talk about it again. You aren't curious at all? Curious about what? How much ice you need to make a bucket of margaritas? I drawled, smirking when she shot me a dark look. What do you think I'm talking about? Wow, you weren't this much of an ass in the texts. Well, I didn't have time. Apparently I was too busy texting you about slapping your arse. Her cheeks flushed again. Can we not? She practically dug her head in the grocery bag and pulled out a bag of cat biscuits. At the sound of the biscuits rattling, Lucifer's head perked up, and a loud, pleading meow interrupted the conversation. Hannah peered down at him. "I highly doubt you're hungry, mister." Actually, he probably is. Either that or he's been unnecessarily harassing my vet techs all day for extra food. He's a little flirt. She side-eyed me as she grabbed the stainless steel bowl. "He's obviously spent a lot of time with you today, then." I laughed, finally pulling my hands out of my pockets. "No, he's been in the back charming my vet techs, like I said." "You said unnecessarily harassing." She put the bowl down and moved before Lucifer could use her foot as a chair. "That is not the same thing as charming." "You don't have much experience with cats, do you?" "What on earth does that have to do with this? On no universe are charming and harassment even remotely the same." I sighed. "You have a lot to learn about cats." "I don't need to learn anything about cats. He's not my kitten." "Ah, do you regularly feed other people's kittens?" She gripped the edge of the island. "You're annoying me, and I think you should leave now." "And do what? Text you tonight?" "You cannot seriously think we're going to pick that nonsense back up." I said nothing. "Wait, no. You're insane." She pointed a packet of spaghetti at me. "Totally insane, Isaac. I didn't even want to do it in the first place. I was blackmailed into it." "Every good sexting story starts with a little blackmail. I have no idea if you're joking about that or not." I shrugged one shoulder. "Maybe, maybe not." "You're infuriating," she replied, putting jars and cans in the cupboard behind her. "We're not doing that anymore. I never would have done it if I had any idea you were on the other end." "Why? Because now I know all your dirty little fantasies?"
Chapter 6. Hannah. Help me, Jesus. "You don't know all my dirty little fantasies," I replied nonchalantly. What? That was the truth. And thank God he didn't know. That was the last thing I needed. Like this conversation wasn't awkward enough. Despite my best efforts, I'd been kind of coerced into this little chat. I wasn't happy about it, and I wasn't sure my cheeks would ever stop burning from the embarrassment of this whole situation. I was starting to question whether this was even real or not. It was the setup to a cheesy rom-com movie, not real life. I sighed and glanced down at Lucifer. Clearly, this conversation was going to happen, so I pulled out one of the stools at the island and sat down. "Well, talk," I said, meeting his eyes. "Say what you want to say." Isaac smirked and leaned against the counter, eyes on me. "I think I've been pretty clear to this point, to be honest. Aren't you curious about it?" "About what?" "Are you being this dense on purpose?" "Maybe." "Look," he said, pushing off and coming over to the island. He flattened his large tanned hands on the island countertop and leaned forward, his green gaze pinning me in place. "You know exactly what I mean. Aren't you curious about the texts? If they were to be real?" My eyebrows shot up so fast they almost went into orbit. "If it were to be real? Are you saying what I think you're saying?" "Don't tell me you haven't thought about it since you realized who you'd been texting." It was all I'd thought about." "All right then, I won't." "Hannah." He blew out a breath. "If you're not attracted to me, just say. Then this whole conversation goes away." That was the easy option. I could stop it right now. In fact, I opened my mouth with every intention of doing just that. "Have you ever met anyone who isn't attracted to you?" was what actually came out of my mouth. His lips pulled to one side. "Yes, there's a large number of gay women and straight men who don't find me attractive in the slightest. You're a real smartass, aren't you?" "Takes one to know one." "Don't be so childish," I huffed, getting up and picking up Lucifer's bowl now that he was done eating. "You can joke all you like, but you're the one who demanded this conversation." He rolled his eyes, but I got the feeling it was more for show than anything else. I didn't demand anything. You can't seriously think we're going to ignore this. Again, I said I would ignore it. You're a lot of work, Hannah. So are you, Isaac. Don't say my name. Why? I can assure you it's not nearly as distracting as when you say my name. He quirked one eyebrow. You like it when I say your name? Danger, danger, danger. I didn't say that. I said it was distracting, I said quickly. Stop twisting my words. I'm not doing anything of the kind. I mean it when I say I'll grab you by the balls and kick you out. You'll grab me by the balls. I might like that. I slapped my hand against the island. Stop that. I can't help it. If I knew winding you up was this fun, I'd have chatted you up months ago. I folded my arms across my chest. If you're proposing that we sleep together, you're going about it the wrong way. Actually, I was trying to goad you into proposing it, so my reputation as a gentleman remains intact. Gentlemen don't send dirty text messages to strangers. Ah, but I didn't. His grin was lopsided. I was sending them to you. But you didn't know that at the time. Semantics. Are you aware this conversation is going absolutely nowhere? I am. I'm also aware that by your own admission, there's plenty of other things you could be doing with your mouth right now. I raised an eyebrow. You're right. I could be eating. He paused, then burst out laughing. That wasn't what I was going for. I know exactly what you were going for. I laughed with him. But I'm not playing those games with you. This is awkward enough without us actually having sex. I disagree. What if it's bad? I held out my hands. What if it's only bad for one of us? We see each other almost daily. Ah, yes, those long romantic walks to the post box. What in God's name is the post box? Where the post goes. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. The mailbox, he said wryly. It's a post box in the UK. I did a double take. Why would you call the mailbox a post box? Because the post box is where the post goes. Isaac stopped. You're looking at me like I'm reading you a Chinese takeaway menu in French. What's a takeaway? He brought his hands to his head and massaged his temples, briefly shutting his eyes. I knew I should have gone back to England. Seriously, what's a takeaway? Takeout, Hannah. It's what you weirdos call takeout. I take offense at being called a weirdo. You're the weird one. You're in America. Speak American. Why the bloody hell would I speak American? The language is called English. Because American English, I said. Isn't that obvious? You lose an argument the moment you say English, he replied, shaking his head. You can't argue with an English person about the English language. I don't know how to talk to you. I shook my head just like he had and stood up. It's like running in circles all the time. Isaac grinned. It's like that talking to you, too. I rolled my eyes and nudged him out of the way so I could get to the wine in the fridge. I think we're done here. Do you? I wouldn't have said it otherwise. I was being sarcastic, Hannah. I know. I chose to ignore it. You're not very good at it. I pulled a wine glass from the cupboard. Do you want one? With a nod, he said, I'm not very good at sarcasm. Do you have much experience with British people? We created sarcasm. This town isn't exactly full of Brits, I replied, pouring the 2 glasses of wine. I screwed the cap back on the bottle and set it down, then handed Isaac his. I probably hadn't thought this through very well. Drinking was why I was in this mess in the first place. God damn it. I nodded for him to follow me through into the living room and took a seat on my sofa. Isaac took the armchair, settling himself in and adjusting the collar of his dark blue shirt. He really was unfairly handsome. The shirt played off his lightly tanned skin to perfection, illuminating his eyes in a way I could only dream of with makeup. Men really did have it easy. I dragged my gaze away from his sculpted stubbled jaw and into the middle of my glass. It was actually preferable to looking at him. I wasn't imagining kissing him if I wasn't looking at him. In theory. What would it be like to kiss him? He had deliciously full lips that just looked so soft. The kind of soft I'd have to apply 3 layers of chapstick to make mine look half as good. Ugh. Men had it easy. Women had it rough. I scratched my boob as discreetly as possible and sipped my wine. I just wanted this to end. I had no idea what he was going to suggest now that we'd talked an awful lot about not a lot at all. I couldn't believe he'd brought up actually having sex. I never thought that would be something he'd suggest. I never thought he'd actually be attracted to me because he'd only ever been my neighbor. Just that. Nothing more. In fact, he'd only ever been as polite to me as he'd been to Mrs. Keeley, my other neighbor. The problem? I liked talking to him. It was fun. He was fun. I'd laughed more in the last 20 minutes than I had all day, and that was what scared me. Catching feelings for your hot British neighbor you'd been sexting for the past few days didn't exactly scream, "Great idea." I hit a sigh and a sip of wine and put the glass on the coffee table. I wasn't lying when I said I had no idea how to talk to Isaac. I never had, and I was sure as shit I never would. Especially right now. I wasn't exactly the most confident person in the world. I never had been, and it was the kind of thing I doubted I ever would be. Unfortunately, I was faced with a situation where I had to have some balls in order to handle it. I was a little short on balls. The cat had plenty, both attached to him and under the sofa, but I didn't have those. Either. None attached and none under the sofa. That I knew of. "You're doing a good job of ignoring me," Isaac said after several minutes of silence. "Is there a reason for it?" I huffed and looked at him. "What do you think? I haven't exactly been secretive about the fact I don't want to discuss the whole texting thing." He groaned. "Not this again. Hannah, I told you. All you have to do is tell me you're not attracted to me and it all goes away." "But I can't do that," I admitted. "I am attracted to you. I'd have to be fucking insane not to be. I wish I wasn't. Believe me." His lips twitched. "So what's the problem?" "We've been over this. I'm not going to repeat myself 1,000 times." Isaac held up his hands. "Okay, I respect that. You do? What? Do you think I'm going to come over there and kiss the shit out of you just to make you want to sleep with me?" I shrugged a shoulder. "I don't know. Maybe. Do you want me to?" "I didn't say that." Isaac picked up his wineglass from the table and finished it, then put it back down. "When you're ready to talk about this, both the text and our mutual attraction, let me know." I bit the inside of my cheek as he got up and left the living room, pausing in the doorway to bend down to give Lucifer some attention. His ass stretched against his black pants. It was really annoying. He straightened up and walked to the front door. I knew I should have stood up and called for him, maybe followed him out to finish the conversation, but I didn't know what to say. I didn't think there was anything I could say. Nothing I wanted to say right now, at least. I picked up my glass and cradled it to my chest. My front door opened, then closed, leaving me sitting in silence. I closed my lips around the rim of my glass and sat there, staring at the door he'd just walked through. Had I made a terrible decision? What would one time hurt? Would it hurt? Was it worth the risk? I didn't know. Would I ever know? It wasn't this complicated in the movies. I put my wineglass down and got up, tossing the closest cushion out of my way. I almost tripped over Lucifer on my way to the front door, but it wasn't the kitten that stopped me. It was the fact that Isaac was standing in front of my door, inside my house. "What the—" I froze. "I thought you left." "I thought you might follow me." "What if I hadn't? How would you have left?" "Hidden until you went to bed and climbed out the window." He smirked, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I gave him a flat look. Very funny. Why are you still here? Like I said, I thought you might follow me. He stepped away from the door, toward me, and approached me slowly. I took a bit of a risk. I'll say. Think about it, Hannah. Think about it. One night. He reached over and ran his thumb along the curve of my jaw. It wouldn't be the end of the world, and I can tell you this. It wouldn't be bad. For me or for you. I raised an eyebrow. You don't know that for sure. Isaac swept his hand down to cup my chin and close the remaining distance between us. Just when I thought he was going to speak, he lowered his face and touched his lips to mine. Fireworks exploded across my skin at the touch. It was so unexpected, so unreal, that all I could do was stand in front of him and be kissed. I was completely at his mercy in this moment, even more so when he grabbed my hip and pulled my body flush against his. I settled my hands on his toned arms and leaned into the kiss. It wasn't like I could do anything else. My brain wasn't firing on any cylinders, never mind all of them. I was consumed by the sensation of his full lips moving across mine, and it took me longer than I cared to admit to realize I was kissing him right back. His lips swept over mine with an ease of a man who knew what he was doing, but the firmness of someone who wanted to take it further. His tongue flicked against my lower lip teasingly, as if it were begging me to open my mouth and deepen the kiss. Somehow, I resisted. Only just. I exhaled when he pulled away, leaving my lips feeling cold and lonely without his touch. Don't forget what I said. 2 drops of the medicine in the morning, a pinch of the powder with lunch. Wait, what? I blinked at the space where he just was, and I'd only just focused both my gaze and my brain when the door swung shut. This time, he really had left. And, of course, he'd been talking about Lucifer's medicine. I touched my fingertips to my lips and ran my teeth over the lower one, tugging at the skin at the side. Isaac had kissed me. I'd just kissed Isaac. Butterflies went crazy inside my tummy, and I felt like a teenage girl who'd just discovered her crush liked her too. I had no idea what to do with this feeling, so I just stood there like a freaking idiot in my hallway, staring at the front door. Jesus, I breathed after a long moment. I shook my head to clear my brain of the fog that settled there. I needed to get my shit together, or I'd be in pieces within hours. I locked the front door so Isaac couldn't play any more appearing tricks, then went back into the living room. Lucifer was now curled up in the spot I'd been sitting in, and a glance at the clock told me it was probably a good time to brush my teeth and watch Netflix in bed, because I had nothing else to do tonight. And absolutely, positively, totally not sexed Isaac. That was not going to happen. I turned everything off in the living room, and after checking Lucifer had fresh water, I went upstairs where I went through the motions of my bedtime routine. Teeth, makeup removal, face washing, pants removal. Climbing into bed, I snuggled under the covers and turned on my TV, then reached for my phone. There was an unread message, and I didn't need to tap the notification to know who it was from. No sexting, I repeated to myself inside my head. Keep your hands out of your pants, Hannah. I opened the text and laughed out loud. Isaac. Kissing you wasn't the best idea. Now I feel like I need to sext you. Me. Not happening, buddy. Isaac. I know. Can I come back over? Me. I thought you were a gentleman. Isaac. I am. My hard-on is not. I laughed again, rolling onto my front so I could type easier without the worry I dropped my phone on my face. We'd all done it, okay? Me. Your hard-on is your problem. Isaac. It's your fault. Me. Still your problem. Me. Also, this is venturing dangerously close to sexting. Go away. Isaac. You're a hard woman to please. Do you know that? Me. I'm actually quite easy to please, as long as you know what spot to hit. Isaac. Now who's getting dangerously close to sexting? Me. get your mind out of the gutter. I was talking about pizza. Isaac. How does what you said even remotely relate to pizza? Me. It's all in the interpretation. Isaac. And you think I'm difficult to talk to? Bloody hell. Me. You are difficult to talk to. Isaac. You've had one conversation with me, and for half of it you weren't even talking to me. Me. It's a skill of mine. Me. What do you want me to do? Crawl out of bed and come and have a conversation over the backyard fence? Isaac. Don't be daft. Me. Don't be daft? What does that mean? Isaac. Fuck me. We're going to need a translator. I responded with a string of middle finger emojis. Isaac. It means don't be stupid. Besides, I have a boner. I don't think seeing you in person is a good idea right now. Me. I think I'll take that as a compliment. Isaac. You can take it however you want. I don't mind giving it to you. Me. Isaac. Isaac. I'm talking about compliments, and you think my mind is in the gutter? Jesus. Me. I'm going to need to move house. Isaac. You won't move. Me. How do you know? Isaac. Because nobody else in this town will rescue you when you have a vet emergency late at night, or give you free meds for the kitten that isn't your kitten. Me. That is a very valid point. Isaac. If I knew bribing women with free meds for their animals would endear them to me, I would have done that a long time ago. Me. Please. All you have to do is walk in and you endear them to you. Isaac. Look at that. A compliment. I feel very privileged. Me. You're insane. Isaac. I am. Now stop texting me. Me. You texted first. Why should I stop? Isaac. So I can reread our older texts and get rid of this erection. Me. Oh, hell no. He didn't reply. Me. Isaac. Still nothing. Me. I am highly uncomfortable right now. Isaac. Have you ever had an erection you can't get rid of? That's fucking uncomfortable, Hannah. Me. Wow, did you finish already? This is why we shouldn't sleep together. Isaac. No, I did not finish. I didn't even start. Your text messages ruined my scrolling. Me. I can't believe you're even considering it. Isaac. What? It's that, or I go get myself off in the shower while imagining you in there with me. Me. That is such a teenage boy thing to say. Isaac. Must I reference my erection again? Me. You know what? Go do the shower thing. But you should know that I have terrible balance, and I'm more likely to slip and fall in the middle of a shower fuck, thus snapping your penis straight off. Isaac. It's worth the risk. Me. You're unbelievable. Isaac. In bed? I'm unbelievable in bed. Me. Don't you have to go jerk off? Go away. Isaac. I'll let you know how you are in the shower. Me. I appreciate the heads up. Isaac. I'm sure you'll be fantastic. Me. This is getting weird. Isaac. I know. I was wondering how weird I could make it. Me. This is how weird you can make it. He replied with 2 lines of the laughing face emoji. Isaac. Talk to you later, Hannah. Me. If we must. Isaac. We must. You should know that I'm not giving up on making those text messages a reality. We will fuck for real. Me. We'll see. Isaac. You're right. We will. Chapter 7. Hannah. I'm too old for this. No, that's the wrong screw. You know that. Grandma Jen frowned and looked at the screw. No, it's the right size. I measured it. You measured it in inches, I told her, tapping the tape measure. They're clearly measured in millimeters. I leaned over and grabbed the correct screw for the part of the outdoor sofa I was putting together. then picked up the screwdriver before she did something stupid like poke out her own eye. "I don't know why you invited me over. All you've done is whine like a little bitch." I glared at her. "Actually, I didn't invite you. You showed up, remember?" Grandma tilted her head to the side. "So I did. I really should call first." "I agree," I muttered, reaching for the next piece of sofa. Thank God it was hot out today. The last thing I needed was Grandma inside my house while I was trying to build my new outdoor furniture. I'd only waited 6 weeks for the damn sofa set to be delivered. In hindsight, I wish I'd had to wait a little more since she was here, apparently helping me. She and I had very different definitions of the word helping. Spoiler alert, mine was the correct one. "Can you pass the screws, please?" "Which ones?" "Never mind." I crawled across the grass to the bit of cardboard where the screws were sitting and grabbed the 2 I needed. I put one in my mouth between my teeth so I didn't lose it and crawled back over. "That's not the sight I was expecting when I took the rubbish out." I froze at the sound of Isaac's voice, mostly because I was wearing a dress and there was every chance he'd just seen right up it. God damn it, I wasn't even wearing my good panties. Grandma's head snapped around. "What's rubbish?" I bit my lower lip so I didn't laugh, but I sat down next to the sofa and looked over the fence at Isaac. He held up the trash bag by way of an answer. "That's trash," Grandma said, a very teenage-like tone of duh in her voice. "Don't," I said quickly. "She's even more stubborn than I am." "I think you mean strong-willed," Grandma replied, shooting me a look that told me to be quiet. "Who are you?" she directed at Isaac. "Isaac Cooper, Ma'am. Hannah's neighbor." "Well, I assumed as much. Why else would you be taking trash out if you didn't live there?" "Be nice," I muttered to her, picking up the screwdriver. "That's an excellent point." The sound of the bag being dropped into a metal trash can punctuated his words. "What are you doing over there?" "Building a shuttle so we can beat NASA and that electric car guy to the moon," Grandma replied. "What does it look like we're doing, child?" "Grandma, stop being rude," I scolded her. She scoffed. "It's like you don't know me at all." Another excellent point from the crazy lady in lime green leggings. Something my grandmother should never, ever wear again, for the record. I was all for personal expression, but not when it scarred the general public. Or me. Mostly me. "I'm building a new sofa for the back porch," I replied, looking over at Isaac. "Or trying to. My elf isn't very helpful." "I heard that," Grandma said, reaching for her tumbler full of mojito that she swore was just lemon cordial. She was fooling nobody. Also, it was 11 in the morning. I probably should have taken that off her already. Where did she even get the mojito? "Don't you have a drill?" Isaac asked, leaning right over the fence and surveying the mess of my grass. "That's gonna take you forever with a screwdriver and an Allen key." "I don't know what an Allen key is." He chuckled. "Wait there. I'll get my toolbox and help you." "Aren't you working today?" I yelled after him. "Nope, it's your lucky day." I blew out a long breath. I doubted that very much. "Who is he?" Grandma asked. "He looks like the hero in our new book we're reading, Seducing the Duke." "Seducing the Duke? Are you all bored of BDSM novels now?" I tightened the screw I'd been working on. "That sounds awfully historical." Grandma sighed. "Evelyn found this stupid reading challenge on the internet. Pin something." "Pinterest?" "I don't care, dear." Of course she didn't. "All right, carry on." "Anyway, she brought it in and Kathleen thought it was a wonderful idea. Anyway, Eve had her grandson printed out. Then we blindfolded Lil and made her choose one." "Oh, Jesus." "No, dear, he wasn't around to help me or he'd have burned the damn thing." "So that's how you're reading a book that isn't fully kinky." It's a perfectly good story, don't get me wrong. But I feel like she'd seduced him a lot faster if she used her stockings to tie the Duke to the bed. Just at that moment, Isaac arrived.
I'm not even going to ask why you're tying a Duke to a bed with stockings.
Book club, I explained. Grandma and her friends have a weekly book club. They like to read, kinky books, she said brightly with a big old smile. We read sex books. That was one way to put it. Not the way I was going for, but okay.
Interesting,
Isaac said, sitting down near me and picking up the instructions. You look like the hero in the book we're reading now, she went on, oblivious to everything else. It's a bit vanilla for my taste, but I've read worse.
You read the obituaries for fun, Grandma. Of course you've read worse.
Isaac raised an eyebrow. I need to check the dead people out of my phone book.
You don't have a phone book. You don't have any friends outside Lil, Evelyn, and Kathleen.
Grandma tapped her finger against her lips. You know, I'm not even sure I like those three most days.
I rubbed my temples. There we go, then.
I only check the obituaries so I know when my time is up. It's coming, you know.
I'm sure it is, I said dryly, then looked at Isaac. Will your drill work? Yup, this won't take long to put together. I liked his confidence. God only knew I'd spent an hour on it already and not gotten very far at all. I handed him the things he needed while he wasted absolutely no time putting everything together. He was right. The drill really worked. Within half an hour, the sofas were built, and Grandma had already taken occupation of the two-seater one. She'd swapped her mojito for a cup of coffee and was currently eating her way through my last packet of Doritos, and leaving orange dust all over my new cream cushions, because she was apparently 5 years old.
So, Isaac, what do you do? Grandma asked, licking her fingers.
I'm a vet, he replied, cradling his own mug, but his was tea and not coffee.
Oh, does that mean you're a doctor?
For animals.
Damn it.
He was smart, I'd give him that. Quick, too.
Are you busy tomorrow night? Grandma asked. I've taken up a new art class at the local college, and I think you'd be a perfect fit.
I had a bad feeling about this. Why did I have a bad feeling about this? Oh, probably because it was Grandma, and nothing good came from her little ideas. Isaac glanced at me. I'm not really an arty kind of person.
Oh, you wouldn't need to paint, dear. You'd be the model. It's a nude art class.
And that'd be the reason for the bad feeling. Grandma leaned forward, her eyes sparkling.
We paint naked men.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, well, I'm very flattered, Isaac said, but I do have plans tomorrow night. She frowned.
Doing what? What are you doing?
With me, I said quickly. He has plans with me. Why did I say that? Why the hell did I say that? What was wrong with me? Grandma looked as shocked as I felt.
What's he doing with you?
Dinner, Isaac said. I helped her out with the kitten, and she's thanking me by buying me dinner. I was?
Is it a date? Grandma asked, looking between us. Because I have a list of people who I think would be suitable for her, and you're not on it.
Grandma, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to play matchmaker for me. I slammed my hand against the sofa.
Stop it.
Isaac grinned lopsidedly. It's a date if she wants it to be. I wouldn't say no. I blushed. I was not going to discuss this in front of my grandmother. She was a menace as it was. She didn't need to have her nose any deeper into my business. Seriously, if she got any deeper, she'd come out in the middle of the Chinese government building. They could keep her, to be perfectly honest. I'd live a few more years if they did. It's not a date, I said firmly. Just me being a good person. Grandma snorted. That'll be the day. I glared at her as she stood and grabbed her oversized electric blue purse from the floor. "Think about it," she said to Isaac. "There's a nice young woman at the art class. You'd like her." Grandma winked and left without bothering to say goodbye to me, as usual. "Don't listen to her," I said the moment she left. "That nice young woman is probably at least 50. Isaac laughed, putting his mug on the table. "I have no intentions of being a model for a pensioner's nude art class, or any art class." Reassuring. The last thing I need is to go to my grandmother's house for dinner and see a dreadfully drawn naked image of you hanging over the dining table. Would she do that? The woman reads BDSM fiction. What do you think? Fair point. He grinned. "So, about dinner tomorrow night." I groaned, getting up and collecting our empty mugs from the table. "Don't. I don't know why I said that. It just came out. It's your subconscious. You know you want to go out with me. You're super cocky today, do you know that?" I shot him a look over my shoulder and walked inside to the kitchen. He followed me. "Come on, one dinner. That's not going to kill you, is it?" "I don't know. Are you cooking?" "It's supposed to be your treat, remember?" "Hey, I didn't agree to that. You said it." I put the mugs into the sink and turned around. He was right in front of me, almost as close as he'd been last night right before he kissed me. I swallowed, leaning back against the counter as far as I possibly could to put some distance between us. God only knew my heart was already beating a little faster than before just from him being so close. "Have dinner with me. We don't have to go out anywhere if you're worried about being seen with me." I folded my arms over my chest. "Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Have you met the people in this town? They're all gossips. We'd be married by next week." "So we'll eat in." "Why are you so determined to have dinner with me?" He sighed and held out his hands. "I'm attracted to you, Hannah. I told you that. I have been for a long time. I'm asking you to have dinner with me, not suit up and take over New York City." I paused for dramatic effect. I might be more excited about putting on a ninja outfit and taking over a city, to be honest. "How about we do dinner first, then plot our takeover of various cities around the world?" "I have always wanted to go to London. Can you show me around?" He smirked. "No, I've never been to London." "But you're British." "Well observed, love," he said dryly. "You do know there's more to England and indeed the United Kingdom than just London, don't you?" I blew out a long breath and waved my hand. "Of course I do." He looked at me as if he didn't believe me at all. "Well, dinner?" "What kind of dinner are we talking? Homemade? Takeout?" "Whichever you want." "Can you cook?" "I hope so, or I've been surviving on thin air for the last 28 years. "Funny," I drawled. "Who's in charge of the food?" He pointed at me. "You. You owe me." "So much for helping me with Lucifer out of the goodness of your heart." I rolled my eyes. "Fine. Then it's takeout." Isaac leaned a hip against the island. "Why? Can't you cook?" "I can cook," I replied. "I make a very good ramen noodle with bread and butter on the side." His lips twitched as he fought back a laugh. "Takeout it is, then. My place or yours?" "Do you think I should leave Lucifer alone right now?" "Takeout at yours. 7? "Make it 7:30. And there are rules, Isaac. You're not just waltzing in here with that accent and, well, that." I motioned to his body, then to his face. "It's not fair on the rest of us who were made when God was in a bad mood." He rubbed at his mouth. "Okay, lay the rules on me. No sexting, no talking about sexting, and no sex." "You're just taking all the fun out of it." "I mean it. Those are the rules if you want to have dinner with me." He took a deep breath and sighed it right back out. "Fine. I'll follow your rules. This time." He stepped toward me and tapped me on the tip of my nose. "You're bloody lucky you're cute." Cute? 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 I followed him out of the kitchen. Cute? I am a fully grown woman, not a baby sloth. Just as well. Sloths aren't my favorite. He winked at me and opened the door. "I'll go grab my tools. My mom is about to Skype me, if she's finally figured out how to log into the damn app on her iPad. I'll see you tomorrow." Mum? Ah, that was so sexy. Weirdly, what was wrong with me? Chapter 8. Hannah. Willpower is not my strong suit. Emmy tossed me a bag full of yarn that needed to be organized on the shelves. I caught it smoothly and set it on the floor so I could untie the top and get to it. "I help." Maya stuck her hand in the bag and grabbed a ball before I could say a word. Emmy's eyes widened. "Maya, did you wash your hands before you touched that?" Maya nodded her head firmly. "I do it 2 times. See? All clean." She held up both hands, dropping the yarn to the floor, and wiggled her fingers. "Okay, you can help, but make sure you get the colors in the right places, and ask Hannah if you can't reach." How did I end up with the kid? This wasn't in my job description. I was going to need a raise if I had to watch my cousin's boyfriend's daughter. A big raise. Somehow, together, we managed to get all the yarn put away. Granted, I had to move several balls to the right spots, but she was a bigger help than I thought she'd be. She slowed me down a bit, but hey, she was only 4. After that, Emmy settled her in the back room with a snack and some coloring and rejoined me in the front of the store. I took a box of acrylic paint from her and took it over to the paint stand while she grabbed another box. The store was half empty and in need of desperate restocking. I got right to it, ignoring her first elbow nudge. Her second one was a little hard, but the third one went right into my ribs and made me squeal. "What?" "Grandma said you're having dinner with Isaac?" Emmy said in a teasing tone. "Is that true?" With a sigh, I explained how it came about. "Ew, she told me she was going to a wine and paint place. She's really drawing naked old men instead? How the hell did she get that past you? Emmy, nobody around here does a wine and paint thing. I'm surprised you aren't doing it yet." She paused. "You're right. Will you run it with me on a Thursday night?" "No, I have a life." "You have a kitten and a neighbor you sexed. I wouldn't call that a life. And you have a kinky old lady living with you. What's your point?" "I have no idea," she mused. "Are you having a date with him, though? Like, more than just a neighborly dinner? I want to know." Ugh, my God. It's not a date. I know he kissed me, but... "He kissed you?" Emmy squealed. She turned and grabbed hold of my arms, squeezing them in a death grip. "Please let go," I squeaked out. "That hurts." She darted back, releasing me from her claws. "Sorry, he kissed you?" "Yeah. He dropped Lucifer off, and after we talked for a bit, he was going to leave, but didn't. I went to go after him, and he was still at my door. Then he kissed me." "Was it amazing? Do British people kiss differently than us? I bet they do it with style." "What the fuck are you talking about? It's kissing, Imogen. It's universal." "I know, but does he kiss with a British accent?" I stared at her. "Are you high?" "I wish," she muttered. "But does he?" "People don't kiss in accents. It's not like we're all taught how to kiss based on where we live." "Well, that's a shame. There goes all my fantasies." I wasn't going to respond to that. I was starting to think she was taking after Grandma Jen a little too much. "Right," I said slowly, putting a multi-pack of paints on the shelf. "Well, we're having dinner, but it's not a date. I'm not sure how I feel about this whole situation." "You're not sure how you feel? Han, you've had a crush on the guy for weeks, months even. You already know he can dirty talk like a champ, so just roll with it. Someone's ability to dirty talk isn't related to the kind of boyfriend they'd be." "Sure it is. Anyone who can dirty talk your ass off is going to be one hell of a goer in bed. Have experience with that, do you? We're not discussing my sex life, she muttered. Oh, but mine is perfectly fine. Go away, I muttered right back at her. She laughed, which ultimately made me laugh too. After a moment of mutual silence, she said, What if the date goes well? I shrugged and put the last multi-pack on the shelf. I don't know. I'm trying not to think about it. It's too awkward right now. I think I'm still in shock from finding out it was him all along. It's not the end of the world. You've actually gotten the worst part out of the way. Amy pulled a multi-tool from her back pocket and flipped out the knife to slice down the boxes. You know the chance of you being sexually compatible is relatively high. You just have to do the boring stuff now. Wow, Dr. Phil. Thanks so much. I came to work to be psychoanalyzed today. She flipped me the bird, then flattened the box. You're a dick. I know. So are you. It runs in the family. I grinned. Now what the hell am I supposed to wear tonight? It was tonight, and I still had no idea what to wear. I was going to answer the door in my pineapple panties and a sweary tank top at this point. It wasn't like there was an etiquette kind of thing for this situation. Dating never covered having sexted your neighbor prior to the date. We were doing our young people a disservice. Or maybe it was me. Maybe I was just so hopelessly awkward at dating that I'd built it all up in my head. For the record, that was entirely plausible. It was probably the truth. It was still hot out, so after a moment of fucking around in front of my closet, I pulled out a dress that was somewhere between casual and dressy. It was a simple navy cotton swing dress with a V-line neck that hung in a flattering manner off my boobs, and it wouldn't show the lines of my terribly comfortable pineapple cotton panties. Win-win. I pulled it on over my head and looked at myself in the mirror. It was a versatile dress. In fact, it was the kind of dress you could throw on over a bikini for the beach or wear with heels for a night out. It would do. Wait, but what if he thought me wearing a dress was too formal? Should I wear my usual comfy combination of leggings and a tank top? Maybe jeans if I wanted to be fancy. This was why I didn't date. It was too complicated. There were too many rules. I wasn't interested in all of those. I just wanted to date in my leggings and a sweary shirt, and honestly, I wasn't even sure about the leggings most of the time. God, I was not cut out for this, especially not with Isaac. It was literally like being 15 again. The nerves I felt were insane. I didn't even know what food to order. Did he like Chinese? Pizza? Indian? Thai? Japanese? Sushi or pizza? Chow mein or pho? Curry or burgers? This was too difficult. Too much. Too damn complicated. And through it all, I wasn't even entirely sure how I felt about Isaac. I was so attracted to him, despite my protestations otherwise, and I was outside my comfort zone entirely. I wanted to like Isaac. I wanted to have more. I wanted to break free of my worries and carry out all the things we discussed in our text, but I was so wary at the same time. We were neighbors. If it went wrong, it would be the worst having to live next to him. But if it went well... I dropped back onto my bed and blew out a long, deep breath. I traced the pattern on the ceiling with my eyes. It was calming and soothing, and I kept it up until I could no longer figure out where I'd started. I sat up. This dress was fine. It wasn't too fancy or too casual. It said exactly what I expected from this date. And you know what this paired well with? Pizza. Everyone needed pizza on the first date. I checked the time. It was 7:10. Isaac was going to be here soon, so I opened the pizza place app on my phone and placed an order for 2 pizzas, potato wedges, a garlic bread pizza, and 2 chocolate brownies for dessert. I was already in possession of the wine, obviously. I waited for the confirmation of the email, then stepped up to my dresser where I could put a lick of mascara on my lashes. It popped my eyes just enough. I ran the brush through my hair one more time and took a moment to smooth out my curls with some product. My curls hang loosely around my shoulders, and I made my way down to the living room. Lucifer was curled up on the sofa, pressed against where I'd been sitting before I'd gone upstairs to change. There was no way I was going to get through this date without losing my mind, but I had to try. I perched on the edge of the sofa, careful not to disturb the kitten, and picked up the empty glass of wine. With a sigh, I reached for the chilled bottle in the middle of the table and poured some into my glass. God, I was nervous. So nervous. I had no idea what to make of this not a date. Isaac had me wrapped up in all kinds of knots, and none of them were the BDSM kind. Well, maybe my insides were. I took a deep breath and stood, pacing my living room. Lucifer paid me enough attention to open his eyes slowly, stare at me for a good moment, then close them again. Well, excuse me for disturbing you, Lord of Darkness. I turned away from the kitten and resumed my pacing, up and down like a freaking lunatic until I couldn't take it any longer and finally perched on the windowsill like a cat after a bird. This was ridiculous. I was ridiculous. It was only Isaac, my neighbor. If it went to shit, it didn't matter. He said himself all I had to do was tell him I wasn't attracted to him and it would all go away. I doubted that would be the truth, but I had to give this my best shot. Plus, I kind of wanted to have dinner with him. We'd been neighbors for a while now, and I was intrigued by him. We'd barely had a full conversation until the recent events, and I hardly counted those texting things as conversations. I needed help. Why had I agreed to this? Why had I said this in the first place? What the fuck was wrong with me? Screw help. I needed a Xanax. I grabbed my phone from the sofa and shot off a text to Emmy. Me. This was a terrible mistake. Emmy. Why? Did he show up in assless leather chaps? Me. Oh God, now I'm scared he will. Emmy. Do you think he fucks with a British accent? Me. I can't talk to you when you're like this. I tossed my phone back down, earning myself another side-eye from the sleepy kitten. I rolled my eyes at his attitude and walked into the kitchen. For absolutely no reason. I needed nothing in here. I spun around and went back to the living room where I grabbed my wine glass and downed the tiny amount I'd put in there. It did diddly squat, but the movement made me feel a little better. I felt like one of those long-suffering heroines in a romance movie. Oh, or a Disney one. If this went on much longer, I was going to have to throw myself down dramatically while crying. I didn't have a fancy water fountain like Cinderella, but maybe the bathtub would be an appropriate substitution. I was so dramatic. Grandma Jen would be proud of that little tangent for sure. I put the glass down and looked up in time to see Isaac walking past the front of my house. He paused for a moment, and I turned around so it didn't look like I was stalking him. Not that I was stalking him, although there was every chance it would remain on the list of options. I mean, if I was going to get arrested for stalking someone, it may as well be someone as hot as him. It wasn't in the plans, you understand. Jesus Christ, my mind wasn't even making sense to me anymore. Was this panic? Was this how it ended for me? Was I going to answer the door in a hot mess of panic and freaking out? Oh God, I was. 3 knocks at my door jolted me out of my inner monologue. I took a deep breath and went to answer the door. I pulled it open and froze when I saw Isaac. He was standing there in a light gray polo shirt that made his eyes seem extra green, and a smile played on his lips. But it was the gorgeous bunch of pink and red flowers he was holding that made me pause. You brought me flowers? His smile widened. Well, we never actually decided if we were calling this a date or not, so I didn't wear a shirt in case you thought I thought it was. Then I didn't want you to think I didn't care, so here we are. He held the flowers up by way of a final explanation. I took the flowers from him. They're beautiful. Thank you. I didn't think it was possible, but his smile went even wider. I'm glad you liked them. Yoo-hoo! Oh, God, no. Not Mrs. Keeley. I leaned forward and poked my head out of the door. It was Mrs. Keeley. "Good evening, Mrs. Keeley," Isaac said politely. "How was your day?" Was he engaging her in conversation? He was too nice for his own good. "Mrs. Keeley," I muttered. She looked between us. "Are you having a date?" "No," I replied. "Just dinner between friends." "Then why do you have flowers?" "It's a date," Isaac said quickly, reaching out and touching my arm. "Our food is about to be delivered, and I'd hate to be rude." "Oh, of course. I was just wondering." Of course she was. "Do you have any time to see Snuffles this week? She's not eating as much, and I meant to come by today, but I had an emergency." Snuffles? Who the hell was Snuffles? Isaac smiled warmly. "Sure, bring him by in the morning. You might have to wait a bit, but I'll see her." "Thank you." She clasped her hands to her chest. "Now I'll let you kids get to your date." "Good night, Mrs. Keeley." Isaac pushed me inside and stepped in, quickly shutting the door behind him. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "She's hard work." I just about resisted the urge to hit him with the flowers. "What did you tell her this was a date for? Now she's going to go tell everyone." "It is a date." He grinned lopsidedly. "You know it is." I forced a pout onto my face and walked inside. Whether it is or not, now Grandma is going to be on my ass because we told her it wasn't a date. Your grandmother is a hoot. Where does she get her crazy from? I have no idea. She probably buys it in bulk from China or something. I shook my head and put the flowers in the sink. I wasn't even sure I had a vase, but maybe a glass would work if I cut the stems. I filled the sink with water and left the flowers there. "No vase," I explained. Isaac's lips tugged to one side. "Of course. Do you want me to get one from my place?" A knock at the door answered the question. "No, that's the food. I'll buy one tomorrow." I smiled and scooted past him to the door. I opened it, grabbed the food, and pulled some money from the bowl on the side table to tip him. Once he'd left, I closed the door and took the pizza through to the living room where Isaac was pouring the wine. I put all the food down on the coffee table and sat on the edge of the sofa. Isaac surveyed all the boxes. "Are we expecting anyone else?" I frowned. "No. Why?" "You ordered half the pizza place, Hannah." "I didn't know what to order." I shrugged and reached forward, opening each box. So I went for a little of everything. Oh, wait, I have paper plates in the cupboard. I got up and ran to the kitchen, retrieving 2 paper plates and some napkins. He smirked at me when I sat down. "Why not just get normal plates?" "Because," I said, handing him a plate and some napkins, "there's a bunch of flowers in my sink where I would wash the normal plates. I can just throw these out." He took the plate with a roll of his eyes. "All right, you win there." "I know." I flashed him a grin and pulled a slice of pizza out of the box. I took a bite off the end and popped it on my plate while he laughed at me. Who is Snuffles, by the way? Chapter 9. Hannah. Hannah and Isaac, sitting in a tree. "Snuffles?" Isaac laughed, holding on to his slice. "That'll be Mrs. Keeley's hamster." "Her hamster?" He shrugged, chewing. When his mouth was empty, he said, "Yup, she has this tiny little Russian dwarf hamster. She's smaller than my palm and is constantly escaping her cage, and she's extra paranoid about her eating something she shouldn't." I licked pizza sauce from my thumb. "That sounds like a lot of hard work." "It's a lot of money for her," he agreed. "She's always bringing her in to be checked over." "What's she gonna do when it dies? Don't they live for like 2 weeks?" "About a year." His eyes flashed with laughter. "This is actually Snuffles 3.0. 3.0? Snuffles the third," he confirmed. "When one dies, she goes and buys another one and just calls it Snuffles. Her hamsters always seem to stop eating before they die, so I imagine we'll see Snuffles the fourth before long." "Isn't that a little strange?" I tilted my head to the side, pinching a potato wedge. I think she likes it that way. She's accustomed to her hamsters, and for the most part, they don't require a ton of care the way a cat or dog would. As long as she cleans it and feeds it every day, that's really it. She's not getting any younger, and I think she likes the company. She has a husband. He still works, Isaac replied. She's alone most of the day. It's why she's always in her garden. I think her hamsters give her companionship when her husband is called away. I guess I never thought of it like that. But to answer your question, yes, it's a little strange. I fought a smile and looked down at the pizza slice on my plate. It was weirdly comfortable being here with Isaac, even as the conversation wound down and we both ate. Lucifer got up and left at one point, clearly unhappy that no pepperoni was forthcoming from the pizza. "How was he doing?" Isaac asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Is the medicine working?" I nodded, patting the corner of my lips with a napkin. He's still a little snuffy, and there are snot marks all over my kitchen wall where his bed is, but he's back to normal and playing with my socks every 10 minutes. Sounds about right for a kitten. Has he bitten your toes yet? We're not here to discuss the kitten, are we? No, but I was just trying to keep you talking. He grinned and leaned back on the sofa, running his fingers through his hair. I'll talk. I sat back and tucked my feet to one side. What made you decide to become a vet? Wow, we're going there, huh? You're the one who decided this was a date tonight. This is what I want to know on a first date. He inclined his head in my direction. Fair enough. I guess I decided to be a vet when I was about 10. My grandparents owned a farm in southwest England, and when we were there one summer, their dog fell ill. The vet could never figure it out, and the dog died. They did an autopsy to determine the cause of death, and it turned out to be one of the workers Grandpa had hired for the summer hadn't closed the barn door properly, and she'd gotten into some of the poison that was put down for rats. Oh, no. He nodded solemnly. The vet should have realized she was poisoned and moved to help her throw it up. My grandparents were devastated, and I told my grandma then that I was going to become a vet to make sure that didn't happen to any other dogs. That's sweet. Also somewhat misguided. He smiled wryly. I almost went into human medicine, but then my grandma was diagnosed with cancer, and I knew I had to keep my promise to her. She died 2 weeks after I qualified. I'm sorry. I bet she was happy to see you qualify, though. She really was. I really do love animals, so it's not like it was a hard decision to follow this path. I propped my head up on my hand. What's your favorite animal? That I see in the clinic? No, the ones we're waiting on the aliens to drop off. He chuckled. I don't know. I don't think I've ever thought about it like that. I do know I hate ducks. That was so random I burst out laughing. Ducks? When I was a kid, there was a duck on my grandparents' farm. I don't know why, but the bloody bird hated me and chased me every time it saw me. It's a bit of a deep-rooted hatred, but I squirm like a bitch every time one gets brought into the clinic. People bring ducks in there? Where else are they going to take them? Urgent care? I showed him my middle finger. I thought there was a special vet who went to farms. Usually only for horses around here. There aren't enough vets in town to split off like that, so it's whoever is around at the time. I helped one of the farms just outside town save one of his lambs last year. Oh my God, I love lambs. They're so cute and fluffy with their little wobbly legs. Not so cute when they're coming out of the back end of a sheep. And I am so glad I'm done eating. He laughed as I sat up and put the lid down on all the boxes before I stacked them. It's rewarding, he said. I like it that way. But hard too, right? Of course. I never like taking the babies back to be done, especially the girls. Spaying them is horrible, and I'm always arguing with my vet techs about how much fur they shave off before the operation. I was talking about the... I stuck my tongue out of the side of my mouth and tilted my head. If that's your impression of a dead animal, it's absolutely terrible. I didn't want to say it. He laughed hard. You're crazy, do you know that? I held my hands out. You've met my grandmother and my cousin. It's not exactly a surprise, is it? Your cousin? Oh, Imogen. Huh, I've never made that connection before. Why would you have? I didn't think you even knew I existed until a couple of weeks ago. His eyebrows shot up. How the hell could I not have known you existed? We see each other at least every other day. I know, but I assumed you had a supermodel girlfriend stashed away somewhere. Maybe the basement? I did, but she was too tall for me, so I had to let her escape. He winked and leaned forward. Besides, I knew you were here. I watered your plant last summer when you went away, even though it didn't need watering. I frowned. What do you mean it didn't need watering? Of course it did. It would have died. Hannah, that's a plastic plant. My gaze followed where he was pointing to the big, suspiciously green plant in the corner of my living room. That's not a plastic plant. Has it ever grown? I don't know. I don't pay attention to those things. Isaac stood and reached for my hand. He pulled me to my feet and across the room, then put my fingers against one of the leaves. See? Plastic. I blinked. Holy shit. It was plastic. I'd been watering a plastic plant for 2 years. Oh my God, I whispered. I am such an idiot. He leaned into me, laughing quietly. I watered it for 3 days until I realized. Then I only watered it on the last day so you wouldn't think I was abandoning your plant. And you never thought to tell me I'd asked you to water a plastic plant? I stepped back. Thanks. I thought you had another plant somewhere you meant. Did you look for it? No. Then why are we having this conversation? Oh my God. I dropped back onto the sofa and buried my head in my hands. This is embarrassing. It's just a plastic plant, Hannah. I did the same thing. Yeah, but you figured it out. I wasn't even close to doing that. I'd be watering that fucking thing for the next 50 years without realizing. Laughing, Isaac sat down next to me on the sofa, closer than he had before. A shiver ran down my spine at the exact moment his knuckles brushed my knee when he reached for his wine glass. He hesitated for the tiniest second before he grabbed it. He saw it. Damn it. I picked up my glass and sipped, looking at the boxes on the table. I didn't want to look him in the eye right now, because sitting next to him was quite enough. The texts were all I could think about. They were buzzing around my brain, asking me all sorts of questions. Was he a dirty talker in real life? Did it sound hotter in a British accent? What would he do if I initiated something? Which wasn't going to happen. Besides, I didn't sleep with people on the first date. Masturbating to text messages didn't count, okay? I forced back a sigh. I didn't want him to know that I was thinking about this stuff. Until now, until he'd taken my hand and sat right next to me, this had been easy, like we were actually friends who were just eating together. Now I kinda wanted to sit on him and kiss his face off. It was problematic, to say the least. I think it was worse that I knew what it felt like to be kissed by him. I knew it sent tingles dancing over my skin and made my heart beat faster. I think I was just scared to be kissed by him again. Scared to feel that way. Scared that it would be the last time I ever would feel that way. Which was irrational. I knew that. I knew that somewhere in this world there was somebody who would make me feel amazing with a kiss. One of those somebodies was sitting right next to me, after all. What are you thinking about? How do you know I'm thinking? I turned my head the tiniest amount so I could meet his eyes. You've been sitting there with your lips on your glass, staring into the abyss for a few minutes now. Right, of course I had. Nothing in particular, I lied, finally taking a drink and putting the glass down. Pondering why the aliens don't want to be our friends. Well, I would imagine we're not quite intelligent enough. Our technology is far inferior to theirs, and we're barefaced liars. Am I that transparent? The aliens wouldn't need to use their technology to see right through you. I pouted, frowning at him. There's no need to be so mean about it. His lips tugged up. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He sipped from his wine and set the glass next to mine. You want to know what I'm thinking? You're going to tell me regardless, aren't you? I wanted to give you a chance to give me an answer before I told you. That's very gracious of you. I did think so. Well, do you want to know? 1,000 times yes. I suppose. He moved over and pushed some hair from my face. His fingertips trailed down the side of my face, pausing briefly at the cusp of my jaw before they tickled their way along to cup my chin. I'm thinking I want to kiss you. Is it up for discussion? I asked softly. He leaned in until he was so close that I could feel his breath as it skittered over my lips. We can discuss it, but I'm still going to do it. I swallowed the lump in my throat and only just stopped myself from leaning into him, too. Okay, so here's a really good idea why we shouldn't. Wrong answer, he murmured. Then he kissed me. He tilted my head back and pressed his lips against mine. Gently at first. It was nothing more than a brush of his mouth, like a whisper of a kiss, testing to see if I would pull away. I wouldn't. I didn't. There was no way I could. I wanted him to kiss me. Even my protest hadn't been thought through. There was every chance I would have said that I didn't even have a reason why we shouldn't kiss. I reached for him, clasping the collar of his shirt in my hand. It was soft and crumpled easily, and I tugged him down closer to me. Isaac deepened the kiss until I could feel every part of my body responding to him. The goosebumps on my skin, the beating of my heart, the throbbing of my clit. My whole body was on fire, and all I wanted was to get even closer to him and just fall into him and this kiss. Isaac moved closer, wrapping one hand around the back of my neck. I slid my hands up his chest and pulled him closer to me, relishing every touch of his lips as I fell back on the sofa. He moved with me easily, adjusting his body until it was positioned over mine. I wrapped my hands around his neck and held him close to me as our bodies reacted to one another, mine opening for him and his hardening in every way possible. He fisted my hair, tugging lightly on it as I moved and parted my legs. He kissed me so deeply, moving his tongue against mine, that my entire body was on fire. Isaac slipped between my legs, and I was flat on my back on the sofa, holding on to him and kissing him for dear life. It felt good. So good. I could taste his need, taste his want, feel every inch of that as his cock pressed against my lower stomach, touching tantalizingly close to my clit. It took everything I had to not wrap myself around him like a koala and rip all his clothes off. It was the one thing I wanted more than anything in this wild moment, to give in to all my inhibitions, forget he was my neighbor and just let everything go, let myself go. I gave myself over to the moment. I slipped my fingers into his thick hair as his tongue flicked against my lower lip. He did it again, and I parted my lips so the kiss could go even further. It was heaven. All my nerve endings came alive, tingling with pleasure and lust. Isaac slid one hand down my body. His fingertips were like fire, leaving me burning wherever he touched me. He grazed his teeth over my lower lip at the exact moment his fingertips came into contact with my bare thigh and teased, slipping beneath my dress. Ahem. I moved my leg and my dress fell, exposing my thigh almost in its entirety. Isaac moved, flattening his body right against mine and kissing me harder. I could barely breathe, but it was more to do with the fact he was setting my body alight in places I didn't even know existed than it was the fact he was actually lying on top of me. We all had our kinks, and apparently mine was minor asphyxiation by hot guy. It could have been worse. I just wanted him to keep kissing me, even as his hand crept closer and closer to the top of my thigh, not hindered at all by my leg trying to wrap itself around his waist. That was all I could think of. That he would keep kissing me, that he wouldn't stop, that he would never stop, because kissing my next-door neighbor was way better than I'd ever imagined it.
Chapter 10. Isaac. Never-ending frustration. Kissing Hannah was fucking heaven. Her lips were soft and full, and she moved her tongue against mine like she was starving, and I was all there was to sate her. The wine we'd drank lingered on her lips. The bare skin of her thigh was tempting. My hand was already halfway to the top, and she was curling herself around me like she never wanted to let me go. I knew the feeling. I'd never felt this way about anyone, and I wasn't yet sure exactly how I felt about Hannah. All I knew was that I was crazy attracted to her, that she made me laugh, and I was more intrigued by her than I ever had been about anyone. Oh, I could kiss her forever if she let me. I wanted to kiss her forever. It was better than the alternative, that she would realize what I was doing and punch me in the nose. I crept my hand up her thigh as I kissed her deeply, moving my tongue against hers. A tiny moan left her mouth when my thumb brushed close to her pussy. My cock hardened even more in my jeans. It was already throbbing, pressing firm against my jeans in an attempt to escape. I wanted to let it out. I wanted to strip that fucking dress off her, rip off my own clothes and make good on all the things we discussed in those texts. Flip her on her knees, pull her hair, grip her hips and fuck her until she screamed. My whole body was thumping with desire. I couldn't control this if I wanted to. The need to kiss her, to touch her, to fuck her was all-consuming, desperate almost. I fucking wanted her. Badly. So bloody badly I could barely stand it. Hannah whimpered into my mouth, nipping at my lower lip. I groaned, tightening my grip on her hair. The longer this lasted, the harder it was to keep control, to not go too far. I didn't know if I could take it much longer. Ah! Hannah screamed and shoved at me. My arms gave out, making me fall before I could push away from her. What? I jolted back from her as soon as I possibly could, forcing myself up to sitting. That fucking kitten, she hissed, sitting up and clasping at her ankle. I stared at her. He bit your ankle? Bit my ankle? Bit my ankle? He just took my damn ankle off my leg! She clutched it tightly and raised it onto the sofa, then slowly peeled her hands away. She was bleeding like a bitch. This is why he's not my kitten, she ground out, moving to sit up. Where's your first aid kit? I held my hands out to stop her moving. I got this. Drawer next to the fridge. I walked into the kitchen and opened the drawer. There was a mini first aid kit in there, and I unzipped it to find a flattened box of plasters, or band-aids as they called them here. I carried it into the living room where Hannah was still sitting and mumbling curses to herself on the sofa. Blood was trickling down her foot, and I got there in time to pick up her leg before the blood dripped onto the sofa. It was about to drip onto the sofa, I said softly, and set the kit between us. There was a small packet of wipes, so I pulled one out, ripped the packaging open and pulled out the wipe. Hannah hissed when I touched it to the tiny wounds, but I was able to clean her up with relative ease. You've done this before, haven't you? I grinned. More times than you know. I promise this looks worse than it is. His claws might be sharp, but they're still small. Chances are this is one scratch where he just got you really good. She nodded, throwing her hand over her eyes dramatically. This is why I live alone. I fought a chuckle as I opened the plasters and covered up the 3 worst offending scratches. There. You'll be as good as new in the morning. Don't wild cats have rabies? Not in the US, I replied. Besides, he didn't bite you. He scratched you. I can see by the marks. Whatever it was, he obviously isn't a fan of me kissing you. Her cheeks flushed as she sat up. Forgive me for not asking you if you want to continue. I think I'm injured enough for today. Forgiveness granted. I zipped the kit back up with a half grin. I won't hold it against you, for too long. Hannah rolled her eyes and sat up straight, tucking some hair behind her ear. Well, clearly Lucifer knows I don't sleep with people on the first date. But you'll sext a stranger? Listen here, you. I pressed my finger against her lips. Settle down. I have an early shift tomorrow, so I can't be up all night fucking you until I pass out anyway. Her cheeks burned even redder. Jesus, this was fun. Now that I know you're not going to bleed to death from your 3 very tiny wounds, I teased, I'm going to leave you to it before your kitten decides to attack my head. She sighed. That's probably a smart idea. I bet he would. He's a jerk. No, he's just protective over you. You might not like it, but you're probably his human at this point. I brushed my thumb over her lower lip and stood. You mind if I take one of these pizzas? She shook her head and passed me the top one. I won't eat it all. Go wild. Thanks. I checked my pockets to make sure nothing had fallen out and headed for the door. Hannah was right behind me and she paused a couple of feet away from me. Her brown curls were a wild mess. Her mascara was smudged at the corner of her eyes and she touched her fingertips to her swollen lips. I enjoyed dinner, she said softly, glancing away for a moment. So did I. I smiled and reached out, hooking 2 fingers beneath her chin to tilt her head up so I could meet her eyes. Even the rather abrupt ending was somewhat amusing. Would you be saying that if it were your ankle he'd taken a chunk out of? I've had bigger, scarier things try to bite me than a 1-pound kitten with an ego. She paused, a thoughtful look crossing her face. Actually, so have I. I laughed quietly, then leaned forward and brushed a kiss over her cheek. Good night, Hannah. She coughed, ever so slightly, and took a step back, blushing once again. God, it was adorable when she did that. Good night, she said softly. I smiled at her, catching her eye one last time, then left. She stood at the door as I did so, and I ignored the twitching curtains coming from Mrs. Keeley's house as I walked to the end of Hannah's front garden and turned onto my property. Hannah was still there, waiting, watching me go. She bent down and scooped up Lucifer, cradling the little black ball of darkness to her chest. The second I reached my door, she raised one hand in a small goodbye and stepped inside. I didn't have a chance to return the gesture before I unlocked my front door. I let myself in and locked the door behind me, then paused to run a hand over my face. What a fucking evening. I was tired and really had to go to bed, but my cock was still hard. I didn't have a bloody chance in hell of falling asleep right now, so I deposited the pizza box on the kitchen counter and went upstairs to the bathroom. I wasn't so sure a shower was the best option either, but I needed to make like a teenage boy and get rid of this erection, fast. Having the reason for it to be only 30 seconds away, well, that was a problem. I hit the button for the shower to turn it on. While it heated, I brushed my teeth, staring at myself in the mirror for a ridiculously long time. I was thankful to strip and get under the hot water. Hopefully it would help me sleep. I had no chance in my current state of mind that was nothing more than endless thoughts of kissing Hannah. I might have been a grown-ass man, but that woman was going to bring me to my knees before long. I didn't even know why. I couldn't put my finger on what it was about her that had me so wrapped up. That was part of the allure, though. If I figured it out, I was afraid all this would go away. I wasn't ready for it to go away. My cock throbbed as if it were agreeing with me. Closing my eyes, I leaned my head back and let the hot water beat down on my face. It pounded out a rhythm, one I could focus on, and I was grateful for that. I righted my head and grabbed the sponge, lathering it with soap to wash my body. I rubbed down every limb, scrubbing a little harder than usual. It was therapeutic in a way. Maybe this would be the thing that would put my cock to sleep. 2 minutes later, it was painfully obvious that it wasn't. I dropped the sponge to the shower floor and gave in to the inevitable. I wrapped my hand around my cock and closed my eyes, thinking about what it had felt like earlier to be kissing Hannah. I moved my hand up and down, remembering how blood had thundered through my body, how every part of me had tingled with need and lust that gripped every little bit of me. My blood pounded now. It was running hot, and my breath hitched as the feeling intensified. Hannah, kissing me, under me, her body writhing, tiny little moans leaving her lips and escaping into mine. I thought about the text messages, about everything we'd shared, about her scenario where I left the shower and she'd be waiting to suck my dick. I pumped my cock hard and fast, doing my utmost not to think about the fact she wasn't here. All the scenarios we'd shared together flooded my brain, but it was always that one that stuck out, that one fucking thing I couldn't shake. Her, on her knees in front of me, legs open, wet pussy showing, or I can fuck it with my fingers or my tongue or my cock. Her moaning, clenching when I dig my fingers into her hips and hold her in place to fuck her deep. Fuck, 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 fuck. The orgasm tore through my body like wildfire, setting me alight in every way. I came hard, my cum spurting onto the shower wall. Slowly, I pumped my cock until it was as drained as I was. I washed myself again, including my hair this time, and directed the flow of water onto the wall to make sure there were no traces of my extracurricular shower activities. Satisfied, I rinsed once more before I turned off the water and stepped out of the steaming cubicle. The entire bathroom was filled with steam, but I could see well enough to grab my towel and wrap it around my waist. My house was silent, and my bedroom was no exception. A part of me kinda missed having Lucifer around. He'd given the house some life that it otherwise lacked. I sat on the edge of my bed and looked around. Maybe I needed to adopt a cat, or a dog. Anything but a duck, really. It was something to think on. Anything that meant I wasn't thinking about Hannah at this point was a win in my eyes. I tossed the packet of pasta into my cart. I had no idea what I was buying. I was going through the motions in the store, putting in things that looked vaguely familiar. It was never a good day when it ended with losing an animal. It didn't matter if the animal was old or young, healthy or sick. It was plain awful to have to tell someone their family was about to lose a member. Because that was the thing with pets. They were a part of your family, just the same as a human was. In the case of cats and dogs, they were sometimes apart for 15 years or more. That was what had happened today. That poor dog with incurable cancer had no quality of life. And watching two kids say goodbye to the dog who was twice their age had gutted me. The only thing I was thankful for was that Sophie was my last patient of the day. I stopped in the chocolate aisle. That was my go-to de-stressor, a bit like my mum and sister. The only problem was that I couldn't find a bloody good chocolate bar in America to save my life, which meant it was time to beg and plead with my sister to send me some from home. With a sigh, I headed for the next best thing, the ice cream aisle. At least chocolate ice cream tasted the same. I grabbed a carton from the freezer and put it in the cart with my mismatched groceries. Absolutely none of these things went together, so I went on another walk around the store to get something that didn't contain my body weight in carbohydrates or sugar. My cart was a lot healthier when I was done. Healthy sucked, especially today. All I wanted was a full English breakfast, with real bacon, not the streaky shit they call bacon here. But it was nowhere to be found. Half grumpy, but somewhat mollified by my ice cream haul, I took the cart to the register to pay. After handing over an extortionate amount of money, I immediately regretted my life choices. But it was an ice cream for dinner day, so I swallowed my pride when the cashier handed me back my card. With a wan smile, I took my stuff out to my car and loaded it all into my trunk. It was days like this when all I wanted to do was go out for a beer somewhere. But I hadn't really made socialising a priority since moving. I was regretting that now. I put the cart back and was about to get into my car when I caught sight of a familiar face. "Hey," I said to Mason. "How's Dolly?" He grinned. "Hoarding my shoes for some weird reason." "That means she loves you," I laughed, pulling my keys back out of my pocket. "Seriously?" "I know she loves me. She doesn't leave me alone," he said wryly. "How's Hannah's kitten?" "You mean the kitten that isn't hers? That's the one." I laughed again. "He's fine. Tried to bite a chunk out of her ankle last night, so I'm thinking the name she picked is the right one for him." He raised an eyebrow. "Ah, right. You had dinner together. How did that go?" "Amy was going on about it last night, but she hasn't updated me." Women. "It went well until her kitten went rogue," I replied. "I think I'm breaking her down." Mason snorted. "The women in that family are hard work, that's for sure. Have you met Jen yet?" "Yep, she asked me to be a model for their nude art class." He shuddered, shaking his head. "Don't do it. She tricked me into it a week ago by telling me she needed taking to the store. Except that store was the class." "You didn't do it, did you?" "Hell fucking no. That's my girlfriend's grandmother. She's a perv enough as it is without willingly giving her something to look at." We both laughed. "What are you doing tonight?" he asked. "Maya's at her mom's and Emmy is working late at the store. Want to grab a beer?" Actually, I did. "Sure, I need to get this stuff home, but I can meet you somewhere." "I need to grab some stuff anyway." He cocked his thumb in the direction of the store. "Say, an hour? At Pete's? The sports bar just off Main Street?" He nodded. "That work?" "Sounds good to me." Chapter 11. Isaac. Boozy Book Club. The bar was hopping with people. I didn't follow much American sport. Baseball was about all I understood, so I had no idea what was happening in this hockey game that was on. I did, however, like the beer. The food was pretty good here too. I already felt better just for having gotten out of the house. Sometimes it was lonely living here by myself. Friends were in short supply and my family was thousands of miles away. And all today had proven was that I had to make a concerted effort to settle here, properly, not half-arse it. "So, how did you and Emmy meet?" I asked. Mason chuckled. "We met in college. We were friends with benefits. I graduated before her and we lost touch because I never called her. I bet that went down well. If you like having bricks dropped on your head," he said wryly. "I happened to move in next door and here we are. I won her over again. You're still making up for it, aren't you? Look at that. Some things are universal." He smirked. "How did you end up here? Here as in America or as in this town?" "Either. Both. My ex-girlfriend's dad had a vet clinic in New York. We met when she was in England for university, and when she decided to move back home, she asked me if I was interested in going with her." "You did?" I shrugged. "I was young, newly qualified, and struggling to find work as a vet where I lived. Her dad helped me sort out all the paperwork, and I moved over here." "Wow, that took some balls." "I'm still wondering if it was the right thing to do," I admitted. "I ended up here because we broke up, and honestly, I hated New York. I'm not a city person, so it was a big adjustment." "Yeah, but why here? Did you close your eyes and put a finger on a map?" I laughed. "You're not too far off, mate. I applied for jobs all over the country that were in smaller towns and waited to see who'd give me one." "That's insane." "I know, but it worked out. I've been here a couple of years now, and I like it." "I haven't been here long. I only moved to be closer to my daughter, but I feel the same. It's a great place. One of my neighbors needs some work, though." He grinned and picked up his beer. "Jen is a special one." You can say that again. I don't think I've ever met anyone as eccentric as she is, and we have some real characters in the UK. "You better hope you don't get roped into the book club," Mason said. "That's eccentric." "I've heard all about it. Is it wrong to say I'm a little scared?" "Not at all. Believe me, I've met them and I'm fucking terrified." That wasn't reassuring at all. In fact, I think you're about to meet them, Mason muttered. Jesus Christ, what are they doing here? I turned around, following his line of sight, and immediately saw them. They looked out of place, but it was Jen's sunflower yellow dress that really caught the eye. She was accompanied by 3 other women, one in leather trousers, one in a plaid skirt, and another in jeans. Is she wearing leather trousers? Trousers? Oh, pants, Mason said. Yep, that's Lil. Right. The one in the plaid skirt is Evelyn and the jeans is Kathleen, he continued. If we hide, they might not... never mind. They've seen us. Yoo-hoo! Lil in the leather trousers waved. Jen, look, it's Mason and the hot vet. Are they drunk? I asked Mason. He grimaced. I think they might be. Dear God, I need to text Emmy to come get them. Didn't you say she's working late? Oh, shit. I'll text Hannah. I pulled my phone out before he could say anything. The 4 ladies were making their way over to us, so I tapped out a fast message and sent it over. Me. Your grandma and her friends are drunk at the bar. Hello, darlings. The one in the skirt sat down next to me and batted her eyelashes. I don't think we've met. I'm Evelyn. Jen hit her around the back of the head with her bag. He's dating Hannah. You're dating Hannah? All 3 other women said. Technically, no, I replied. We had a date. That's dating to me, Lil in the leather trousers replied, sipping on a gin. Where's Maya? She directed to Mason. Drinking milk from a brown paper bag under a bridge somewhere unknown, he replied. Are you sassing me, boy? No, ma'am. I hid a laugh as my phone buzzed. Excuse me, I have to take this. I glanced at Mason in the hope he knew it was Hannah calling. I edged my way out of the bar and away from the group of smokers at the door. Hey. Hey? Freaking hey? She replied. What do you mean my grandma and her friends are at a bar? Where are you? I'm at Pete's with Mason. I ran into him earlier. We came to get something to eat and a beer. Then we saw your grandma and her friends, and they look a little drunk. God damn it. Pete's, you said? Yup. I'm coming. Are they still able to stand? Yes, but who knows for how long. Isaac, this isn't making me feel better. They're banned from bars, and they know it. Banned from bars? How do you ban elderly people from bars? Quite easily. You tell them they can't go to bars. There was the sound of a door slamming on her end of the line. The last time they were drunk in public, they flashed absolutely everyone. Grandma has been inspired to buy weird, kinky underwear from eBay. And trust me when I say that absolutely fucking nobody needs to see her in a lace bra with holes for the nipples cut out. Yep, I was with her on that. Okay then. Should we keep them amused until you get here? Yes. Don't let them out of your sight. That place has a mechanical bull, and I don't want to spend all night in the emergency room because one of those crazy old ladies decided to ride it. Understood. We've got it, don't worry. See you soon. Yeah, bye. She hung up quickly and I tucked my phone into my pocket and headed back inside. Thankfully, everyone was still sitting at the table. I slipped back into my chair as the ladies were all trying to convince Mason to propose to Emmy. Don't you think you should? Kathleen directed at me. I really don't know enough about their relationship to comment, I said, immediately hiding behind my beer. You're smart, Jen pointed at me. You can marry my other granddaughter. I blinked at her. We've had one date. But if we decide to get married, I assure you, you'll be the first to know. She nodded. Acceptable. But you'll marry her, I know these things. I shared a look with Mason. The one he returned was one that said to just roll with it, so that was exactly what I was going to do. I want to dance, Evelyn announced, swaying in her seat. This is a sports bar, Evelyn, Lil replied. You don't dance here. You yell profanities at the TV screens. Well, she wasn't wrong. You don't watch hockey, Kathleen said to her. True, but I did once date a hockey player, so I know how the rules work, she replied, staring at the TV. You no-good motherfucker, she yelled at it. A cheer came up from our surrounding tables. "See," she said smugly, "there's really nothing to it." Shit. I hoped Hannah would be here soon. They were getting all kinds of excited, and I wasn't sure how long we could keep them under control. "What are you reading this week?" Mason asked. All four women's eyes lit up. Aha. Talk about books with them. "Seducing the Duke," Jen answered. "It's not dirty at all. It was all because of Evelyn's stupid reading challenge." "Oh, you asshole!" Lil yelled at the TV. I peered at her out of the corner of my eye. For someone who apparently didn't know the rules of hockey, she was really getting into it. "It is not a stupid challenge," Evelyn huffs. "We need to diversify." Kathleen raised her eyebrows. "Well, Bettina at the bingo is Mexican. Think she'd join us?" Jen rolled her eyes. "She means diversify our reading, not our friendship group, you plum." "Are they always like this?" I asked Mason quietly. With a grimace, he nodded. "And then some." "My challenge is fine," Evelyn protested. "It's diverse and inclusive of all genres of romance." "Now you just sound like the Twitter." Jen sipped her whiskey. "It's just Twitter," Mason said, "not the Twitter." "Are you sassing me, boy?" "I'm gonna if one of you asks me that damn question again." I bit back a laugh right as the door to the bar opened and Hannah stepped in. Her eyes scanned the room back and forth until they landed on our table. They flashed with annoyance as they met mine, but I knew she wasn't pissed at me. I hoped she wasn't. We'd probably saved these four from doing something extra stupid. "Uh-oh," Evelyn said, hiding behind her huge gin glass. "We're in trouble." Jen narrowed her eyes at us. "Which one of you fuckers called her?" "Grandma!" Hannah stomped to the table. "Don't talk to them like that. You know you're not supposed to be here." Jen turned and looked at her. "I'm your elder. You're my pain in the ass," she shot back. "There's a damn good reason you're not allowed out drinking without supervision. You can't control yourselves." "That's why I'm wearing leather pants, darling," Lil replied. "Absolute bitch to get on and off. That's me controlling myself." "That's not the point." Hannah put her hands on her hips. "Finish your drinks. We're leaving before you do something crazy." "Who died and made you the boss?" Kathleen sniffed. "Ask Grandma. She was reading the obituaries this morning, after all." My lips quirked. That was a strange little habit she had, but it fit her. And aside from using it to torture her granddaughters about her age, I imagined it was an efficient way of updating her phone book, if she actually had a phone book. I wouldn't put it past her not to have one. "Who died and made her boss?" Kathleen asked Jen. "God knows, but I want to speak to the HR department. She's awful." Hannah huffed. "That's it. We're going. Or I'm calling the police and having you preemptively put in jail." "They don't do that, dear," Lil said, eyes still on the TV. "Too expensive, apparently. You pay all these taxes and they won't lock anyone up to stop them from causing trouble." "The irony of that statement does not escape me," Hannah said tightly. "Come on, let's go. Now." "I'll help you take them home." I finished the last of my beer and put the bottle down. "I've only had that one." Relief flashed in her eyes. "He's taken me," Jen said, standing up with her cane. "Let's go, hot stuff." "Wouldn't it make more sense for Mason to take you home, considering you live next door to him?" Hannah asked Jen. "Can't, sorry." Mason did as I had and finished the beer. I promised Timmy I'd stop in and see if she needed help. "She's all yours, man." He clapped me on the shoulder. "Ladies, behave yourselves." "Never," Evelyn chirped happily. They all finished their drinks and Jen latched herself onto my arm. "I've never slept with a Brit, you know." Don't be offended by this, but I'm a little uncomfortable with this line of conversation. "I have," Lil said breezily. "Fabulous lovers." Hannah's cheeks burned. "Out now, before you go too far." This wasn't too far? Jesus, I didn't want to know what happened when they crossed the line. I guided Jen out of the door while Mason helped Hannah corral the other 3 old ladies into her car. When they were in the back and the child locks were in place, something Jen cackled about for a good few minutes, we waved goodbye to Mason and headed out of the parking lot. "Take a left," Jen said. "So, you're dating my granddaughter?" I should have known this was coming. We had a date. I made the turn. That doesn't constitute dating, as far as I'm aware. It does now. I make the rules. Okay, fine, I'm dating your granddaughter. Right here, the next intersection, she replied. I want to know about you. Size you up a little bit. I already know you're good with power tools. Was that a euphemism? I wasn't sure. I wasn't going to put anything past this woman. I spent all my summers on my grandparents' farm, I told her, turning right. I didn't have much of a choice but to learn how to use them. Seems reasonable. I have a bookshelf I want to buy. Will you put it up for me? Why do I feel like this is some kind of test? Mason already told me no. I told him there was cheesecake on offer. Do you like cheesecake, Isaac? I won't turn it down, I said slowly. I make it. I'm a good baker. You build my shelves and I'll make you whatever cheesecake you like. Is this how you get your own way for everything? With everyone but my granddaughters, she said brightly. But I don't like them much, so I don't really care. I snorted back a laugh. Fair enough. Do they know that? I tell them regularly, so they should. Either that or they're dumber than I thought. Do you just say whatever comes into your head without regard for consequences? Honey, I've paid my politeness dues. Now I'm old, I can say whatever the fuck I want. I could deal with that philosophy, I replied, pulling up in front of the house she pointed to. I could deal with that now, and I'm not 30 yet. Oh, you can do it now. The secret is not giving a shit about what anyone else thinks. She winked and pushed open the door. I darted out to help her. She pretended to fan herself, and I laughed as I helped her up to the front door. Jen unlocked it and held up a finger for me to wait. 2 minutes later, she came out with a slice of chocolate cake on a plate covered in clear wrap. This is yours. Did you make it? She nodded once. Don't think I'm doing this because you brought me home. I'm actually not happy about that at all. She winked again. But I am trying to bribe you into the bookshelf. Duly noted, ma'am, I grinned. I'll bring this back tomorrow for you. She tapped the side of her nose with an exaggerated smile and shut the door in my face. Of course. That woman was an enigma.
Chapter 12. Hannah. The night before the morning after. No, Lil. If you leave your house tonight, I'm going to lose my mind. The leather pants-clad pensioner got out of my car with a sigh. You used to be fun. What happened to you? Is it that British boy? He's a cutie. Good night, Lil, I drawled. I'll see you soon. Oh, do you know if my paint is in the store yet? Being delivered before noon. Come in the afternoon for it. I smiled. Despite the fact my grandmother and all her friends drove me crazy, I had a soft spot for Lil. She was a little crazy and a little wild, but she had the best stories known to mankind. I wasn't sure they were all true, but it sure was fun hearing about them. That said, I'd had my fill for tonight. Lil was my last drop-off, and I was glad to turn off the radio and dial Emmy's number for the call to connect through Bluetooth before I pulled away. Hey, what's up? She answered. Did Mason tell you that the book club crashed the sports bar? She replied. Hold on, let me put you on speaker. I'm sorting the canvases. Crashes and clunks and an oh shit came down the line before there was a moment of silence. Sorry about that. The canvases are rioting. Why? Have they gone all Toy Story on you? May as well have. Did the book club behave themselves? Only because we were there, Mason yelled from somewhere on the other side. Basically, I replied, hitting the blinker before I made a turn. How did they even get to the bar? Emmy sighed.
They asked me to take them to bingo before I came here, and I said sure. I'd pick them up when the night was over at 9. I guess they played around and went to the bar after. Yeah, but how? There's no way they walked. Called a cab, I guess? I don't know. I'll speak to Johnny and make sure his guys know to call me if Grandma calls and wants to go to a bar again. Not a bad idea. Where is Grandma anyway? Did you drop her off already? No, Isaac took her. I turned onto my street. She clamped onto him like a limpet, and that was the end of that. Sounds about right. I bet she's bullied him into putting up the bookshelf I won't go and take her to buy. Probably. Hey, he's sitting on my porch. Give me a minute and I'll... He's eating Grandma's cake. I sighed and rolled down my window. Is that Grandma's? I called. Yup, Isaac called back. Why, do you want some? How likely are you to build her shelves for her? If her cheesecake is as good as this, guaranteed. Yep, she bribed him, I said into the phone. Anyway, the book club are all home, and so am I. I can do some of that stuff in the morning if you want me to. We should get the worst of it done, but I'll text you. Now go have sex with Isaac. Emmy, shut... The line cut out before I was done telling her to shut the fuck up. Oh my God. I grabbed my phone and keys and got out of the car before anything else went wrong. Did you hear that? Isaac grinned as I was walking up the path. Yup, I agree with her for what it's worth. Of course you do. I rolled my eyes and put the key in the front door. Is that chocolate fudge? Uh-huh. You want some? Depends. Is there a price? There wasn't going to be, but I can arrange it. Shut up, I muttered, letting myself inside. I left the door open for Isaac to follow me because I knew he would. I was right. He brought himself and the remainder of the cake inside, shutting the door behind him. Our entrance must have disturbed Lucifer because he was lying on his bed eyeing us with the disdain only a cat could hold. It was pretty impressive, to be honest. If I came back in another life, I hoped it would be as a cat. I still wasn't sure if I was a cat person, but I could live as one. Totally. All that sleep was the stuff of dreams, wasn't it? I put my things down on the island and bent down to scratch Lucifer behind the ears. He lifted his head and let out a tiny purr, closing his eyes as I moved my nails against his fur. Still not your cat? Isaac asked, grinning. I looked over at him and smirked. You have a little chocolate on your face. I tapped my left cheek just to the side of my mouth. Just there. He wiped his face, getting the chocolate frosting off. Did I get it? I nodded, standing up. Is there any left? That's the best cake Grandma makes. She never gives me any unless I do something for her. She's a real exploiter. Why do you think she gave me this? She wants me to build her bookshelf, and she promised me cheesecake. This thing is a gateway drug. He put the plate on the island. Bloody hell, she's got me. And that's how she does it. I sighed and opened the fridge. Beer? Sure, it's been a long day. I pulled out both a bottle of beer and the bottle of wine from last night. After pouring myself some wine, I uncapped Isaac's beer and passed it over to him. Thanks. Wanna finish that cake? He raised his eyebrows and wiggled them. I fought a laugh. No, it's fine. You go ahead. She'll need more dust jackets for her dirty books from eBay soon enough. What? They cover their smut with dust jackets from eBay. She makes me buy them classic jackets so they can read it in public. I almost rolled my eyes. None of them can use eBay. They can barely dial a number on their phones. Isaac snorted and pushed the plate to me. Go ahead, really. She's making me a cheesecake, and I did interrupt your night to come and make sure they went home. It's not like I was doing anything important, I replied. I was just watching Netflix with no bra. His gaze dropped to my chest, where I was still not wearing a bra. I cleared my throat. He jerked his attention back up to my eyes. Take the cake, Hannah. All right, if you insist. I took the plate and grabbed a clean fork, then dove into the third of the slice that he'd left. The cake melted in my mouth, the rich chocolatey goodness exploding with flavor. "Oh my God, so good," I moaned. He pinched the bridge of his nose and looked at the floor. "Please do not moan like that while you're not wearing a bra. It's highly uncomfortable for me." I closed my mouth around the fork. I could understand how that might be problematic for him. So, naturally, I did the sensible thing. Moaned. Deliberately. Loudly. "Stop it," he ground out. "You're doing it deliberately." "Me? No." I grinned and stabbed the fork into the cake again. "I would never." He stared at me flatly and swigged his beer. "A couple of days ago, I would have believed that, but you're feisty tonight." "Feisty? How am I feisty?" Another long stare. "All right, fine, a little. The oldies rile me up," I admitted, putting the fork down. "They know better than to go prancing around bars. It's worse that they lied about it before. It's like controlling teenagers and stopping them drinking cheap booze in a park." He tilted his head to the side. "Been there. The teenager, that is. We used to get people to buy us these big-ass bottles of cheap cider that were like £2.50 for 2 liters, and we'd be hammered by 9 p.m. When we were 15, my friend's girlfriend threw up in front of police officers. We had to tell them she was ill." 15? You were out drinking at 15? There was nothing else to do. He shrugged, putting his beer down. "It's legal to drink at 18, don't forget. It's like sex. It's weird here that people are so freaked out about kids having sex at 15, but it's pretty normal back home because the legal age is 16. Wow, does anyone follow the law there? No. The entirety of England is a lawless Anglo-Saxon settlement where we haul our brides off over our shoulders to our caves in the Yorkshire Dales and eat pigs that have been fed the finest artificial grass." I blinked at him. "I have no idea what you just said." "Why do you think I said it?" "Your attitude is beginning to piss me off," I sniffed. "Did you have sex at 15? "Me?" he snorted. "No, I'm a virgin now." "Okay, even the English can smell your bullshit, Isaac. Right from their little Dale caves or whatever you heathens live in." His eyes danced with laughter. "No, I wasn't having sex at 15. I was 17 when I lost my virginity." "I don't believe that." "Why not? Nobody who talks dirty the way you do waited until after the legal age to have sex." "Do you have personal experience with that?" He raised his eyebrows and took a slow mouthful of beer. "A lady never reveals her secrets." I mimicked his movement with my wine. "Besides, it's not like my first time was anything to write home about. The loser lasted 2 minutes, and even though we dated for a year," I shuddered. "There are porn stars out there right now filming their orgies who are having more real orgasms than I did with him." "We can change that if you want." "What, the orgasms I never had with my first boyfriend? No thanks, I'm fine providing my own." I clapped my hand over my mouth. Holy shit, what was in this wine? Isaac's eyebrows rose and his lips twitched at the corners. "Well, I know for a fact that's something I can help you with." There was a huge lump in my throat. I had to get out of this situation. "Abort mission, Captain." "You do?" "That was not what I meant to say. Stupid mouth, stupid brain, stupid Hannah." Amusement flashed across his face. "Do I have to refer to the texts again?" "You just did." He put his beer bottle on the counter with a clunk and walked around it, closing the distance between us. "Then allow me to refer to them a little more." I took a step back. My butt bumped into the counter and my heart thumped really hard when the realization that I had nowhere to go washed over me. It was a delicious, consuming mixture of apprehension and excitement, because I knew that if he kissed me like he had last night, there was no way I would tell him to stop. The ankle-biting kitten was the only reason I'd stopped last night.
Apparently, my willpower was that of a piece of paper on fire. Poof, gone. Bye-bye. Isaac laid his hands either side of me on the counter, trapping me in place. My heart spiked even further before quickly settling into a steady yet rapid rhythm that matched the bolt of desire that went through me. "What are you doing?" I whispered. He dipped his head. "Pushing my luck." He captured my lips with his, kissing me firmly. It was so perfect, teasing yet testing, as if he really were pushing his luck. Gently, I put my hands at his waist, telling him to carry on. It was as if that one tiny movement lit a fire under his ass, because he cupped my face with both hands and deepened the kiss in seconds. This was different than last night. It was hungry and needy, a kiss that told me how badly he wanted to take this further than he ever could with words. It was a kiss that said he wanted to put his previous words into action. It was a kiss that I, right now, right this second, was fully on board with. Isaac parted his lips and flicked his tongue against mine. I did the same, allowing him to take the kiss even further. Desire sparked across my skin in little bursts of shivers that touched me from the top of my head to the tips of my toes, and I reveled in every single touch, every beat of my heart as he kissed me. He kissed me like he was starving. I drank it in, relishing every moment. A part of this was still so surreal, but I pushed that to the back of my mind as our bodies reacted to one another. His cock hardened against his pants, pressing against me, and my thighs clenched to control the ache that was building between my legs. A deep, needy ache that took everything inside me to suppress. Isaac cupped the back of my head, slipping his hand into my hair, and dragged his lips up my jaw until they were but a millimeter from my ear. "I want you, Hannah. I want to pull you upstairs and kiss you until you can't breathe. I want to throw you on the bed and put my face between your legs until you're fucking it. I want to flip you on your knees and grab your hips and tug on your hair until you're screaming my name in pleasure. I want to do everything I said I would do in that first texting session when I know you sat in this house and played with your clit until you came." My mouth was dry. I ran my tongue over my lips in a desperate attempt to wet them and my mouth, but it was no good. It didn't work. All it did was make me want to do it again, and again in the hopes it would work. It didn't. I know. I tried 3 times. "But if you don't want that, tell me now. I've made it clear how I feel. But understand this. I will respect whatever you say to me." He continued slowly. "Even if I tell you I never want to speak to you again?" "As long as I can tell you your cat needs his vaccinations first." "Duly noted. Now shut up and leave." He pulled back, a flash of shock in his eyes. "Kidding. Shut up and kiss me." "Bloody hell," he muttered, before doing just that. It was just as deep and hungry as the last one, and I wrapped my arms around his neck to hold him to me. Let's face it, it was inevitable that this would happen. It may as well be right now when I was already tied up in knots because he'd kissed me like a champ. "Without being too pushy, we need to take this elsewhere before Lucifer decides your ankle is a good snack again." "Without being too pushy?" I choked back a laugh. "Did you not just list off all the ways you'd like to fuck me senseless?" "Not all the ways. I'm saving some for later." He lowered his lips to mine and dragged my lower lip between his teeth. "I'm happy to continue right now, though—" "Nope. Upstairs it is." I grabbed hold of his hand and dragged him after me, leaving Lucifer in the kitchen alone. I was barely able to turn the light off before my feet hauled me toward the bottom of the stairs and up them. Isaac's steps echoed after mine, and I led him into my bedroom. My unfortunately untidy bedroom. Why was there a sock on my pillowcase? And how the hell had my bra ended up on my windowsill? How in the fuck did that happen?
Thankfully, I didn't have much of a chance to answer that or even begin to figure it out before Isaac pulled me against his body and kissed me. I curled my fingers into the collar of his ever-present polo shirt and flattened my body against him. Each flick of his tongue against mine sent licks of heat through my body. Kissing him was intoxicating. He tasted like the chocolate fudge cake mixed with desperation, and it was a terrifyingly addictive thing to experience. Isaac's hand slipped down my body and dragged up my shirt, bunching it around my waist. He slid one down inside my jeans and squeezed my bare ass, pulling my hips right into him. My nipples were hard, ready to burst through the thin material of my tank top, and I fought a gasp when they brushed against his chest. He smiled as if he knew before he resumed the kiss, hungrier than ever. Desperation took over, lust controlling us both, and we moved back toward the bed in a tangle of lips and limbs. He broke the kiss and removed his shirt. I barely had a second to explore the toned expanse of his body before he kissed me again, dragging me against him, only to fist my shirt and yank it up my body. I raised my hands so he could pull it up. My breast sprang free when he tossed it aside, and our bodies came together once again in a mess of hands and kisses and tiny little giggles. From me. The giggles were from me. Isaac pushed me back onto the bed. I squealed as I went down, and he quickly covered my body with his, grinning as he slipped between my legs and kissed me again. This didn't last as long. He moved swiftly to exploring my body, trailing his lips over my jaw and down my neck. My breath hitched when his lips came into contact with my nipples. He cupped my breast, closing his mouth around my sensitive nipple. He moved his tongue in such a way that it sent tiny fireworks over my skin, and I was only just able to breathe through it when he turned his attention to the other one. The ache in my body was like nothing I'd ever felt. I didn't know if it was the effect of having him right here, or if it was the anticipation of what was to come. I just knew that I was coiled like a spring, ready to burst at the right moment. Isaac continued his journey down my body to my waistband. My stomach was twitching with every breath I took, and my thigh muscles clenched when he pulled back to remove my jeans. He stared down at me with his bright green eyes that were full of dark lust, neediness, and hunger, eyes that captivated and terrified me at the same time. It took all the focus I had to concentrate on breathing. He pulled my jeans off and threw them on the floor. His gaze raked down my body, lingering on my hips. Nice knickers. I peered down. Awesome. Just fucking awesome. I was wearing lime green cotton panties with a cherry print on them, and I was pretty sure these had a slight hole on the ass. Well, this wasn't in the script, I said brightly. Isaac met my eyes and burst out laughing, leaning over me once again and kissing me. Don't worry, I like them, he murmured against my lips. Very you. I don't know how to take that. Take it how you're going to take my cock soon. Really fucking well. Okay, then. It was hard to argue with that, especially when it was said in his accent. Jesus, dirty talk in a British accent was heaven. Well, any talk was, but dirty talk could probably get a girl pregnant in one sentence. He crushed his lips to mine, forcing my thoughts to disappear. I ran my fingers over his shoulders. His muscles were tight, his entire upper body completely lean. My hands slid down his arms when he pulled back once more, moving back down the bed. This time, instead of stopping at my underwear, he hooked his fingers in the waistband and pulled them down my legs. Slowly, he ran his hands up my legs, parting them in the process, and lowered himself to his knees. Shivers cascaded across my skin, rocking my entire body when his hot breath touched my skin. He lowered his head, his mouth coming dangerously close to the apex of my thighs. Gently, he flicked his tongue out, teasing me. It took him only seconds to find my clit, and he covered my wetness with his mouth. I could barely breathe as he moved his tongue against me, over and over, teasing and toying with me. I fisted the sheets at my sides. He wielded his tongue like a weapon, exploring every part of my aching pussy. He paused only to slip a finger inside me, making my hips buck against his hand. It felt so good. Heat flushed through my body as he worked me with both his fingers and his tongue. I could feel the orgasm building, feel my moans as they escaped through my parted lips. It was like another world where all I could feel was my pleasure heightening, his fingers digging into my skin and his tongue taking me closer to the edge. I fell into the orgasm, giving myself over to it as it took hold of my body. Isaac held me tighter, moving his hands to cup my ass. He guided me through it, prolonging it, keeping his tongue pulsing against my clit until I could barely breathe anymore. When my hips finally stilled, he pulled back. His hands stroked down my legs as he pulled away to standing. I threw my arm over my eyes as I struggled to catch my breath, but I heard the sound of a buckle undoing. Peeking out, I watched as Isaac undid his pants and pulled down his boxers, freeing his cock. It was long and thick, with a large vein pulsing down the side. Another bolt of desire shot through me, humming through my bloodstream. I pointed to the nightstand before he could ask for a condom. With a low chuckle, he rounded the bed and opened the second drawer I was motioning to. He plucked out the unopened box and tore apart the packaging, then pulled a condom out of the box. He tossed the box back in the drawer and brought the foil package to his teeth before he tore the edge of it off. My mouth went dry as I stared at him. He reached down and sealed the condom over the head of his cock, slowly rolling it to the very base. I swallowed hard. Isaac pushed my right knee toward my left one so my body almost rolled to the side. Flip over. Now. Oh, God, he was really doing this. I did as he said, rolling over onto my belly with a bit of a flop. On your knees. Again, I did it. My arms were shaking and unsteady, so I propped myself up on my elbows as he palmed my ass cheeks. He gripped the left one tightly, exposing my pussy to him, and he pushed the tip of his cock against me. I arched my back so my hips tilted. He eased into me, flattening his hand against the small of my back. I moaned instantly. It felt so fucking good. Better than I'd imagined it. He moved his hips slowly, back and forth, until I dropped my head down with another low moan. Each stroke of his cock sent me wild, but it was when he grabbed my hips and started fucking me properly that heat spread all over my body. It was hard and ruthless, totally merciless, from the way he held onto my hips to the way he pounded inside me. Thrust after thrust drew moan after moan, and I pressed my forehead into the mattress. He stilled, buried inside me, and leaned over me. His hands were hot as they glided over my sweaty skin to grasp my hair. He gathered my curls in one hand, twisted, and yanked my head back up. I gasped, shivering as the action forced him deeper inside me. "That's better," he murmured, dropping a kiss to my shoulder. Then he straightened up again and made good on his promises. He fucked me hard. It was relentless, desperate, needy. "Put your hand between your legs," he demanded breathlessly. "No, Hannah." It was like he had a spell on me. I was powerless to resist his demands. I was unsteady on one hand, but I did it. I put my hand between my legs and found my clit instantly, rubbing 2 fingers against it in a circular motion. It was just that easy. I came hard, crying out loudly as my entire body clenched with pleasure. The orgasm hit me so hard I swear I actually saw stars behind my closed eyelids, and my limbs all shook with the power of it. Isaac released my hair and gripped my hips again, holding me still as he finished. His groan sent a shiver across my skin, but it was the long guttural moan that escaped as he finally stilled in front of me, his fingers probing my hips in a massaging motion. Neither of us moved for what felt like an hour. The room was filled with the sounds of our labored breathing as we regained control of it and ourselves. His grip on me loosened, and he flattened his hands against my ass as he pulled himself out. The second I was free, I collapsed onto my side. Isaac dropped down too, but his was with a breathy laugh. He rolled his head to the side and met my eyes. His gaze was full of sleep mixed with satiation and happiness. "That went well," he breathed. I laughed, closing my legs and using my arms to cover my breasts. "Could have been worse," I agreed. He rubbed his hand down his face, grinning behind it. "Definitely. Where's the bathroom?" "Same place as yours is," I said dryly. "Our houses are the same." "Right." He laughed, but groaned halfway through when he stood up. "Holy shit," he muttered, pushing off the bed. "I'm knackered." "What the hell is that?" "Tired," he called, leaving the room. I frowned, forcing myself to sit up. Holy shit was right. I felt half dead. My muscles were like jelly. I didn't want to think about what was going to happen if I did stand up right now. "Here." Isaac's face appeared in the doorway and he tossed a towel toward me. "I didn't think you could get up yet." "There's no need to look so proud of yourself," I yelled. "There really is," he shouted back, now out of sight once again. I stuffed the towel between my legs like the lady I was and flopped back down on the bed again. All right, maybe there was. Chapter 13. Hannah. The morning after the night before. There was a huge lump of handsome-toned British male next to me in my bed, and I wasn't mad about it at all. I'd have to be insane if I was. I was, however, apprehensive. I didn't know what would happen now. If last night was the result of our texts, or if it had something real behind it, or if it could have something behind it. I had also never been much of a one-night stand girl before, so I wasn't sure what to say. "What time is it?" Isaac murmured sleepily, stirring next to me. 6:30, I replied, putting my phone back on the nightstand. He groaned and rolled over. "I have to get up in 10 minutes. "Sucks to be you." I let him pull me into his arms, and I rolled over so that my head was on his chest. I don't have to wake up for another hour. "Let's swap jobs." He yawned, wrapping his arms around me tightly. "I'll stay here, and you can go and see all the tiny animals. You have a duck in today, don't you?" I was kidding, but he laughed into my hair. "Yup," he replied. "One of the farmers wants her newest duck to be checked over. God, I fucking hate ducks." It took everything in me not to curl up in a tight ball and laughing my fucking ass off. I just couldn't put Isaac the dirty talker in the same bracket as Isaac the terrified of ducks. I did want to see him treat a duck, though. I can't say I have any idea how to give a duck a checkup. I bit the inside of my cheek. I doubt I'm very good at anything else to do with them either. One kitten is enough for me. "I bet. He's a handful, that's for sure. The best kittens are, though." He pressed a kiss to my jaw. "I need to get up before my cock gets up." I laughed, pulling the covers up over my face. "Good morning to you, too." His low chuckle followed him out of the room as he made his way into the bathroom. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand again and checked my notifications. As I was scrolling Instagram, a new message came through from Emmy, and I opened it. Emmy. "Can you be at the store for the delivery? Grandma just told me she has a doctor's appointment at 8 and needs me to take her." Damn it. Me. "Can't Mason take her?" Emmy. "No, he has a court case today." Me. "Tell him to try not to get himself locked up." Emmy. LOL. "Can you?" Me. "Yes, but you owe me lunch. A good one." Emmy. "Fine. Grandma's paying, though." Me. "Damn right." With a sigh, I put my phone back down and got out of bed. I was wearing nothing but panties and an oversized t-shirt, and I padded across the hallway to the bathroom. "Knock, knock," I said in a bleary voice. "My boss wants me to work early. I need to shower." "Okay, hold on." There was a moment of silence, then a flush. The tap ran in the sink, and he opened the door a second later. "Thought you didn't have to get up for an hour." "Well, Grandma apparently has a doctor's appointment at 8 that Emmy needs to take her to. I'd bet she forgot until now, too." I shimmied past him into the bathroom and grabbed my toothbrush. "Sorry, did you want to shower here?" He shook his head. "I don't have clean clothes. It's fine. I'll run home now, shower, and head to work. Do you want me to make an appointment for Lucifer to have his vaccines?" I squirted paste on the brush. Shoot, I guess he's over his cold? Well enough for them, and you really want to get them done so he can be neutered as soon as he's old enough. Sure, text me the appointments you have and I'll work something out. I shoved the brush in my mouth and started cleaning my teeth. Isaac stared at me for a moment. "You're so pretty in the morning." I flipped him the bird. I knew for a fact I was not pretty this morning. My hair was scrunched into a twist on the top of my head, there was smudged mascara around my eyes, and a pimple was forming in the crease of my nostril. Yay, me. Isaac came back out of my room fully dressed. "I'll text you in an hour or so. Does that work?" I nodded, then held up my finger so I could spit the toothpaste into the sink. "That's fine," I replied. "I'll talk to you later then." He looked at me for a moment longer, then stepped forward and kissed my cheek, not far from the corner of my mouth. He said nothing else before he turned and left, disappearing down the stairs. Well, that could have gone a lot more awkwardly this morning. I rinsed my mouth out and wiped the sink. By the time I was done, the front door had opened and shut, and Isaac was gone. "Here you go, Mr. Sanderson. Here's your change." I handed the old man his change and put the receipt in the bag for him. "I can't wait to see what she makes next." He beamed at me. "A blanket for our new great-grandbaby." "Aw, congratulations." "Thanks, Hannah. Say hello to your grandmother for us, won't you?" "I sure will, sir. Have a lovely day." "You too, dear." He waved and left the store, leaving the new door chime above the door jingling in his wake. I sighed and looked around the store. It was lunchtime now, and nobody was here, so I walked out from behind the register and flipped the sign on the door, then turned the key to lock it. "All done?" Emmy asked. I nodded, walking through to the back to join her. She'd come in through the back door, and the seating area smelled like tacos and coffee, a.k.a. the closest thing to food heaven without there being wine involved. I sat down on the sofa and grabbed the bag to unload the food. "How's Grandma?" "Fine. It was just a checkup for her blood pressure meds." Emmy sat down. "God knows why she's on them. I'm the one who damn well needs them with her around." She wasn't kidding. "Did you find out what happened last night?" "Yeah, it's exactly as we thought. They played one round of bingo. Evelyn won, and they all took off to the nearest bar, which happened to be Pete's. She admitted they'd planned on getting a cab back to the bingo hall before I said I'd pick them up." She pursed her lips. "It's absolutely ridiculous. I told her she's grounded." "You grounded her?" I burst out laughing. "Oh my God, I bet that went down well." "Like a brick on my head," she admitted. "Did you see Isaac when you got home last night?" My cheeks flamed. Emmy's jaw dropped. "You saw all of him, didn't you?" I bit into my taco so I didn't have to answer her. I was a grown-up like that. "Hannah!" She reached over and whacked me in the shoulder. "Tell me!" I groaned, chewed, then swallowed. "Yes, okay, fine. We had sex." She squealed. "Did he stay over?" I nodded. Another squeal. "Now what happens?" "I don't know." I sighed and put down the taco. "I really don't. It's not like we knew each other particularly well before this all happened. But he did know the plant I've been watering for years is actually fake." "The one by your TV?" "Uh-huh." "Huh. I thought that was real. I held out my hands. Same, obviously. Anyway, I guess I don't know. I'm feeling a little uncertain about it all, you know? I can't decide if we're just here because of all those text messages or not. That makes sense. I mean, you've had a bit of a crush on him for ages, but I guess I'd feel the same way you do right now. I grimaced. I don't know how to bring it up either. I don't want him to outright say he's done now that I gave up the goods, but I also want to know whether there's something real in all this or not. How do you feel? I like him, I admitted, letting the words hang in the air for a moment. It was the first time I'd said it out loud, and it was only now that I realized just how true it was. I liked Isaac. I was growing real feelings for him, and now I was scared of what would happen. I really like him, I continued. He's funny and handsome, and that accent doesn't hurt either. Does he fuck in a British accent? Emmy asked, balking when I glared at her. Sorry, I just wondered. No, but he dirty talks during it in a British accent, so there's that. Nice. She nodded slowly. You might just have to get it over and done with. Just ask him how he feels, Hannah. You're an adult. You can do it. Like you did with Mason, you mean? Totally different situation. The principle is the same. Shut up. Emmy shook her head and picked up her coffee. Look, Han, your fears are totally valid. I bet he's probably wondering something similar. You're just gonna have to open yourself up to take a little bit of a risk, that's all. I hate risk-taking, I muttered, picking a jalapeno off of one of my tacos. Stop putting jalapenos on my damn tacos. She reached over and took the little pile I'd made, sprinkling them on hers so she had double the peppers. That's why I do it. I know. When do you think I should talk to him? As soon as possible. The worst that can happen is you go back to normal where you pass as neighbors and that's the end of it. He's also Lucifer's vet now. Yeah, but you're getting rid of the kitten, aren't you? Oh, stop it. We all know the Lord of Darkness isn't going anywhere. I huffed. Emmy grinned. We were right about that. I'm right about Isaac, too. I know you're right, but that doesn't make it any easier, does it? Like the situation is no less simple. I looked down and picked at my taco again. I really didn't have much of an appetite. It was hard to want food when your heart was all twisted up in knots. No, it doesn't. But for what it's worth, I don't think he would have tried as hard as he has with you so far if he wasn't interested in you. I know you. You always expect the worst. So think of it like this. The worst he's going to do is tell you he isn't interested in taking it further. Wow, that helps so much. That sounded better in my head. No kidding. Don't audition for the part of Cupid anytime soon. Best to avoid the agony aunt columns, too. I fought a smile. But I know what you mean. I already texted him earlier to book Lucifer's vaccines, so I'll probably see him later. And just ask, Emmy said. It's better to know the truth and be hurt than it is to ignore it just because you think it might suck. All right, Socrates, calm down. Who the hell is Socrates? I rolled my eyes and picked my taco back up. The girl needed to learn Google. That was for sure. Chapter 14. Hannah. Bribery for the win. I hauled the grocery bag out of the back of my car and put the trunk down. It'd been 2 days since I'd seen Isaac because our schedules just hadn't lined up. We'd talked some over text, but not at all today yet, which was fine. Mostly. I was starting to feel like a crazy lady. I didn't really want to be that weird lunatic who obsessed over things, but it was the weird timing of everything. We'd slept together, and now we hadn't been able to see each other. I know, it didn't make sense, but it was true. When I'd planned to speak to him 2 days ago, he'd ended up staying late at the clinic for an emergency surgery. Yesterday, I'd worked all day, then had dinner and drinks with Emmy and Francesca, so I hadn't seen him then either. It just hadn't worked, but such was life. I knocked 3 times on Grandma's door and pushed it open. "Hey, Grandma, I have your groceries."
"Thanks, dear. Put them on the table and— No, you're reading the instructions wrong."
I frowned. "What are you talking about?"
"Can you bring me some water?"
"Yes, Your Majesty." I rolled my eyes as I set my purse and the grocery bag on the kitchen side and headed into the living room.
"It's that screw!"
Grandma shrieked, pointing at one of the long ones on the floor. Isaac was sitting on the floor, surrounded by flat pieces of wood.
"It's not that screw."
What on earth is going on here? I looked around the hot mess that was the living room, the kind of mess that was going to make Emmy lose her mind. Isaac looked up at me. "I fell for the cheesecake bribe." I looked at Mason, who was sitting on the other side of the wood, staring at the instructions. "Why are you here?" "I also fell for the bribe," he said reluctantly.
"I'm here for the cookies."
Maya grinned from the sofa, kicking her legs. She held up a large cookie that had a bite taken out of it.
"I made them."
I grinned. I loved that kid. "Is there one for me?"
Uh-huh.
She looked down at her plate.
No, I ate them."
I fought a laugh and looked at Grandma. "Did you really bribe them both with cheesecake? I wondered why you needed so much from the store. She sent you to buy the things for it?" Mason looked from me to Grandma. "Jen, you're getting worse." Grandma clasped a hand to her chest.
"I'm in my 80s. What are my family for, if not to do things I demand of them?"
"I'm not family," Isaac said. "How did I end up here?" Grandma looked him dead in the eye.
"You were weak."
Well, there was no arguing with that. I sat down in what seemed like the only free space left in the living room. Maya had taken up the entire sofa with her cuddly toys and her blanket, so I sat on the edge of a wooden dining chair that usually held Grandma's knitting things. "Is this the bookshelf?" I asked. "What do you even need a bookshelf for? You still have 2 empty shelves on the one in your room."
"I want to display my favorite books in the living room," she replied without batting an eyelid. "There's nothing wrong with that. Lots of people do it."
"Yes, but most people don't have the Kama Sutra on their bookshelf," Mason said. "I still don't know why it takes 2 of us to build this."
"I just wanted to watch you."
Grandma sat back in her armchair and picked up a glass I was pretty sure contained a gin and tonic.
2 hot young boys building a bookshelf? Aye, Poppy."
I blinked at her. "Do not ever say "I, Poppy" again. You are too white to pull that off. And too old," Mason muttered. Grandma pulled off her slipper and threw it at him.
"I heard that."
"When do we get the cheesecake?" Isaac asked. "Because this is the most complicated bookshelf in the world. I'm going to need sustenance."
"Boy, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were only here for the cheesecake."
"I am only here for the cheesecake." He checked a screw against the instructions. "I'm not here on my day off for the fun of it. There are a million other things I could be doing right now other than this, you know."
"Are you sassing me?"
"I don't know what that means," he replied, unbothered. "I assume it's you butchering the English language again."
"He's feisty,"
Grandma said, looking at me and raising her glass.
"Marry him."
I glared at her, hoping nobody saw the burning of my cheeks. Not that it was likely. They felt like they were on fire. They probably were. That was my default, after all. "She looks like she wants to," Mason grinned. I snapped my glare his way. "You know, when you marry into this family, she'll be your problem, too." That wiped the grin right off his face.
"I take offense at being called a problem," Grandma said. "I'm a delight."
"Can we focus now?" Isaac said. I have to get home for a phone call, and I don't particularly want to spend my free time in the next week trying to get this done. Who are you talking to? Are you cheating on my granddaughter? Grandma! I face-palmed. Isaac glanced my way with a smirk. My mother. Oh. Grandma looked somewhat deflated. You're just perfect, aren't you? Careful, Mason muttered. She'll try and get you to move in next. I heard that, Mason. One more bit of attitude from you, and there'll be no cheesecake for you. She shuffled toward the edge of the chair and stood up, then made her way out to the kitchen, leaving us all alone. I moved to her more comfortable chair. Why were you arguing over screws? Because your grandmother, Mason said dryly. Isn't that enough of an explanation? True that. These are definitely the right ones, Isaac said, holding up the ones he was using before. I know, Mason replied. Just ignore Jen. You'll get used to it when you marry Hannah. I grabbed the nearest cushion and threw it at his head. Wash your mouth out. You'll get married before I do. You're right. It takes a special man to take the Anderson brand of crazy. And I suppose you're that special man, are you? I raised one eyebrow. How noble of you. He grinned. Don't worry. I'll give your future husband tips. Isaac looked between us. He's gonna need 'em, he added on a chuckle. I threw a cushion at him, too, just to be fair. Bye! Maya waved before she left, trailing her blanket behind her. I waved goodbye from the living room and picked up some of the trash left behind from the building of the bookshelf. Grandma was taking a nap, having sufficiently tired herself out from all her grouching. Well, that was a treat, Isaac said, taking the trash from me. No kidding. Welcome to my crazy life. You're gonna need a Xanax prescription, I said dryly, grabbing some of the cardboard. That or the key to the liquor cupboard Emmy locked up. She locked the liquor cupboard? Hasn't your grandma been drinking gin all afternoon? Emmy thinks she's smart. Grandma's smarter. I shrugged and held the door open for him to carry the trash outside, since neither of his hands were free. Following him out, I said, It's a constant battle of wits. How did she rope you into coming over here today anyway? He sighed as he dumped the trash in the can. She called the clinic and spun some elaborate story about an injured horse and how she needed to call me right away, but she'd lost her phone when her peacock threw it in the pond. With anyone else, I'd think that was insane. For Grandma Jen, not so much. Makes sense. So she called you and told you to come over? That's pretty much it. We went back inside and gathered the rest of the trash, and he said, I was going to stop by and see you this morning, but then she called, and by the time she hung up, you'd gone. She must have called me right before you. Damn woman. That doesn't seem deliberate at all. He smirked. She tried to push us together. Does she know that we live next to each other? Yeah, and how well has that worked out the past couple of days? Laughing, he shut the door behind him and turned to meet my eyes. Come here. For what? Damn, Hannah, you're much more obedient when you're naked. I reached out to slap his arm, but he was much quicker than me. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me into him, circling one of his strong arms around my waist. With me secure against him, he released my wrist and used that hand to cup my cheek so he could kiss me. It was soft and gentle, the kind of kiss that made your toes curl inside your shoes. One I could relive 1,000 times over. I guess we need to talk, I said softly. I agree. His voice was warm, and weirdly, that reassured me. Plus, he wouldn't have kissed me if he was going to tell me he wasn't interested, right? Let's go to the backyard so Grandma can't eavesdrop so easily. I took him by the hand and led him through the house to the yard. The back porch gave us a little reprieve from the hot sun that was beating down, and we both took a seat on the sofa. This is nice, Isaac said. This porch is amazing. I nodded. Grandma wanted a bigger porch, so she made Emmy put one on. Is it Emmy's house? Again, I nodded. Grandma wanted to downsize, but there was nothing around in the budget she'd set for herself. Emmy bought this house using part of her inheritance from our grandfather and offered to let Grandma move in. There was a slight misunderstanding because Emmy meant temporarily, and, well, Grandma has very much made this her home.
That fits with absolutely everything I've learnt about your grandmother so far. She's quite a strong personality, isn't she?
That's the polite way of putting it. I let a small laugh escape. She's many things, but beneath it all, she's the best. Just don't tell her I said that, for God's sake. He mimed, zipping his lips.
Your secret is safe with me, unless she gets me drunk. I'm a bit of a talker when I'm drunk.
Interesting. So all I have to do is get you hammered and I'll know all your dirty secrets?
I don't have any dirty secrets.
His grin was lopsided.
Do you?
Only the ones that have been buried. My smile matched his. We're just talking for the sake of it, aren't we? He nodded slowly, then adjusted his body so his arm was on the back of the sofa and he was facing me.
I know this is a bit awkward after what happened between us, not seeing each other.
I know. It's not like we did it on purpose, though. Maybe it's the universe trying to tell us something. I joked. He wasn't laughing.
Do you really believe that?
His face was solemn, and his eyes were unreadable. All laughter had disappeared, though. I knew that much. I shrugged, pushing some hair behind my ear. I'm not sure, Isaac. I do know that I've been wrapped up in my own head and overthinking everything since you left my house. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
Talk to me.
He took a small section of my hair between his fingers and played with it.
What are you thinking, love?
Oh, I loved it when he called me that. It rolled off his tongue so perfectly it could give me shivers. Is this just because of the text? We obviously had a mutual, if secret, attraction to each other before all this happened. Otherwise, neither of us would have considered having sex. But my worry is that now this is all happening just because of the text messages.
You're worried it's all sexual.
Not that it's a bad thing, I said quickly. I wouldn't be against the idea of having a purely sexual relationship with anyone, but I don't think that's what I want right now. I see Emmy with Mason and... I don't know. It makes me want that for me, too.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm not a sexual relationship kind of guy. Time is so limited, and I'm not into using the little time I have just to get my rocks off. I have a right hand and a shower for that.
My lips twitched.
I have to admit that I have had similar thoughts to you, he said in a low voice. I think having time apart the past 2 days has put things into perspective, whether that be good or bad.
Slowly, I nodded. I agreed wholeheartedly. The problem was, with him sitting right here, staring at me with his green eyes with my scalp tingling as he played with my hair, the bad terrified the life out of me, and the fact I was so worried that he'd walk away scared me even more, because these feelings were unlike anything I'd ever felt before.
I like you, Hannah. I like you a lot.
His eyes never left mine as he said it.
And I really would like to see if this will go anywhere. I want to get to know you better and spend more time with you.
I couldn't help it. I smiled. I would really like that.
You would?
Why are you so surprised?
I don't know. I think I talked myself into this only being about the sex.
It's not like I didn't do the same thing. I traced a circle on my knee with my fingertip. I really like you, I admitted softly. And I don't think it's just because you're really great in bed.
But it helps, right?
Definitely helps. I laughed and leaned into him. He shuffled up the sofa, releasing my hair and wrapping his arm around my shoulders.
How about dinner? Tomorrow night?
We'll go out somewhere to a restaurant where nothing can happen and we can just spend time together. Is there a no-sex rule? Do you think there should be one? I don't know. It seems counterproductive to go on a date where nothing can happen to turn around and have sex at the end of it. I have the feeling I'm going to regret this, but... Okay, there's a no-sex rule in place for tomorrow night. Can we change the rule if we really, really regret it? He grinned. I don't see why not. What do you think, then? We'll go on a real date. Okay, let's do it. Emmy has her ceramic painting class tomorrow, so I'll be working until the store closes at 5:30. I'll book a table somewhere for around 7 and pick you up. You're not going to drive your car from your driveway to the front of my house, are you? I'm not going to tell you everything. Leave a little mystique, would you? I sighed and rested my head on his shoulder. Fine. He pressed his lips against the top of my head, laughing. Do you think we should leave now? You can leave, but if I go and Grandma's alone when she wakes up, she'll call me and ask why she was transported to another dimension. I better stay. I think I can give you 10 more minutes, but only if you tell me more stories about her. I feel like I should have something in my arsenal to use against her. You're so smart. I know. Now spill. Chapter 15. Hannah. Notoriously bad at dating. I slid my feet into my trusty black velvet heels and looked out of the window. It was almost time for Isaac to pick me up for our date, and I hoped like hell he wasn't going to be late. He really didn't have any excuse for it. I was nervous as hell. My stomach was roaring with butterflies that felt like they were 10 times bigger than normal, and I'd rubbed the goosebumps off my arms at least 50 times in the last few minutes. Hannah Anderson was dreadful at dating. It was why I didn't do it. At least, not often. The only thing I had going for me right now was that I'd already arguably gotten the worst of the whole dating thing out of the way. The, what do you do? The, meet my family. And the, fuck me until tomorrow morning parts. So by that logic, this should have been a walk in the park. Also, I really needed to find out if he had a green card or if he was still here on a work visa. The last thing I needed was to fall in love with a guy who was going to get deported. I didn't like him that much. Kidding. Maybe. I perched on the edge of the sofa and gave Lucifer some love. The little brat had really grown on me, and I'd meant what I said to Emmy. There was no way I was giving him up now. Even if he was a dirty little ankle biter. I'd just have to train him out of that, because I much preferred my ankles without little puncture wounds from tiny little teeth, thank you very much. Lucifer purred beneath my hand, and I smiled. He certainly livened my house up a little bit, and I was definitely happy that the little turd had wormed his way into my life the way he had. A knock at my door pulled me out of my thoughts, and I peered out of the window. Isaac's car was pulled up against the curb, and I shook my head. He'd actually done it. Laughing to myself, I stood and picked up my purse. I gave my trusty red dress an extra smooth down, and I'd actually sourced some red lacy panties per our first text conversation. You know, just in case. I had to be honest and say the cotton cartoon panties were way more comfortable than these things. Not gonna lie, I had a red pair of my regular panties in my purse. There was a chance I wasn't going to last all night in these boner makers. Then again, he'd still fucked me after my old cherry panties, so maybe he wasn't a fussy guy. I pulled open the door, and my heart skipped a beat. He was standing there beaming, looking as handsome as I'd ever seen him. His white shirt was tucked into a pair of black dress pants, and the bottoms of those brushed against shiny black shoes. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, and I suppressed a groan. It's like he knew. White shirt, rolled sleeves, British accent, boom. Goodbye, panties. That was it, basically. The magic formula. The only thing that could make this better would be if he put on gray sweatpants after. Do you know what? If he did that, he could take my ovaries too. Lord only knew they'd be no good to me after they'd exploded. "Hey," he said, grinning. I swallowed, a tiny smile forming on my lips. "Hey, you look beautiful, love." I blushed. God damn it. Was there a pill I could take to stop that? "Thank you. You look handsome yourself." "I should hope so. This haircut cost me $30. "Yikes. Where did you go? Back to New York?" "Funny." He half smiled. "The only place that was open was some place that was expensive, so I had no choice." "Shall we go?" "So I can bitch more about my expensive haircut in the car?" "If you want. I think we're over the getting-to-know-you phase. I think we can go straight to our grievances." I stepped outside and pulled the door shut, then locked it. Isaac took my hand once I'd returned my keys to my purse. "That seems like a good way to get this date started. Complain about all the things we hate." "Hey, if we have some in common, we can complain together." Looking on the bright side. We stopped at the car and he smiled. "Always a plus." I smiled as he opened the door for me and kept hold of my hand until I was safely inside. He was a real gentleman, and while I like to think of myself as an independent woman, I was still a swooner at heart. I clicked my seatbelt into place while he got in the other side of the car. "So what are your pet hates?" he asked, pulling away from the curb when he was ready. "Your top 3. "Oh, that's easy. Eating with your mouth open, dry skin, and Twitter." "Twitter?" His shoulders shook with silent laughter. "Why Twitter?" "It's a little cesspit of angry people," I replied. "There's some funny stuff there, sure, but it's mostly just a bunch of strangers arguing politics. I don't have time for that." "Politics or the arguing?" "The arguing. I do enough of that with my TV where politics are concerned." "Was that you yelling at the government last week?" "It sure was. Those bastards weren't listening to me." Isaac choked back a laugh. "That's interesting." "What? Men can spend every weekend for 6 months yelling at their sports team, but I can't yell at the government?" I raised an eyebrow. "My taxes pay their wages, you know." "When you put it like that, it's hard to argue with." "I know. Why do you think I put it like that?" He laughed this time and pulled into the parking lot of one of my favorite restaurants in town. I frowned at him slightly, giving him my best side-eye. He looked at me slightly sheepishly. "I asked Immy." "Of course you did." I couldn't help but grin at him. Jesus, it was like my mouth only had one setting around him. Smiling like a loon. I suppose that was better than swearing like a sailor. He parked in an empty spot and looked over at me. "Ready?" I nodded, smiling at him. Still smiling. God damn it, Hannah. He made it to my door before I had a chance to open it. Once again, he took my hand and helped me out of the car before he closed the door for me and locked the car. He kept my hand firmly in his as we walked across the parking lot to the restaurant, but he released me so he could open the door for me. Swoony, swoon, swoon. He guided me inside with one hand on the small of my back until we reached the hostess's table. We waited for her to show someone else to their seats, but Isaac gave her a disarming smile the moment she returned. "Cooper, table for 2. She started at his accent, but she recovered quickly to say, "Right this way, sir, ma'am." We followed her through the restaurant to our table in the corner, and she set us down with 2 menus, assuring us that somebody would be by to take our drink order soon. "Is it always like that?" I asked him, opening the menu. "What, like what?" he replied, doing the same. "When you go anywhere, with your accent, do people really act shocked?" He peered at me over the top of the menu. "I'm rather used to it now," he said slowly. "But yes, it happens. We actually had a family come into the clinic around 6 months ago, and I think their teenage daughters swooned to death the moment I told them to go into the exam room." A tiny giggle burst out of me. "Really?" "Yep. We're the emergency clinic for the area as well, and they were vacationing nearby, so they had no reason to know I'm British. It's funny. Funny as in weird funny, or funny ha-ha? Funny ha-ha. I always assumed women would like an Italian accent. Really? Why? Well, I don't know. My sister dated an Italian bloke when she was in university and loved the way he spoke. He put the menu down and met my eyes. I couldn't understand a bloody word he said. I touched the menu to my face to hide my laugh. You just didn't like him because he was dating your sister. That could have been a mitigating factor. He winked at me and leaned forward on the table. Shall we go back to our car conversation? The things we hate? Oh, it was your turn. What 3 things do you hate? Avocado, ducks, and wrapping presents. Those are the 3 most random things ever. Well, except for the ducks. I know all about those little fuckers. Little sods. He shook his head. Avocado tastes like slime, and wrapping presents is way harder than it needs to be. Bloody tape gets everywhere. Actually, when you put it like that, it makes perfect sense. I know. He paused when the waitress came over and asked us for our drink order. He ordered a beer and me a glass of wine. When she'd gone, he said, "What are your 3 favorite things?" Ooh, flipping it on its head. Okay. I tapped my finger against my lips as I thought about it. Okay, sleep, chips, and kissing. His eyebrows shot up. Chips as in fries or chips as in crisps? Crisps, and that's not the part I thought you'd focus on. I thought you'd say art or cats, to be honest. No, I'm a recent cat convert. That little shit is growing on me. I fought a smile and glanced at the menu. And Emmy is the artist, not me. I'm just working with her to help her out while I find a job I'm actually qualified for. Which is what? Journalism, I replied. It's what I majored in. But it's a rough thing to get into in a small town unless you get lucky at the local paper or start one of your own. I'm sorry. That sucks. Have you done anything online? I blew out a long breath. I had a blog once upon a time, but then everything moved to social media and I struggled to keep a readership. Otherwise, no. I didn't know where to look, and like you, I'm really not a city person, so moving isn't an option. It was easier to come home and do odd bits here and there. My granddad left us an inheritance when he died, which was how I bought my house, and I think I've worked just about every service job over the last few years. I might be able to help you, Isaac said slowly, his gaze flitting over my face as if he were testing my reaction. How? My sister works for a publishing house in London. She does all the press releases and marketing, so I bet she'll have some tips on how to break into the industry from your side. Really? Excitement bubbled inside me. I would love that, but I want to work for it, not just because I'm dating someone who's in a similar industry. I froze the moment I said the D word. Isaac raised his eyebrows again, but this time it was more playful. Dating, eh? Shut up. You know what I mean. I was saved from his response by the waitress coming back with our drinks and taking our food order. She took the menus with her as she left. There was a moment of silence between us before someone on the table next to us knocked over her wine and half the restaurant went crazy. Us? No. We just sat right where we were and laughed into our hands. Just like that, the moment of tension was gone and we were back to normal. Okay, if we're doing the whole information thing, let's talk about hobbies, I said. What do you do when you're not being an animal hero and saving lives? He chuckled. I spend most of my time administering vaccinations or telling people their lazy dogs need to go on diets, but sure, I'm a hero. You saved my kitten. He had a cold. You wouldn't believe how often I see that in strays. He sipped his beer. I guess I don't have a ton of hobbies. I work a lot, and that's pretty sad. I like football, actual football where your foot touches the ball, and I'm not too bad at DIY. Unless your grandmother is around, then it's every man for themselves. That is so accurate, I'm a little scared. I'm a fast learner. I grinned. Tell me about your hobbies. Well, I like watching serial killer documentaries on Netflix while not wearing a bra, shopping for underwear with ridiculous patterns, and apparently sharing grandmother babysitting shifts with my cousin. I reeled off. And yes, those things are all on my online dating profiles. That I highly doubt you'll be needing anymore. My grandmother or my online dating profiles? I hate to think about what Jen would say if I said her, so the dating profiles. Is that right? You're real confident over there, aren't you? He shrugged, leaning forward so his muscles bulged against the fabric of his shirt. Let's just say I have a really good feeling about this. You mean to say that Grandma hasn't scared you off? For real? Would I be here if she had? Weirder things have happened. You should see her binoculars stash. You're not scaring me off like that. I'm not trying to scare you off. I'm trying to warn you. The appropriate response is thank you. Isaac's lips pulled up, his eyes shining. Fair enough. Shall we get back to getting to know each other? Yes, I said, a little too enthusiastically, drawing the attention of a few tables surrounding us. I shirked back in my seat, much to Isaac's amusement, and waited until everyone was no longer looking at me. We covered school and dreams and silly things like your favorite food and your favorite color. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, our food was brought out, and we kept talking to the point we barely ate anything between us. We laughed. Our feet touched under the table. He touched my hand more times than I could count. I told him stories about growing up with Grandma Jen and the book club, and he told me stories about growing up in England and spending all his school breaks on a farm. I lapped up every word. Every single time he smiled at me, it was confirmed that I was here for more than the sex, for more than just the physical connection we so obviously shared. My feelings for him were very real. Maybe they were based on lust, maybe they were based on my heart, or maybe it was a mix. I didn't know. Maybe I would never know. The only thing I was sure of was that Isaac Cooper was worming his way into my heart, and I was completely powerless to stop it. And I was more than a little okay with it all.
Chapter 16. Isaac. Cats everywhere. Stop looking at me like I'm going to hurt him. Hannah pouted, clutching Lucifer to her chest. You're holding a needle. That's going to hurt. I sighed, setting the capped vaccination down. I've told you this. It's like a human getting a vaccination. It's sore for all of 2 seconds and then it's over. She looked down at the kitten before she put him back on the exam table. If you hurt him, you're in trouble. Julie noted. Can you hold him? One hand at the front, the other at the back. Bum down, make sure he doesn't move. I could swear she whimpered, but she did as I asked. Hey, buddy, I said, pinching the scruff of his neck gently. Such a good boy. I pushed the needle into his skin. Lucifer cried out, but by the time Hannah was done gasping, I'd already injected him and was removing the needle from him. You said it would be like a human. She glared at me. Well, that was like a human, I said, capping the needle and disposing of it safely. You inject a 10-week-old baby and they cry too. I'm mad at you now. I'll survive. It's a necessary evil. I washed my hands and fetched 2 treats from my jar before putting them down in front of Lucifer. I already knew he was a fan of these, and I wasn't shocked at all when he hoovered them up in seconds. See? I said to Hannah. He doesn't care. She responded. I ignored her. Now, he might get a little lump where he's been injected. Some cats have a mild allergic reaction to it. It's nothing to worry about. If you're concerned, I'll just come take a look at him. Are you kidding? After what you just did? 1 week ago, he wasn't even your cat. Now you're mad at me. She blinked. You're right. It's slightly irrational when you say it like that. Slightly? I fought a smile and turned to my computer. I'll book him in for 3 weeks for his next set. That way there's a little time if you need to cancel. 10:30 on the 20th, okay? Fine. She was still pouting. I booked him in and printed off the appointment card. Here you go. Thank you. She put it in her pocket and bent down to see Lucifer. Poor baby. I'm sure he'll be fine once you've fed him that salmon in your fridge you've been telling me is yours, I said dryly. It is mine. I never said I was eating it. She sniffed and put Lucifer back in his carrier. Anything else I should know? Yes. I grinned and rested on the exam table on my forearms. I've been thinking about something. Oh, God. Is it me? What did Grandma do now? Yes, but not specifically, and nothing, I answered. I think I want a cat. Why are you asking me? I'm hardly the best judge of such a thing. I laughed. I think I want to go to the rescue and see what they've got. I don't want a kitten because I work too much to be able to look after one, but I think an older one might help. Her brow furrowed a little. Help with what? It gets a little lonely, I admitted, until recently. Until we sexted, she said. Until we sexted, I repeated, trying not to smile too much. I didn't really have anyone here, and I was lonely. You and I are still at the beginning of our relationship, and while I'm going for a beer with Mason and Maya's stepdad this week, I think I need a cat. You know they're assholes, don't you? Ah, you're learning the way of the cat. Nice job. Shut up. Her eyes shone with laughter. I think it might be good for you. So, you want an older one? Nothing too old, maybe 2 or 3 years old. Would you come with me? To the shelter? Have you seen my willpower? I rescued that little shit as a full-fledged member of Team Dog, and now he sleeps on the end of my bed. I know. He woke me this morning by biting my toes. I shot a glare his way. We have got to get his foot fetish under control, by the way. I'm not dealing with that on a regular basis. Who said you're sleeping in my bed on a regular basis? Fine. I'll send you batteries for your vibrator and you can see how well that cooks you breakfast. Hannah paused. Point taken. Until the robots rise up, you'll do. I'll do. Laughing, I pushed off the exam table and walked around it to her. I pulled her against me and kissed her, taking her lower lip between my teeth and dragging slowly. She let out a breathy moan and sagged against me. Stop it. I released her with one final laugh. Go now. I have appointments all day and I can't handle you getting me riled up. You kissed me. She sniffed and picked up the carrier. When do you want to go to the shelter? Shall we get dinner tonight and work it out? I asked, opening the exam room door. Sounds good. She smiled shyly. See you later. See you later, love. Her cheeks flushed pink. That was the only reason I called her that. She blushed every time, and there was something so fucking adorable about making her blush that way that I couldn't help myself. She was going to kill me for it one day, I was sure of it. She took Lucifer to the reception desk and shot one more look my way. But this look wasn't the annoyed one she'd given me in the exam room. This one was filled with a softness I was coming to know and love about her. Love. That was such a big word, and one I wasn't comfortable throwing around freely, but it was the correct one here. I was slowly falling in love with all the things that made her Hannah, and it wouldn't be long until I knew I'd start falling in love with her. I just hoped like hell her grandmother didn't kill me first. The woman was a trip. Hannah shot me one last smile and waved before she left, and I watched her go for a minute. You've got it bad, Joe, today's receptionist, said. Oh, be quiet. I hated shelters. I hated the animals left here with nobody to love them. I hated that none of them had a home to go to, that the only time they were really let out of their crates was for necessary exercise or to meet potential adopters. I hated that some of these animals would die needlessly. Everything about obtaining a pet sucked. There were people on both sides of the fence, those who believed it was their right to choose a pet from a breeder, and those who believed breeders were the devil incarnate. I stood firmly in the middle. I believed everyone had their place in society and the animal world, even breeders. Some people didn't have a choice. Maybe they were allergic and needed hypoallergenic breeds. Maybe some people had special needs, or their children did, and they had to be mindful of the breeds they chose to get. Then, breeders were vital. It was important that everyone was able to get the pet they needed that would fit into their lifestyle, because that was how it worked. Unless you were buying a farm. There was no chance you were fitting a pig into your lifestyle. You were changing yours. The bottom line was that the manner of obtaining a pet didn't matter. Whether a puppy or a kitten came from a shelter or a breeder, there was one point that so many people seemed to miss. They all needed a home regardless. Take my grandma, for example. She'd never once rescued any animal unless it was a hedgehog. Then she rehabilitated those for the winter before letting them go. She'd also once saved an owl. All right, I'll rephrase. She'd never rescued a pet before. She worked on a farm. She needed purebred working dogs to herd the sheep and cattle. And then she always had a terrier around to be her ratter. All purebred, all perfect, all needing a home just as much as the others. Her needs were different. My aunt, however, refused to buy from breeders. The woman had 4 cats and 3 dogs, and every single one had been rescued from various shelters back home in England. But she never judged her mum, my grandma, for her purebred babies. Because it didn't bloody well matter. Just like me and Hannah. She'd mentioned last night that if she had been in a position to choose to get a pet, she would have gone to a breeder for a pedigree puppy. A smaller breed that would be easy for her to look after. One that she really loved. It made sense. Sure, she'd ended up with a stray kitten, but life was funny like that. I wanted to believe that Lucifer had found her for a reason. And maybe that reason was us. Without him, I don't know if we'd ever have figured out who we were texting. Like I said, life was funny. Me? I didn't need a pedigree animal. I didn't want a cute little baby. I wanted a cat that was fully trained, fully grown, and needed a home. One who could slip into my lifestyle, but also one I could take to work if I needed to. That was the beauty of a cat. They slept all the bloody time. "Do you have one in mind?" Hannah asked, slipping her hand into mine as we approached the shelter doors. "Nope," I said. "I just wanted to see what they had. Maybe go to another if they don't have what I'm looking for." "I think I can lend you enough of my time for that," she teased. "Let's do it." She released my hand and bounded toward the door, yanking it open before I could do it for her. I followed her inside, catching hold of the door before it closed on her arse. "Hello," a cheery young woman said from behind the counter. "How can we—" "Oh, Dr. Cooper." She grinned, and I recognized her as Alicia, the girl who usually brought us pets to be looked at. "Hey, Alicia, I didn't know you were working today." I stepped up to the counter. "How is everything? How's Moses?" She beamed. "Moses is doing great. He's still a little wobbly on his leg, but he's in with you next week to be x-rayed again." "Great to hear. Hannah, this is Alicia. She usually brings the sick or injured rescues down to the clinic to be seen." Hannah smiled. "It's lovely to meet you, Alicia." "You too." She returned the smile, but it was a little tight. Great. I knew Alicia had a crush on me because I'd turned her down before, and I knew Hannah wouldn't miss that part. "What can I help you with?" Alicia asked, turning her attention back to me. "I want a cat," I said simply. "I've decided I need a friend, but I don't want a kitten. Maybe one around 2 or 3 years old? Do you have anything?" She nodded slowly. "We have a few cats around that age, sure. Is your friend looking for a cat too?" Hannah bristled beside me. Well, this wasn't bloody awkward at all. She wasn't my friend, but she wasn't my girlfriend. Fuck this shit. "No, my girlfriend already has a kitten. Showed up on her back step and never left." I grinned at Hannah and squeezed her hand. She met my eyes, her gaze equal parts shock and happiness. Well, at least I knew she'd say yes when I officially asked her to be my girlfriend. Alicia's smile was tighter than ever. Come on back. I'll grab one of the girls to show you around. Thanks, I appreciate it. We followed her through the door marked staff only after she'd punched in the code. Audrey, Dr. Cooper is here to adopt a cat. Alicia knocked on a door just inside the back area. She'll be right out. With that, she left. That wasn't awkward at all, Hannah said quietly. Tell me about it, I muttered in response. The door opened and Audrey came out with a huge smile. She was a homely woman, a few inches shorter than me, with a motherly figure and a smile that exuded so much warmth that it'd melt the North Pole. She could also be my mother. Isaac! She wrapped me in a huge hug. Who's your friend? This is Hannah, I said, releasing her. My girlfriend. That was twice. I guessed she was my girlfriend now. Pleasure to meet you, my darling, Audrey said brightly, clasping Hannah's hands. Wait, don't you work in the art store? Jen's granddaughter. And my grandmother's reputation precedes me again, Hannah said jokingly. Yes, that's me. Ooh, you and Imogen have some craft sets coming in for my grandbabies when they come to stay this summer. I'm so excited. She scrunched her shoulders right up with a grin. Now, Isaac, what cat do you want, dear? We have lots. I repeated my preferences to her. I think we have several that fit that, yes. As you know, adult cats are the hardest to get adopted, but I'm not surprised you want one. You're a good egg, Isaac. She patted my shoulder. Come on through and we'll take a look-see. Hannah slipped her fingers through mine as we walked, lightly squeezing me. I wasn't sure if it was a reassuring squeeze or one that said we were going to talk later, but I hoped it was a little of both. I had no idea how to introduce her. Thankfully, I think she knew that. This one is Horace. He's 4, fully vaccinated and neutered, and he's a lovely old thing, Audrey said. He's a total lap cat, but he's blind in one eye. I released Hannah's hand and stepped forward. He was beautiful, 100% black with green eyes and a big fluffy tail that he currently had wrapped around his body to keep him warm. He's beautiful, I said. He is. Let me show you the others and we can circle back to any of them you like. She shuffled us along a few cages. This one is Spring. She's around 2 years old, again spayed and vaccinated, but she has a few behavioral issues we're working on. Behavioral? I asked, taking a step closer. She was almost pure white except for one black ear and the tip of her other ear. Her blue eyes peered out of the cage at me and tugged at something deep inside. What are her issues? She's a little vicious, Audrey admitted. Honestly, we found her with her litter of kittens. She had 4 we found with her. They were all dead. She was still trying to nurse them and look after them. Hannah inhaled sharply, gripping hold of my arm. We think she's grieving them, Audrey said softly. She's a lovely thing, and I'm only showing you because you'll know how old she is. I don't think she's ready to be rehomed yet until we've got her behavior sorted out. I understand. I reached over and squeezed Hannah's hand. Let's move on. Audrey marched ahead, but it took me a good moment to unstick my feet from the floor. Something in that cat's eyes called to me, and I was afraid to look at any others because I feared I already knew who was supposed to be mine. Next, I met a big fluffy ginger tabby named Lightwood. He was 18 months old, playful as hell, and the perfect candidate for what I was looking for. After him was Charge, another male. He was a little older and not quite as crazy as Lightwood, but we moved on and saw 3 more cats who fit my preferences before Audrey clapped her hands together. Well, what do you think? Anyone you want to open up and see? I glanced at Hannah and met Audrey's eyes. Audrey's smile dropped. Isaac, please, I asked. She's beautiful, Audrey, and you know I could help her. She took in a deep breath so harshly that her nostrils flared. 2 minutes, and if anyone asks, you're checking her over, understand? I nodded once. Hannah bounced beside me. For someone who didn't like cats until a week ago, she was all about Spring. Audrey led us back over and stopped in front of her cage. Spring was lying at the back, watching us intently. Reluctantly, Audrey undid the cage door and stepped aside so I could approach her. "Hey, Spring," I said softly, gently reaching my hand toward her. "Aren't you a lovely thing?" Audrey twitched as Spring moved. "It's okay." I kept my voice low and my hand near the bottom of the cage. The last thing I wanted to do was spook her now. "Here, I'm a friend." I waited until she moved toward me. Every step was tentative, and it took her a few minutes of silence, but she stretched her neck and sniffed my hand. After she'd had a moment to do that, I moved my finger and gently smoothed the side of her face. She had a beautiful, fluffy neck ruff, and my finger glided over her thick fur. "My goodness," Audrey breathed. Spring didn't move, but she allowed me to take my finger from her neck to her ear, then to the top of her head. She didn't move into me, but I didn't expect her to. Distrust filled her eyes, and I was careful not to maintain eye contact for a prolonged period of time. I didn't want her to think I was a threat. I was able to move from her head to stroke her entire body. Audrey watched, shaking her head in wonder, while Hannah clasped my free hand tightly. "I want her," I said, stilling my hand while Spring sniffed me more. "She's mine, Audrey." She hesitated for a moment. "I don't know if I can. Put her down as a foster with a hold on adoption until her issues are sorted out, but I'm telling you now, she's mine." Spring looked up at me with her big blue eyes, and I knew I was right. She was mine.
Chapter 17. Hannah. Forever home. "There is no tuna," I said to the little black ball of fluff who was staring at me with big wide eyes. "You should give him tuna," Grandma said, shuffling out to the kitchen. "I don't have any." I rolled my eyes at her. "I just said that." "Well, why not? He's a cat. He needs tuna." "Because I'm not a bloody fish market." "A bloody fish market? You've spent too much time with that English guy, my girl." I sighed. I wasn't going to get into this again. Isaac was bringing Spring home today, and the last thing I needed was for Grandma Jen to be all up in my business about my relationship. We hadn't discussed the whole "she's my girlfriend" thing that had happened at the shelter. We'd gone from shady to 100 in a matter of hours, and it's not that I was against being his girlfriend, because I wasn't, but I also didn't want him to think I was just taking it for granted that I was. This was why I'd been single for a long time, kids. Too many blurry lines. "I like him," Grandma said after a moment. "He builds my shelves and compliments my baking. You could have worse traits in a man." "I guess," I said hesitantly. "Is this going anywhere, or is it another episode of the Grandma Jen show?" "I wish, dear. That would be a terribly entertaining show. Could you imagine the book club on national TV?" She cackled and reached for her cup of tea. "I think you should ask him to be your boyfriend." "We're not in middle school," I replied. "Besides, he's not American. I don't know his status. I don't want to get myself into a relationship with someone who could be shipped back to the motherland at any point." Her laughter turned dark. "He's got a green card." "How the hell do you know that?" "I asked him, child. A darn sight more than you did." She slapped her hand against the counter. "Why didn't you ask him? You're the one sucking face with him in public." "I am not," I gasped. She snorted. "I know. I just like fucking with you." She shrugged and finished her tea. "Is that Mason outside? It's time for him to take me home." I walked to the living room and looked out of the window. No, it's Isaac bringing Spring home. Spring? What kind of name is that? Oh my God, put your asshole away, Grandma. I stalked past her and out to the front porch.
Isaac grinned the moment he saw me. "Hey, want to come say hi?" "Grandma is here," I called back. "Want to bring her here?" He hesitated for a second. "Where's Lucifer?" "Probably sleeping in my sock drawer." "All right, I'll bring her over." He pulled the carrier out from the back seat. I did actually want to try something with Lucifer. I was so excited to see her. She was the most beautiful cat I'd ever seen, and I was so glad Isaac had been able to talk the shelter into letting him adopt her. Audrey knew he was adopting her, but I loved that she'd fudged the paperwork. It wasn't like they didn't know him after all. He was probably more qualified to look after her than they were. Actually, there was no probably about it. He was. He carried her up to me and lifted the cat box so I could look inside. Spring was sitting at the very back, curled up in a little ball. She was so freaking pretty, and I smiled and motioned for him to bring her inside. "Is that the cat?" Grandma asked. Even her voice was softer than usual. "Yup," Isaac answered, resting the carrier on the island so she could see. Grandma peered inside. "Well, isn't she a pretty little thing? Between her and Hannah, you're going to have to fight the men off." Isaac pressed his lips together. "We'll be fine." "Okay." She held up her hands. "I believe that's my ride outside. I'll catch you kids in the hood." "What the—" I wasn't even going to ask, to be honest. "Put her down," I said to Isaac. "You can let her out if you want. Lucifer is actually asleep on the sofa." "I don't know if introducing her to another cat is the right choice," he said slowly. "But you can introduce me as your girlfriend to strangers." I clapped my hand over my mouth the moment I said it. "Ignore that." He put Spring on the floor and looked at me. "You've been holding that one inside, haven't you?" I shrugged one shoulder. "Let the poor baby out." He undid the door to the carrier and faced it toward the living room, then walked over to me. "Hannah, you know why I did that, didn't you?" "Of course I do. I'm a woman, Isaac. Alicia clearly had a crush on you, and you used me to shut her down. Then you had to keep the ruse up for Audrey." "I wish you were wrong." He pulled me against him, wrapping one arm around my waist. "I did. I turned her down several weeks ago, and I didn't know how to introduce you, so I said the first thing that came to mind. Is that so bad?" "No, but I reserve the right to be petty." "You absolutely do." He grinned, and I knew he was so fucking amused by me right now. "I encourage the petty. Let's face it, you're only being petty because I said you were my girlfriend before I asked you to be." "Shut up, Isaac." He grinned, pulling my face toward his. His lips brushed across mine in the barest of touches. "Hannah, will you be my girlfriend?" "You're a dork." I pushed at his chest, but it was futile. He was so much stronger than I was. "I think we know I already am." Thank God. I was 30 seconds away from needing to go wank in the shower. "Have you done that?" "Oh, sure. All the British words, and wank is the one you know." I grinned. "I know the important ones." He laughed against my mouth. "I'll let you think that one through. I need to check on my pussy." Groaning, I pulled away from him. "Oh, God, that's going to be a running joke, isn't it?" "Depends. Do you touch your pussy?" "Isaac." "Hannah." I shivered and looked at the empty cage. "Your pussy escaped its cage." He stared at me for a second because his eyes widened. "Shit." He pushed off the kitchen island and froze when he reached the living room door. It wasn't far, like 6 steps. He was so dramatic. I stepped up next to him. Spring was on the sofa already, right where Lucifer was sleeping. My breath caught. I didn't want them to hate each other, and Lucifer was so tiny compared to her. I stepped forward, but Isaac stretched out his arm. "Wait," he whispered. "I wonder what?" I hissed. "If she kills my cat, I'm gonna kill you." "Fair trade," he whispered again. "Just a second, okay?" I blew out a long breath and waited. Spring gently reached out with her front paw. She patted Lucifer several times, and Lucifer rolled onto his side. His eyes were fixated on her, but hers were pinned to his head, too. "Isaac," I breathed. "He can't hurt her." He wrapped one arm around me from the front, pulling me into his body. "Hold on, okay?" I fisted his shirt in my hands and watched. Lucifer stretched out his paws and batted at her several times. Spring responded with a swipe of her own larger paw, and my throat swelled with apprehension. Lucifer hit her one last time, and Spring swatted him in the face. I took a step forward, and she licked his head. Isaac tightened his hold on me. "This is what I wanted to try," he whispered. "She lost her babies. I have a feeling she may adopt him as her own." "I'm not looking after 2 cats," I warned him. "We'll co-parent," he replied without blinking. "It's fine." "Hey, buddy, I didn't want 1 cat, let alone 2. "Well, that sucks." He grinned down at me. "I think this is the root of her behavior, Han. I think it's because she misses her babies, and she thinks the humans took them from her." I softened. "That's so sad." He nodded. "I know, but look at her. She's taken to him right away. She's a mum for sure." He was right. Spring was sitting over him, her bright white fur a stark contrast against Lucifer's pitch-black coat. She was licking his fur like her life depended on it, and for his part, he looked like he was enjoying it. Isaac lifted his arm and wrapped it around me fully, pulling me properly into his side. "Look at that. 2 weeks ago we were sexting. Now we're cat parents." "Don't push it, buddy," I replied, watching the cats. "It's not that easy." He snorted. "I know. Shall we take a vacation together? How about Florida?" "Easy. We've been a couple for 10 minutes. "All the better for it. Shall we?" "I could go for a vacation." "We're leaving the book club at home," I said, watching as Spring used her paw to clean Lucifer. "And we're taking the cats." "Look at you, you little cat lady." "I agree. Where shall we go?" "I don't know. Why don't you do your thing with a map and pick a random place?" Isaac looked down at me and grinned. "Done." I grinned back, butterflies going nuts in my stomach. It was a little surreal, this situation, but I loved it. I didn't need to date the guy for 6 months to know I was going to fall in love with him. It was inevitable. Spring was curled around Lucifer, and my heart skipped a beat. It was instant, their connection. The opposite of mine and Isaac's. And you know what? That was fine. Totally fine. I knew we were falling in love, no matter how early it was. I knew we'd say it. I knew he was my end game, no matter the weird way we'd come together. Something deep down inside said he was my forever. Happily ever after wasn't always right now. Happily ever after was a work in progress, and I was willing to work on mine. Forever. Epilogue. Hannah. Happily ever after. 3 months later. "How do you mess up the GPS?" I demanded, loading up Google Maps on my phone. "Isaac." "I fixed it," he said, tapping the screen. "Look, 2 minutes to Creek Keys. I told you." I put my phone on my lap, screen down, and looked out of the window. I wasn't sure I believed his GPS system, but whatever. We pulled onto another road and drove down it. A few minutes later, we did indeed read a sign that read, Creek Keys, Florida, population 990. "Told you," he said smugly. "We made it." "To what I think is the smallest Keys island ever," I replied. "Is this really where your finger landed on the map?" "Yup. That's the last time you have me decide, huh?" "No kidding." I sighed as we drove through the quaint beachside island. It was cute. There were beachy-looking buildings, and it was the perfect little vacation spot. Lucifer meowed from the back seat. "We're not taking him again," Isaac said. "That kitten is so noisy." "He ran out of treats," I replied. "He's hungry." "As usual." He snorted and pulled into the parking lot of the vacation complex we'd booked. "Shall we get out?" "When are Mason and Emmy getting here?" "They're getting Maya in the morning, so sometime tomorrow." I got out of the car and went straight to the back seat to get the cats. Isaac got out of the car and nodded. "So we have some time to explore?" "That doesn't mean explore the bedroom, Isaac." I know. He grinned, his eyes flashing with heat. "Maybe once?" I thought a smirk. "Let's check in, for God's sake." He listened. We went inside together, carrying the kittens in their box, and hit the reception desk. Isaac checked us in and got the key. We were shown to our little beachside house right after, and I was thrilled to see there were provisions for the cats, too. "Let me know if you need anything," the guy said. "We will, thank you." Isaac slipped him a tip in his handshake and shut the door behind him. I collapsed on the huge bed that overlooked the beach. My God, I was tired. Isaac stopped to let the cats out, then threw himself down next to me. The whole bed bounced with the weight of his body, and I grunted when I bounced up and landed right next to him. He swept me straight into his arms and pulled me on top of him, humming when he kissed me. I just about resisted the urge to moan into his mouth. He slid his hands over my body and flipped me over onto my back, pinning me in place. I laughed into his mouth and gripped his shoulders. I was so ready for this vacation with him and my cousin and the animals and everyone else. "Ugh," Isaac cried, arching his back. "That's it. Lucifer stays in the fucking box when I want to fuck you." Laughter burst out of me, and I covered my face with my hands. Of course it was Lucifer. I'd picked that name for the little devil. "Don't fucking laugh at me, Hannah. Get the little sod's claws out of my shoulders." Still giggling, I crept out from under him and extracted the Lord of Darkness from his shoulders as carefully as I could. "Better?" I said, putting Lucifer in my lap. Isaac sat up straight and eyed me carefully. He and I need a little word." Grinning, I wrapped my hand around his neck and pulled him down to kiss me. "He loves you." "I love you," he said, kissing me. "The kitten, not so much." "Don't tell Spring whatever you do." "I love you too, Isaac," he muttered. "Thanks for driving 8 hours down here, Isaac." I shoved him. "Love you, dork. Now go take a shower. You smell." He stared at me with those green eyes I loved so much. "Thanks. Love might be blind, but it can smell exceptionally well, I guess." I grinned. "Damn right it can." I stood. "And I'm coming with you, so make sure you lock the door." He pursed his lips and breathed out an ooh, and that was that. No cats allowed. The end. This recording of Number Neighbors was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2020 Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.